Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Molweni, Goeiemorgen, Sanbona, Dumelang, Absheni, Lushani, and hope you're all well and safe, and I hope you're excited to be a part of the Green Connection Oceans Tribunal and to contribute to making a change within our communities and to contribute to a just transition to a renewable energy country. My name is Nandi Pamasango from the Green Connection. I will be the facilitator for this session. Now the event will be recorded. We do have translators in isiXhosa, Afrikaans, and isiZulu. Please do press the interpreters button on Zoom to be allocated to a translator room. So let's begin. From the Green Connection chairperson of the board, Yachika Reddy. Yachika is joining us via Zoom online. Yachika, over to you. Thanks. From the Green Connection.
Thank you so much, Nandipa. And I just, on behalf of the Green Connection, I'd like to warmly welcome all of you today on day 2 of the Green Connection's Oceans Tribunal, which is also a testament of, I guess, years of work of Green Connection working with ocean communities, but really just a huge and a warm welcome to such a pertinent and significant event that you all kind of really leaning in and contributing to around a very, very significant and dire concern and issue that faces our society. It's also really fantastic to have international and local perspectives that are informing this event. And we're really looking forward to what emerges from the jury and ultimately what gets compiled for the Presidential Commission on Climate Change and what gets submitted ultimately as the end point of this two-day event. So really looking forward to a very good outcome from the conference and a very good outcome from the Presidential Commission on Climate Change on the submission of what emerges from the jury. So really looking forward to a very good outcome from the conference and a very good outcome from the Presidential Commission on Climate Change on the
Excuse me, Achika.
Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. On our side, we cannot hear you.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure. I can hear myself kind of echoing. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Sorry to interrupt you, but we didn't hear much of your welcome.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let me go ahead and do it again. It's fine. I'm hoping you are able to hear me. But I was just, what I'd said was just.
I can't hear you again, but we didn't hear much of your welcome.
Oh, okay. Okay. So let me go ahead and do it again. It's fine. I'm hoping you are able to hear me. But I was just, what I'd said was just.
I can't hear you again.
Okay, so there's a lot of feedback. I'm not sure what that's about, but I'm going to try again. On behalf of the Green Connection, I really warmly welcome you all to day 2 of the Green Oceans Tribunal. And it really is fantastic to have the international and local perspectives, and really looking forward to what emerges from the jury today around a very, very significant, dire and pertinent issue that's facing us right now. And so, as you know, the tribunal's purpose is really to raise and amplify those strong voices of coastal communities relating to the dire concerns of the oil and gas industry and the need to protect a really golden resource that we have, which is the oceans, upon which so many communities depend on for their livelihoods and have been historically. So this is really, really, as you know, a very significant event today. And particularly within the broader context, I mean, these concerns are very legitimate as we also move away from fossil fuels. And that is a reality. The whole globe is moving away from fossil fuels. So we just need to be able to do that in a sustainable way. And I just really warmly welcome everybody and really hope for fantastic outcomes that feed into the kind of judge's assessment and eventually the submission of a statement that comes out of this two-day event to the Presidential Commission on Climate Change. So I will conclude, and I wish you all the best and great dialogue and great perspectives that will emerge from all of you who are attending, who have attended yesterday and who are attending.
We were able to hear just a bit of your welcome. Thank you for a warm welcome and an introduction to this event. So I'd like us to now move to the next section, which is introductory video. So we will now play an introductory video of the Green Connection. Okay, my apologies. It's not the introductory video as yet. I would now like to then hand it over to Liz McDade, who is the Green Connection Strategic Lead. She will provide us with the aim of the tribunal. Thank you, Liz. Over to you.
Good morning, everybody. So we are day 2 of the tribunal, Oceans Tribunal happening in South Africa, and we are really looking forward to hearing the voices of communities this morning and during the day and our partner organizations. But before we start, for those of you who might have only joined this morning, I thought I would give you a brief introduction into what is the aim and where did this whole idea come from. So the Green Connection is an environmental justice organization with a campaign called Who Stole Our Oceans? And the Who Stole Our Oceans campaign came about when we realized that the oceans around the coast of South Africa have all been divided up into little blocks and leased out to different corporations, and that we feel under an onslaught, particularly from oil and gas. And this is going to undermine our marine ecosystems and cause damage to the marine life. And we will undermine the livelihoods of all those around the coast who depend on the sea for their livelihoods. And none of those coastal actors have had any opportunity to make any meaningful comment, and they are the people who should be the primary decision makers about what happens in that area. Last year in India, I was acquainted with an Indian process of tribunals, which took place around India, where fish workers and fishers were able to come together and discuss and voice out their opinions around the problems that they were experiencing with the so-called blue economy. And yesterday, one of our speakers from India likened it to a blue apartheid of taking the resources for the elite, and the burden and the risk of all the negatives would fall on the most marginalized. And it was about separation and who has the power. So the Green Connection believes that by giving people voice and agency in decision-making spaces, we are helping to right that balance, and that those are the people you're going to hear today, as those who are affected on the ground. There is, and I'll get a bit later, I will introduce you to our eminent panel of jurists. They are going to listen to what is happening today, and then they will come up with a verdict with the help of some staff that are here. So I think I'm just giving a very brief, and then maybe to also say, what are we going to do with the results? So this is not the end of a process. This is a beginning. So we are going to continue to support activists around the coast so that they can raise these issues and engage with these processes. And the statement that comes, the result of this tribunal, will be handed over to the Presidential Climate Change Commission and the President's office, so that we want action. And I think that it's important. Yesterday we heard that the National Energy Regulator had approved 3 car power applications, and the Green Connection believes that that was a flawed decision, and we will be taking that further. So I think with those few words, I'm now going to hand over to Lisa. And I have to, as I hand over to Lisa, who is going to tell us all about logistics, I also want us to recognize that this young woman, Lisa Makuela, has actually, she's an intern at the Green Connection, and she has taken on the coordination of this entire Ocean Tribunal, and she is doing brilliantly. So well done, Lisa. And now I'll hand over to you to come and explain how the logistics will be working so that people know what happens when. Lisa.
Okay, am I facing the correct? This one, this one. Hi, everyone. Hope you're well. I am greatly honored to be here and to have planned the whole Oceans Tribunal, which is the first one that Green Connection has actually hosted. So I'm just going to be going through logistical information that we're supposed to follow, since we also have communities that have joined us. So I'll just briefly go through that and then I'm gonna be off the stage. So the first thing I'd like to say is that we have 7 communities that have joined us on Zoom, which is the West Coast, as well as the Eastern Cape, as well as the Northern Cape. So in those communities, I believe that you have your sound system on, as well as your laptops and your Zoom running through. So please follow the program and ensure that when you have questions, you jot them down and send them through via the Zoom chat. Bahia is there to pick up the questions so that they can be answered during the Q&A session. And try to switch off your speakers when a community representative is speaking during the Q&A session, so that there is no feedback in communities. And here on the ground, which is here in Cape Town, if you do have any issues, please do contact me and switch to the interpretation room that you'd like to listen to. I believe we have the Eastern Cape, which I'm sure they would love to listen to Xhosa. We do have a Xhosa translator in the room. So if you'd like to listen to Xhosa, please switch to the Xhosa channel. And for the West Coast as well as Northern Cape, I believe probably you'd love to listen to Afrikaans. We do also have the Afrikaans channel. And if you'd like to listen to Afrikaans, switch on the Afrikaans channel. If you do have any issues, please kindly contact me. My WhatsApp number is there on the WhatsApp groups. So just drop me a text and I'll be available to sort out your issue. But other than that, I believe that's it from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Liz, for a great welcome and really highlighting the importance of the tribunal and why we are all here. And thank you, Lisa, for also providing logistics for today. So we'll now play a poetry video compiled by Marjuana and the Who Stole Our Oceans campaign video compiled by an upcoming videographer, Peter Oki. Please, can we play the video?
I greet you all in the mighty and powerful name of our Lord and Savior. I give thanks for this opportunity to can share the preamble. Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, 1996 Preamble. We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who have suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who've worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity. We therefore, through our freely elected representatives, adopt this constitution as the supreme law of the Republic, so as to heal the divisions of the past and establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights. Lay the foundations for a democratic and open society in which government is based on the will of the people and every citizen is equally protected by law. Improve the equalities of life of all citizens and free the potential of each person and build a united and democratic South Africa is able to take its rightful place as a sovereign state in the families of nations. May God protect our people. Nkosi, sikelela Africa. Murena buluka sichaba sa heso. Hotsien South Africa. God bless South Africa. Mutsimu fatucheza Africa. Hosi katekisa Africa. I think.
Climate change is widely acknowledged as the biggest threat to life as we know it, posing an enormous threat to global health and food security, sustainable development, and poverty eradication. The climate crisis has increased the impact of our interference with complex marine biodiversity systems and disrupted marine food webs. The oceans belong to us all, but they have been poorly protected. Proper ocean protection should help manage the marine environment in a way that promotes sustainable fishing, keeps marine ecosystems working properly, and protects a wide range of ocean species. These laws should also help people, and small fishes in particular, to benefit from the ocean. The South African government has embarked on Operation Phakisa, which includes a plan to achieve rapid economic transformation through offshore oil and gas drilling, in order to secure resources of approximately 9 billion barrels of oil. As part of the oil and gas industrialization process, this program would also include the development of onshore infrastructure. Rather than meet its energy needs using technology that is readily available and building clean solar and wind infrastructure on land, the government is seeking to support the exploitation of climate-damaging hydrocarbons in difficult deep-sea conditions, and it aims to do this through our waters. The Who Stole Our Ocean campaign is changing this. Instead of allowing our ocean to be stolen in this manner, ignoring climate science and the availability of vast reserves of sunshine and wind for renewable energy, we believe that our entire ocean should be protected, unlike the current system of dividing and selling up portions of our oceans to the highest bidders. We cannot continue to disregard the complexity of the ocean ecosystem and the human communities that rely on the ocean for livelihoods and have done so for generations. The Green Connection is building resilient and empowered communities who can choose to resist unsustainable development. This includes working with leaders at community level and fishers in particular to ensure that their voices reach the media and decision makers. To date, we've worked with over 300 fishers and community representatives through our mentoring and outreach programs. Building cooperative campaign structures is at the core of our approach. Part of our advocacy strategy is to link with and learn from existing community actions and campaigns, and to amplify the voices of organizations like the SDCEA, Groundwork, Wild Oceans, the Eastern Cape Environmental Network, Masifundise, Coastal Links, and others who have worked along various parts of the coast. Community voices combined with academic and scientific voices to influence decision makers through a legacy program, which gives the group of champions an opportunity to strengthen their relationship with each other via peer learning activities, initiating protest action, and enacting change from the ground up within and through the local communities. Our legal, advocacy, and research teams are raising concerns and working to halt any oil and gas related initiatives that are attempted by the industry and by the government. We have successfully intervened in the Gas to Power Car Power Ships EIA, opposed the Assegai EIA, and supported action against the TEPSA Block 11B and 12B Exploration Rights EIA through a combination of legal opposition and legacy-driven community process. We've also drafted and submitted modifications to the National Environmental Management Act. We believe that a combination of short-term interventions and long-term empowerment programs are essential to protecting the ocean. South African coastal communities have been some of the most marginalized, and we believe that their voices need to be heard through meaningful participation in order for decision makers to create an ocean governance framework that is both enabling and sustainable. This is the Who Stole Our Oceans campaign.
Our introductory videos highlighting the importance of protecting the environment, of standing up for our communities and preserving our heritage. Next, I would like to hand it over to Liz, who will do introductions of the jury. Thanks, Liz. Over to you.
Thanks, Nandipa. Okay, so for those of you who are experiencing a few technical issues, we're just trying to solve them. So if you've gotten a problem with Afrikaans, it's being sorted. Just be patient. And so it's my honor now to introduce the jury. Oh, before I do that, I just have to mention that the movie you just saw was produced and directed and in fact written by Peter Oki, the young filmmaker who we have on board of the campaign, and he is still at university, and I think soon we will be seeing him in Hollywood because he's really doing well at producing our campaign movies. So give him a appreciation. Okay, so how I'm going to do this, because in the world of virtual reality, we would normally have a panel in front of us, but they're all out there in the world. But that the positive is that we are able to bring in some international jurists onto our panel. So I'm going to just give you a brief introduction to each one of our panelists, and then I am going to ask that each of them will then get an opportunity to give us some introductory comments on their sort of first thoughts as they are here, and we'll just welcome them. So I'm going to start with Yesu Rathanam Christie, who is from India. I think you heard me say that the Indian tribunal was the kind of the brainwave for us in South Africa. And so Resu is she's an Indian activist. She's focused on feminist dialogues. 4 decades ago, she started the Coastal Action Network, and she is a senior advisor to the National Fish Workers Forum in India. And we are really fortunate to have such an eminent panelist join us today. So she will be the first person to introduce herself once I've gone through everybody. Then our second international panelist is Nemo Basi. Now Nemo is from Nigeria. He formed an ecological think tank, which is called the Health of Mother Earth. And again, he is also on he's part of the Oil Watch organizer, an international group focusing on oil and gas. And he was also the chair of the Friends of Earth International until a few years ago. So again, and he's a poet, which is just great. And we have used some of his poetry in our reports. And we are, again, very, very really appreciative of him giving up his time to help us. So Nima will be going second in the introductions. Then we have our local experts, and we are really fortunate today. So Loretta Ferris is a legal professor. She's also has been the deputy VC, where she's headed up transformation, and with a particular focus from the student affairs, focusing on both apartheid, racism, and with a feminism approach. And Loretta is also on the board of the BioWatch Foundation, or organization which focuses on small farmer issues. And we are, as we move in this world of transitioning from one space to another, and where we are opposing the oil and gas industry, we are very fortunate to have Loretta Ferris with us today. So she'll be number 3. And then we have another attorney, number 4, is Alison Tilley. And Alison is a attorney who has focused on transparency and accountability. So, and she has actually gone to court and litigated in matters around whistleblowing and transparency. So she can really give us insights. She was the director of the Open Democracy Advice Center, and she's currently involved in an organization called Judges Matter, where they are focusing on the processes of law. And both Loretta and Alison have published in their careers. And so again, really appreciative of such important people who obviously have very busy lives, and they have taken some time out of their busy lives to be with us today, and in order to hear what our concerns are regarding the oil and gas industry. So with that, can I hand over to Yesu first, and then Nemo, and then Loretta, and then Alison. And the tech guys will enable us to hear them each for a couple of minutes, just give us a brief hello, and maybe just a
Yes, I'm happy. Good morning to all. I'm happy to be here as a panelist and as a jury member. As rightly introduced by our friend here, yes, I have worked with fishing communities for more than 40 years, fishers, especially for their rights. And I'm here to learn more about the African situation. And yeah, that's why I'm here. I have traveled along the South Asian countries and Southeast Asian countries, but African situation is new to me. I have read, but not heard from people. But here now, I'm going to hear the testimonies of the communities, which is really a treasure to listen and to internalize and come out. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity. Thank you.
Nemo. Do you want to, while you're hunting, do you want to go to Loretta? Got him, okay.
So good morning, everyone. Thank you very much to the Green Connection for this opportunity. When Liz, Lisa and Liz approached me for this, I immediately wanted to say yes, because I know that the livelihood and the long-term security of small-scale fishers around the world, but also in South Africa, are under threat. We know that they are under threat as a result of climate change in particular, and increasingly over the last few decades, but also as a result of overfishing by large multinationals who are supported in their countries by massive trade subsidies. And we know, secondly, that in a South African context, fisheries, marine living resources as a whole has been poorly managed, and we've had poor governance of our marine living resources. And we know that every time that there is an allocation of resources, such as in October last year, announced by the then minister, we know that small scale fishers are last in the line. And we know that small-scale fishers has in the past had no other option but to approach the courts to find some form of equity when it comes to the allocation of marine living resources. So within this context, where there are already these threats, where there is already poor management, the notion that to this mix, we are going to add oil and gas exploration, we know that it's a story that's not going to end well. And we know that it's a story that's not going to end well for the small scale fishing communities. And so I think this panel, conversation that we're having, the testimonies that we're going to hear from small scale fishers are going to be vital. And I think it's very important that beyond this group, there is a broader message that's going to go out to the Presidential Commission. And so I want to thank the Green Connection for taking this initiative. Thank you, Liz.
So, good morning, everybody.
Alison.
It appears to be me, yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be able to join you. It's a very interesting area of work, something that I've been engaged in, but perhaps from a slightly different point of view, looking at issues around transparency and the environment and environmental issues. And I think one of the things that we've learned in the struggles in South Africa has really been that access to information and transparency are one of the key weapons that we have in fighting both corruption and the incorrect use of resources and the reliance on bad science, I think, as well, which I think is one of the problems that the sector faces. The right to access to information is one that's a leverage right. It's the right that you need to use in order to access other rights. The information regulator is a body on which I sit. I'm one of the members of the regulator, and the regulator now has powers since July to order the release of information following on a PI request. The regulator hasn't seen a significant number of access to information requests coming in from the environmental sector. I trust that will change. And I will certainly be listening with great interest to the proceedings. Thank you very much for the invitation.
Have we got Nemo now? Okay, there seems to be some connectivity across the continent. So he will join us at some point during the morning so we can see who he is. So you can see Nemo's face, but we're gonna move on with the program, and I'll hand back to Nandipa to go the next item. But okay, so there's a lot of waving in the background, and Nemo is apparently online now. Okay, good morning, Nemo. And welcome. You can add some opening comments.
Hello, everyone. I'm not sure you're hearing me. I have difficult connections from out here. But it's my great pleasure to be with you today. I joined part of the proceedings yesterday. That was very stimulating. We do agree that the fisher folks and all those who are concerned about the health of our oceans are the true defenders of our cultures, of our livelihoods, as well as those who are helping to stem the tide of global warming. I'm particularly worried by the position of some of our politicians who see the oceans as limitless. That's a very bad way to look at the oceans. It just means that they believe they can use the oceans as dumping sites. They can take all the resources from the oceans and just dump everything there and believe that the ocean that nothing would harm the ocean. But harming the ocean the way we see from extractive industries, from the oil companies, the level of human rights abuses against artisanal fisher folks who attempt to make a living from the gifts of nature, the abundant gifts of nature in the oceans, the human rights abuses and all the degradation that we see are things that we have to stand very firmly against. So in this tribunal, I'm very happy and very expectant to hear the struggles of Well, I will just say the last word when I was cut off. I was saying that I'm very expectant that this tribunal would bring forward evidences that we need to defend the oceans and to stand together to defend our people who depend on the oceans. I want to thank Green Connection for the awesome work you are doing. Nobody must steal our ocean. The ocean is our life. It's our culture, it's our spirituality. The ocean is everything to us. And so we have a duty to defend and stand with it. Thank you and welcome.
Thank you very much, jury. I'm now handing back to Nandipa for the next part.
Thank you. We have some very interesting individuals who comprise of our jury. So welcome, jury. Our next speaker is Neville, who will do introductions of communities. Neville, over to you. Thanks.
Good morning, everyone, and once again, welcome to this day 2. Very exciting session today, where we will be hearing from different communities. I am the community liaison for the Green Connection, and I have been visiting these communities and talking to them and hear what is the feeling like on the ground, what are they experiencing on the ground, and how do they feel about these oil and gas companies coming to tamper with their living space, the ocean. And, you know, they are very connected to the ocean. There is a strong heritage connection to the ocean. We are in the Heritage Month as well. The 25th is Heritage Day, and we really do connect, see the ocean as part and parcel of our heritage. And so that is a very strong connection for most of these communities that I work with. I'm working from the 2 ports, from Northern Cape Port, Knowledge side, Alexander Bay, all the way to Port St. John's in the Eastern Cape. So working through these 3 provinces, which is the Northern Cape, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape, where I work with these communities and hear their plight and what they are experiencing on the ground, basically on a daily basis, and how the commons, the ocean that is a commons, has now been taken away from them like a carpet, has been, you know, dragged under their feet, has just been dragged out of their feet, and now they have to compete with multinational companies who wants to just extract oil and gas out of the oceans. So therefore, the oceans is getting stolen from right under us, and that's where the noises are coming from. So I will be giving each of them a time to speak and to tell us about what was the experiences like, to tell us about more about what they were experiencing on a daily basis, how there's sometimes restrictions that they having to encounter. Sometimes some of them have to go to jail because they can't go over there to go and fish. Some of them experience all kinds of restrictions and limitations in terms of them being limited to an area and a space where they have been fishing for decades. Like I said, it was part of the heritage for them to be able to fish the way they used to fish, you know, these waters for many years. So first up, I would like to call the two representatives from the Eastern Cape, which is Nsindiso from the Northern Cape, Port St. John's, apologies, Port St. John's. The community of Port St. John's is really also got many ways where they have also restrictions in their area, but they managed to, you know, encounter and have meetings with those in power to be able to say we want, this is what we want, and he will tell you more about that as Nsindiso. Nsindiso, you're welcome to speak in your own language, your home language. So I give over to you. Thank you.
Mandibulise kwinkokheli zonke, ndibulise nakwisikhokelo sonke esikhona apha ngaphakathi. Igama lam ndinguNtsindiso Nongcavu. Ndisuka ePort St. John's. Ndingumlobi. Ndizalwa ngumlobi. Notata wam ke uzalwa ngumlobi. Mandiqale kwi-Eastern Cape. Eastern Cape ina 57 small scale fishing cooperatives. Ndize kwi-OR Tambo apho ndikhona. I-OR Tambo yakhiwa zii-LMs okanye zii-local municipality eziyi-4 ekungu-KSG, ekunguNyandeni, ibe yiPort St. John's, ibe yiNgquza, ibe nguMhlonhlo. I-local municipality eziyi-3 kwezi municipality endizibalileyo ziselunxwemeni. Ithi loo nto ke kumele abantu ezona dolophu zininzi zezi ziselunxwemeni eziphila ngemveliso yaselwandle. Kodwa kuyafumaniseka into yokubana njengoba kukhona abo bantu baninzi kulaa ndawo yase-OR Tambo bashiywa ngaphandle xa kuthathwa izigqibo sisikhokelo esikhoyo selizwe. ePort St. John's kwindawo endisuka kuyo sine-communities eziyi-36 as along the coast. ePort St. John's siphinde sibe nee-cooperatives eziyi-16 eze-small scale fishing. Loo nto ke uxelela mhlophe into yokokubana baninzi abantu abathi ze baphile babe bayaloba, baphila ngokuloba okanye baphila ngokhenketho olenzeka phaya elunxwemeni. Kodwa isikhokelo esinaso bonke abo bantu sibavalela ngaphandle xa sithatha izigqibo. Loo nto ke sithe xa siyijonga sabona uba abantu abalawula ilizwe ngoongxowankulu besebenzisa ii-politicians. Singaba bantu baselunxwemeni singenza njani ke ukuze sibonise ii-politicians, because ilizwe lilawulwa zii-politicians okanye kukhokele ii-politicians. Senza njani ukuze singabantu abachaphazelekayo kwimpilo yethu ukuze zibone politicians ukuthi ngoku nakwanele. Kungako nje ke silapha namhlanje ukuze sivakalise izimvo zethu okokubana masingagqityelwa sisikhokhelo. Isikhokhelo esikhoyo masimamele abantu ukuthi bafuna ntoni bengafuni ntoni. Zikhona ke i-NGOs esisebenzisana kunye nazo ezincedisayo kula maphulo esiwazamayo. Umzekelo silapha ngoku na ngenxa ka-Green Connection. Ezinye ke ze-NGOs esisasebenza nazo nguMasifundise Development Trust, ibe yi-TCOE, ibe yi-One Ocean Hub, ibe ngo-RLC, nezinye ke ii-universities, but noba nje ingezizo zonke ii-universities ezisebenzisana kunye nazo, but ikhona inxenye yazo. Kube khona i-movement esisebenza kunye nazo, like i-Coastal Links, ibe ngo-Inyanda National Land Movement. Siyafuna ke ukuhamba sibheke phambili kuba kuyabonakala uba indlebe zikarhulumente wethu zibuthuntu. Ngoku nasifuna ukungena ilali nelali apho kufuneka kwaziswe abantu ngamalungelo abo. Kuba urhulumente wethu akabuzi uba lolu yeyiphi development esiyifunayo kwindawo yethu. Koko wenza le nto ifuna ukwenziwa ngongxowankulu without i-consultation yabantu abazochatshazelwa yiyo yonke loo development ezayo. Sifuna ukuthi kona abantu bazi ukuthi banamalungelo, banalo ilungelo lokuthi asiyifuni lena into, sifuna lena. Banganyanzelwa zi-politicians nangamakapitali kuba enemali eninzi uba makunyathelwe amalungelo abantu ngenxa yoba bona benemali ukudlula abantu bonke. Sizi communities as along the coast, eyona njongo yethu kukuba makuphuhliswe indlela esiloba ngayo, makuphuhliswe ukhenketho phaa elunxwemeni, makuphuhliswe ulimo phaa elunxwemeni. Asicingi ke okokubana ukuvulwa kwemayini elwandle yinto enokusiphilisa thina. Ukugrunjwa kwe-oil and gas asiboni inokwenza mahluko kuthi, kuba sesibonile kwiindawo ezinjengoSaldanha noGqeberha kunye noSt Lucia e-KZN okokubana akukho nto izaba luncedo kwi-car power ships. Ndaweni yaloo nto izobulala izitisizi ezi nasiphila ngazo thina, and izobulala indalo le esiphila ngayo thina, nekuyiyo etsala umdla wabakhenkethi ukuze bazongenisa imali eSouth Africa ukuze kunyuke uqoqosho lwaseSouth Africa. Kodwa urhulumente yonke loo nto ke yinto ayinyathela ngeenyawo, angafuni ukuva izimvo zabantu ukuthi abantu bathini. That's why ke ndimemezela kwelithi singabantu masidibaneni ngoku na, sithetheni ngazwinye, sithi les asiyifuni, les siyayifuna. Kuba ngexesha langaphambili besinendlela ebesiphila ngayo, okanye ootata bethu okanye ootatomkhulu bethu bebenendlela ebephila ngayo. Urhulumente ke weza namaphepha ba esinikeza ipemithi, but ezo permit ezo zezi ngoku asibamba ngazo and esigqibela ngazo singekho kwingxoxo apho kuthethwa khona izigqibo thina. Kuthiwa ke ilizwe lilawulwa ngabantu, but Kule mihla kuyabonakala ukuthi ilizwe alilawulwa ngabantu, lilawulwa ligcuntswana le-politicians kunye nongxoxo. Now ithi ke ngunalento masidibane thina sithethe ngazwinye sithi kwanele ukuze silwe ilizwe lethu. Enkosi.
Thank you, Mr. Nsindiso. Now we will just have us for the jury, just a short summary of translations by my colleague Nyembezi.
Am I on? Thank you very much. I hope I can summarize with the oomph that Mfundiso brought in his input. So the issue here is that what is happening by way of the appetite to explore and exploit oil and gas, it is destroying the livelihoods of indigenous communities. The people of Port St. John's live along the coast, and they've used the coast from time immemorial to provide for their own livelihoods. But what they are seeing now are politicians colluding with commercial interests, wanting to exploit the natural resources in that part of the country. Community consultations are not taking place. Instead, what communities have seen is that they were made to apply and get licenses to be able to fish and exploit what is in the sea. Now, instead of those licenses being enablers to promote sustainable livelihoods as the communities know it from time immemorial, the same licensing scheme is used as a hurdle to deny access by local communities to their natural resources. The community believes that the government is supposed to promote tourism, agriculture, and access to natural resources in the way and the manner in which communities are used to, not the permit system. The community does not believe that exploration of oil and gas, the opening of mines, is going to benefit them because they've seen in other areas such as St. Lucia and other parts of the country where livelihoods, the nature and the environment has been irreparably damaged because of this appetite for exploration and exploitation of oil and gas. And so the community has decided to come together, unite in one voice in opposition to oil and gas, opposition of fossil fuels. And the communities is taking the message to decision makers, the politicians, to say, stop colluding with commercial interests in wanting to exploit our natural resources in a manner that threatens our livelihoods.
Okay, now before we go to our next presentation from the community, we're going to just reflect on yesterday's day one. Reflections of yesterday, what we have discussed from the panel from yesterday. So we're just going to reflect on that, and then we will continue with our community participants. I'll give over to Nyembezi. Right.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you see me? Do I look nice? Thank you very much. I'm here to summarize yesterday's proceedings, the first day or day one of this tribunal, Oceans Tribunal, convened by the Green Connection in South Africa We had a wonderful session yesterday opened by Liz McDale, who gave an overview as to why we are here and how the process started. Because how it started, it was about a focus on oil and gas, which is now an offshore industry. And yet we were working with communities inland, places like Karo, where there was an interest to do fracking. So this project has expanded to different parts of the country, inland and out and in the coastal communities. So the tribunal is meant to provide an opportunity for everyone to be able to voice what they need to say. Of course, what underlines everything is the sustainable ecological system that keeps us alive, providing us with oxygen and food. But the corporate interest and the greed to exploit oil and gas is threatening that in a realistic way. We had eminent panelists participating. The first panel, Patrick Bond, provided an overview of what is happening in terms of oil and gas and intersection between energy, between water and fisheries, and in how it involves politicians, because there are big companies, mining industry, that are involved in this, that are driving this process of an increased appetite for oil and gas. The Shanduka company that has connections with President Cyril Ramaphosa in his previous and current life, and the link, which is a web that involves a lot of names and faces, which then gives us a picture that what we are dealing with in opposition to fossil fuels is something big in the country and internationally. So he mentioned also the link with the Mozambican petroleum industry and how it also affecting political instability there, environmental degradation because of the pipelines, and how it is causing displacement to local communities. He mentioned that in a way that says we are also under threat. Vilman from the Legal Resources Center also made an input in terms of how incorporation of indigenous knowledges can help to ensure that we have got a sustainable climate and a sustainable energy policy, and how the neglect of this knowledge practice by local communities is disadvantaging the country. So the message was about to say the licensing regime for miners, as well as the policy slant, needs to be in favor and acknowledge customary and indigenous rights so that we can live in a sustainable way. The next speaker, who was MJ from India, talked about the experience of these tribunals in India, to say they've held several of them and how they help in mobilizing communities around protection of environmental rights, and how they help to bring about the voices. So in terms of the next panel, it was about bringing women's voice and a feminist approach into this. We just need to understand the issues of fishing communities, not just in terms of men who have licenses to go and fish, but just the whole value chain, insofar as women and families are involved and are affected when decisions are taken to destroy their livelihoods. So that background we received yesterday, the national and international context, tells us and shows in a demonstrable way that the oceans connect us across continents, and the struggle for environmental rights, the struggle to assert environmental justice should also unite us, as new terminology is now emerging, such as blue apartheid, which talks about how in real terms faces the human beings who are affected by these decisions is causing misery and is likely to destroy our continent. Thank you.
Now we will give time for our participant from Kabeja. In Kabeja area, they are part of the community. There's also under threat of car power ships that will be stationed in their harbor. And we'd had very good interactions with them, and people were protesting there, and the community were just, raising their voices in different methods. And, there was various interaction even from media. There was a good momentum for the community voices to come out. So now Vuyiseka will tell us more about that. I will invite her to the podium now. Vuyiseka Mani.
Morning. Is my presentation on the slide? Thank you very much. My name is Vuyiseka Mani, coming from Kabeja, representing Eastern Cape Environmental Network, one of the participants in the Green Connection Legacy Program 2021. In my introduction, I'm giving you a picture of how my community is surviving and how is it making money for the survival of their families. In my community, there are people that are fishing. And then these people that are fishing, it's whether old or young, male or female, due to the rate of the unemployed. And those that are unemployable. Those that are unemployable are the people that are educated, but they can't get jobs, because in our government and the private sector, they always want the experience, 4 years experience. Tell me, for a young person coming from varsity or EFT college, how could they get experience? Because they are coming straight from varsity, and now they want the government or the private sector to take them for intern. For instance, Green Connection has interns like Sis Lisa, so that Sis Lisa, whenever she's finished studying, she can go and apply for a job elsewhere because of the experience that she got. Our government doesn't do that. Even if it does that, you must know someone who's up there, then you can get an internship. If you are not known by those in authorities, then tough luck. Your parents and yourself will have to go and do fishing. Let's continue on the government's plan on gas projects in South Africa. In 2018, 29 November, Minister of the Minerals and Resources, Wedeman Tasha, he basically sold our communities to the highest bidder, because he said he's willing to give the oil and gas sector jobs within our country. Perhaps Mr. Mantashe didn't take to consideration that most of our people in South Africa, they don't have the skills that are acquired when you want to establish a nuclear power station, or you want to install those big machines for the car power ship. Perhaps he was thinking about his pocket or the government's pocket, but not of us, the voters. The impact of the gas and oil in our oceans, it has a negative impact, because the livelihoods we will relocate and some will die. Tell me, if perhaps in Kabeja we allow that car power ship to be installed and continue, our ocean will be dirty. The fisher community won't have fish to go and sell to those ladies that are baking and selling the fish to us as the community. Thirdly, those that are unemployable, they have opted to be tour guides so that they can go and buy bread for their kids and send their kids to school. There won't be no tourists to come and go and enjoy the ocean because the ocean is dirty, it's polluted, and they won't have anything to enjoy. Fourthly, those that have luck and they have went to business trainings and all that, and they get funded from NYDA and other stakeholders, then they have become business people. They sell fish and chips in their restaurants. If Kengoku, we allow that car powership to happen in Gqeberha, those people are contributing to the local economic development of Gqeberha, the GDP. Tell me, if Kengoku, we allow a car powership in Gqeberha, all these people that I'm speaking about, there are many families that are depending on the ocean. So which means these families, they won't have anything to like for the survival to send their kids, which means they will go back to square one. History will repeat itself. As Nsendiso said, his grandfather was a fisherman. His father, he was a fisherman, and himself today, he's also a fisherman. Our message to the president: we want the government to take us as voters as a priority, as they were supposed to take mandate from us before they take any decisions. We demand that the government, through Minister of Minerals and Resources, revisit the decision that was taken by Minister Ukwete Mantashe on the 29th of November, 2018, which he said his department will create an enabling environment for the sector to come and do business in the country. Here he's saying, on that statement, he's saying he wants to create job opportunities and increase and increasing the economy. On whose expense exactly? Because we know very well that it is not it is in our expense, not in the expense, because Bona, they will never allow car powership to where they are residing. Even the companies that are coming to South Africa and install these car powership and nuclear power station, they won't do that to where they are staying. These are companies coming from overseas. You will never hear them that they are doing nuclear power station where they are residing, but because our government is greedy and doesn't want to listen to us. By that being said, the presentation was compiled by myself, Seckerman, as I introduced myself. I thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Wiseka, for that very informative of what's happening in your community. Now we will go over to our next two participants who will be sharing with us their experience in the area of Saldanha and Langebaan. So they also threatened by car power ships in their area. Saldanha is also not just an industrial place, but it's also been earmarked for these car power ships. And this community, fishing community, will also now tell us about their experiences and how they've been interacting with car power ship and going to various meetings and their experience basically. That. Okay, can we have Kamalita first to come and speak to us?
Hi, almal teenwoordig. Weer 'n voorreg, nee, die feit hou net nie op nie. Ons het gedink die car power ship die briewe wat ons ingestuur het, gaan inkry, maar ons sien die feit begin van voor af. Soos ek gister gesê het, ek is Kamerlede Mostert. 'n klein plekkie, 'n klein visserdorpie langs die kus, waar die mense 'n nywerheidsdorp kom maak het, maar dit sal 'n visserdorp bly. Ek is baie ontstel met die feit dat Nessa vir koue pausip die duim gee om aan te gaan. Hoekom ek so baie teleurstellend is in dit? Die feit dat hulle het nie ons local community kom sien nie. Hulle het ook nie met die IAM saam met ons gepraat nie. Hulle het met Black Business gepraat. Black Business wat 'n politieke party is van klomp organisasietjies rondom. Nadat hulle net dink aan hulle en hulle se sakke en nie aan die visserman nie. Die karphausip kan baie effekteer op ons pragtige oseaan is. Die feit dat ons vissers as daai karphausip moet gestagneer word in Saldanha, moet die skytjies of die bote tussen 500 en 800 meter weg van die pausip skep afbly. Hulle kom en hulle doop selfs die hawe. It's a big bay en 'n small bay. Waarvan ons as die vissers net een hawe ken en dit is die Peperbaai hawe wat Big Business wil kom vertel hierdie mense van karphausip dat is Big Bay en Small Bay. Daar bestaan geen sins 'n Big Bay of 'n Small Bay in die hawe van Saldanha Bay nie. Sken hom net as Peperbaai hawe. Dit sal 'n groot impak ook wees op ons vis in die see, veral die geluid wat die skep gaan maak. Hulle het genoegsame navorsing gaan doen oor hierdie prosesie. Die feit is dat hulle weet nie, hulle dra geen kennis van die visbedryf nie. Wat ek Saterdag 19 September opsom binne in die hawe van St. Helena Bay waar die vis genaamd die snoek nou heiliglik loop. Sien ek die walvis beweeg oor en weer, maar hierdie skep kom nog baie ver aan. Maar omdat die walvis die gedruis van die skep hoor, word hierdie walvis so poreer dat hy moet sy weg vind, maar hy weet tog nie wat hy kan doen nie. So dat ek kry net die gevoel, die walvis is dan so te my groot. Wat 'n impak het die noise van die skep op ons vis, genaamd die hotnotvis, die koop, die witstomneus en so aan die harder, wat kleiner as 'n walvis is. So dit gee my die gedagte dat die vis, dat die noise sal die vis verder uitdryf, of die vis sal vrek as gevolg van dit. En warm water wat uit die boot sal gepomp word, wat se goed kom uit daai boot uit, wat 'n groter effek op ons vis en ons oseaan kan hê. Dit gaan ons mense honger laat, want vis sal dieper die oseaan ingaan, of vrek. Nog 'n effektering, die olie, die SSF Portlet Saldanha, staal en tronics het reeds skade verrig. Nog 'n effektering, ons is reg langs die kus as dit oseaan. Daar's 'n myn draining selfs in Doringbaai. Ons as vissers het gewoonteregte hoe ons al die jare gevis het. Maar genoemd as hierdie karphausip boot kom, wat gaan dit wees? Die Black Business is so oorgehaald. Hulle sien nie die inisiatief om met die vissers op die grond te gekom praat, die wat weet hoe om die oseaan te benader en selfs hoe om die vis te vang. In die vroeë jare het ons vaders reeds die visbronne bewaar. Ek sê weer black business weet glad niks van seelewe nie. Hulle is politiek aangelê en by hulle gaan dit oor geld en nie die belange van ons mense. Ek wil so ver gaan om te sê dat government homself ken nie die seelewe nie. Ons het oor die jare wat ons met Coastal Links Massifundisi 'n pad lank gestap het ons soveel al vir government geleer, goed waarvan government nie kennis gedra het nie. My pleidooi aan die president is, ek wil aan die president sê, moenie eenhooi kyk nie. Kom na die vissergemeenskappe en kom kyk hoe ons 'n lewe maak. Politieke sit en wag vir phone-calls, maar ons vissers moet opstaan, see toe gaan en 'n lyn in die water gaan gooi, sodat die vis kan byt. Die local mense se stemme is hulle wat die mense daar plaas in die stoel. En wanneer die mense in die stoele sit, die politikus, kyk hulle een rigting en dink een keer terug aan ons vissers. Ek wil die vraag ook aan die president vra. Wat gaan gebeur as ons nie kan vis nie? Wie gaan ons kos op die tafel sit? Wie gaan ons kinders op die skool hou? Waar of hoe gaan ons vissers 'n inkomste genereer? Wie gaan ons munisipale rekenings betaal? Wie, meneer die president? Daar's 'n logo wat sê, no fish, no eat. A hungry man is an angry man. En om alles te kroon, is 'n gesegde wat sê, when you strike a woman, you strike a rock. Because as die vroue wat op die voorste platform staan as dit kom by baklei. Die visserman kan nie praat soos die visservrou nie. En ek dink alles wat ons al bereik het, is die vroue wat op die voortou was. Ek dink government gee vir ons op 'n stadium, gee vir ons 'n permit om te gaan vis, om 'n inkomste te genereer, maar stelselmatig vat hy hierdie reg weer weg. So my pleidooi is die president moet kyk na die local mens wat die see ken. I thank you.
Thank you, Kamalita from Saldanha Bay. A very big fishing community that is on the ground and active there for decades. And there's a big fishing company also in the area there that really try to how all the fishing communities in there. But I will give to our translator to quickly come and translate, summarize just what she has said.
Can you come fix this? Will it out? Oh, I'll just hold it like this. Sorry, dis groot ore. It's very serious in here. What happened? Why are things so serious? Huh? You're listening? Okay, so now what Neville did is, good morning, everyone. My name is Gus Pickard, and I'm a board member for the Green Connection. And now Neville came to me and he said, listen, but you now need to translate what was said in Afrikaans. Now, what he knows is that I come from a very, very Afrikaans town, just next to Saldanha Bay, van Piketberg af. So Piketberg is as Afrikaans as can be. And he came to me and he said, nou moet jy maar vertaal, Abbas. So I'm going to summarize what Kamalita said. She said the fights just doesn't stop. They thought that they were getting somewhere, and then a new fight is now starting, especially with the latest approval of the car powership deal. Their concern is, and they're very angry about this, is the fact that Saldanha has now been turned, a small fishing town has now been turned into an industrial town. Obviously, they're very, very disappointed in the approval of the car powership deal because the locals were not consulted. It seems that the only people who were consulted were black business, and black business is not necessarily representing everyone in Saldanha and surrounds. And it seems that, again, black business and whoever makes these decisions are only concerned about their own pockets. According to Kamalita, the effect of this whole car powership deal will be huge on small-scale fishing. And it seems that there are certain people and certain groupings who are now trying to divide the community, in that they've now renamed the harbor. They've given it a big bay and a small bay name, and to them they only know one thing, and they know Pepper Bay Harbor. She spoke about the story about the whale that was disturbed by the noise caused by this huge ship, and the question remains, if that noise or that level of noise disturbs a huge fish like that, what will it do to the small ones? And that is something that's a huge concern to them. Small scale fishers, according to Kamalita, used to fish in a specific way. The question now remains as to how will this car powership deal change all of this? Will they have to adapt or die in Saldanha eventually? She also said government has no idea as to how the ocean works, and they've informed government officials over many years about the workings of the ocean, and it seems up till now government hasn't learned anything. And she asked that the president come to them, speak with us, not about us. That is the message. And then also, what will happen? A very direct question to the president, Kamalita, if I'm not mistaken. What will happen if we cannot fish anymore? Who will pay our school children's bills or school fees? Who will buy our food? And who will pay the municipal bills? And she said, a hungry man is an angry man. Yeah, I think there's a word now for it. It's angry. And then she closed off by saying, when you strike a woman, you strike a rock. And it is so because women are in the forefront of all of these processes. And I thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gaston, for translating for us. Now we will hear from a lady next to Saldanha Bay. Is a very important lagoon that is also going into the ocean, and this woman comes from this area, and she's also part of the fisher community there and in the forefront of the fishing. Over to you, Mr. Solin. Thank you.
Goeiemôre almal, al die luisteraars, goeiemôre. Ek wil sê, moet nooit my 'n platform gee nie, want ek hou nie op met praat nie. So emosioneel ek is. Vandag wat dit vir my beteken om hier te staan, is dat ons is in die vooraand van Erfenisdag. En Erfenisdag beteken vir my baie. Wat is erfenis? Is wat ons besit, wat ons gehad het, wat van ons afgevat is. En dit maak ons eintlik baie kwaad. Ek woon in Langebaan. Ek het in my leeftyd lank net een werk gehad. En dit is ek het by die lugmag gewerk. Toe ek op by die lugmag werk, my man was al die jare visserman, gebore visserman, nie gemaakte visserman. Want vandag kry ons twee verskillende vissers. Ons kry gebore vissers, tradisionele vissers, en ons kry vissers wie vissers gemaak geword het. En toe ek ophou na 30 jaar, omdat my man 'n visserman is, moet ek hom ondersteun. Ek moet hom ten alle tye ondersteun, want ek was die een wat moes opstaan voor hy see toe gaan. Ek moet sy kos regmaak, ek moet in die aande dieselfde doen. Sterf aan sy familielede. Sorry mense, is 'n bietjie emosioneel. Maar nie net 1 of 2 nie, 4 op 1 aand. Ons het die Sondag heeldag gesoek. Het die lekker, ons het die lekker gekry. Maar wat in my familie gesterf het, was hulle wil nie voortgaan met visie. Hulle wil nog steeds niks met vis te doen, niks met die see te doen. My man het my verlede jaar ontval op die 1 Januarie. En ek het vir myself gesê, die man gaan nie nou meer visvang, dit is al wat ek kan doen. Wat gaan ek doen om 'n verskil te kan maak? En my besluit was, ek wil deel word van die vissers. Dis 21 jaar gelede het ek begin my beywer vir die vissers. Vandag is ek 'n aktivis vir vroueregte, vir die vissers wat vir die hele 20 jaar nou al verdruk is. Dis die agtergrond dat ek toe Langebaan daar bestaan het, was daar net ons. Al die besluitnemers, al die mense wat ingekom het na ons gekom. Ons bly binne 'n NPA en daar moet reëls kom. Toe reëls en regulasies daar kom, te begin ons mense te strakke. Maar vir jare het ons mense self na die bronne gekyk. Hulle het self hulle eie reëls gemaak. Hulle het self besluit, Vrydag aan stop ons, Saterdag en Sondag aand gaan ons see toe. Die vissers het geglo, jy moet op 'n Sondag aan see toe gaan, om vis te kan kry, dan vang jy die hele week vis. My man was 'n expertise, ek kan met lof van hom praat, hy het baie vissers opgelei, hy het baie vissers gesê, vanaand kan jy nie see toe gaan nie, want dit is 'n regte see aand. Sy inheemse kennis het uitgedra van visser tot visser. Ons vissers het die afgelope tyd uitgesterf, sonder vergoeding mense. Daar was niks van government wat ons mense vergoed het omdat hulle gesterf het. COVID het gekom, wie van ons het geweet daar gaan 'n pandemie kom? Niemand nie. Soos niemand weet wat in die natuur gaan gebeur nie. Maar ons lagoon is die pragtigste lagoon in die hele wêreld, dink ek, weet ek. Wêreldsport word daar gedoen met die toerisme en al die goed. Ons respekteer almal wat in Langebaan woon, ons het respek vir hulle, maar ek het geen respek meer vir die government nie. Want government het agterna gekom, mense, ek wil net kortliks vertel, as baie researchers, vandag wat kom research, hoeveel vis is daar nie? Baie van die researchers het na Langebaan teruggekom. Professor Milsnowman het kompies gebring na die researchers toe om ons kennis te kom optel. Om te kom luister, wat weet ons, wat het gebeur in Langebaan, hoekom is dit nou so? Want toe die rechtsgeleerders en al die mense in Langebaan begin kom, toe word ons net reëls, toe word daar nie net goed op ons neergeplak nie. Toe word ons mense nog geëvikt van hulle eie huise af, sonder vergoeding. Maar ek het gesê vir myself, Solien, jy moet vir jou beywer om hierdie vissers te help, om met toe te gaan, ek het begin van my huis af gaan workshops. Ek het Joburg toe gegaan met 'n trein, ek het op buiteland toe gaan, ek het oral gegaan om te kyk Hoe lewe die ander plekse vissers? Wat kan ons doen om 'n verskil te maak? Mense, nie lank, ons sit nog steeds in dieselfde greef van ons het nog nie klaar beklei nie, soos my kollega gesê het, ons het nog nie klaar beklei nie. Ek wil vandag vir government sê, hulle is mos die owners, hulle is mos die mense wat die resources vir hulle self in wat die besluit te neem oor ons resources. Ek wil vandag vir hulle sê, ons play it dooi en hulle was die hele tyd kry, vat ons inheemse kennis, neem dit in konneksie. Vat vir ons mense, sit ons saam met julle met co-management, sodat ons saam kan besluit. Co-management, nee. Hulle wil nie eens na ons luister nie. Nou, ek wil vandag die geleentheid gebruik maak om vir die government te sê, hoekom word ons resources elke jaar gesny? Omdat dit nie reg gemanage word nie. Ons moet saam met hulle deel wees dat ons kan sê, wat 'n verskil kan ons inheemse kennis maak? Ons kan 'n verskil maak om vir hulle te sê, dit moet julle doen. Big business, al die mense kry groot quotas. Daar in Langebaan was 'n klompie wit groepie mense wat 'n quota gehad het, wat besluit het, wat moes besluit het, wie moet benefit daaruit? Nie jou gemeenskap nie. Niemand, net hulle vriende of whatever die case ook must be. Ek is amper klaar, ek wil van my goed, wil ek in Engels sê, omdat die Engelse weergawe vir my lekker kan weerspreek. Vandag vang hier reisende vissers meer vis as wat ons het. Ons het gepraat oor die visse wat hulle broei op ons waters. Ons het gesê, wat gaan dit vir ons? Het waar nie gebou word, ons gesê, in sale gesit vir gesê, daar was geen gehoor aan ons gegee nie. Toe kom hier Rosie en Langebaan, hulle kan kyk die strand, is vol klippe gegooi, is meer soos die strand wat dit weet sê. Hoekom is die oseane vir my belangrik? Ek, die tyd wanneer ek deur emosies gaan, en ek stap langs die water, dan is dit asof ek kalmte in my pinnes te kom. As asof die see met my praat, as ek daarna gaan, is ek kalm. As mense se bene in gemeenskappe seer is, gaan al die mense seewater om hul bene mee te was, want dit help. So die seewater het hoeveel lewens gevat, maar ons moet ook onthou, die seewater laat lewe ook hoeveel mense. Mense waar, omdat onze NPS is so baie reëls, ek kan dit nie hanteer nie. Ek het government hof toegeneem, ons het die saak gewen, wat sê, as 'n sekere of 3 wit mense kon in 'n sekere zone werk, en nie ons mense, wat daar gebore is, wat langs die see gewoon het, wat victims daarvan, hulle kan nie in sy zone werk nie. Toe het LRC ons gehelp om hof toe te gaan, en ons het die saak gewen. Maar tot vandag toe, sê nog steeds vir ons mag nie daar werk nie. Hulle kom nog steeds met hulle eie reëls. Ek kan dit nie meer vat nie, ek sou miskien nie meer daar wees nie. Maar ek sê vir my kleinkinders, gaan voort waar julle ouma opgehou het. Gaan voort en beklei vir wat julle wil hê. Mense, ek wil vir julle sê, dieselfde wat Kamalita gesê het. Die K-Power subs, ek sê vandag, die is tyd vir ons vissers geword, om saam te staan en te sê, die oseaan behoort aan ons. Die vis wat binne is behoort aan ons. Ons moet vat dat ons in is. Want net die waarskuwing wat ek vir die departement sê, K-Power subs gaan nie in ons hawe kom nie, en moet ons hulle laat ontplof, sal ons te doen. If you strike a woman, you strike a rock. We will never give up. Never. Ons vissers het so geleef, so ondela. We want our oceans back, and we want it back now.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vir die van u wat Afrikaans verstaan, daai antie is kwaad. Daai antie is baie kwaad. So I'm just summarizing what Celine said. She comes from just next door from where a colleague is, Langebaan. She's an activist for women's rights, and she's been doing that for many years now. As you could all see, she was very, very emotional. This thing, it is very, very close to her heart. She spoke about the fact that Heritage is around the corner. It's on the 24th, coming Friday. The question remains as to what do we have as a coastal community? What do we have to show? Because what we had has been stolen from us. She spoke about her husband being a fisherman his whole life, and he was one of those who were born a fisherman, not one who was made along the way. She also spoke and got very emotional about the 4 family members that her husband lost. They died on the very same night, and she spoke about the fact that as a community, they've always, and for many years, they've looked after the resources in the ocean until government came with lots and lots of pieces of legislation, which then caused them to start suffering. And in her mind, they've always knew how to manage the ocean and its resources. So at this stage, and because of all the emotion and because of everything that has happened, she has no respect for government. She actually wants to plead with them, please stop cutting our quotas. According to her, the recreational fishers these days, they fish more than the small-scale fishers who do so to make a living, actually. And then the ocean, according to Celine, the ocean from time to time, it takes lots of lives, but it also provides for lots and lots of people. She spoke about the fact that they won a court case with the assistance of the LSC some time ago. They won the case against government, and up till now, nothing has changed, despite the fact that they won that case. And like she said so emotionally, the ocean belongs to us. We will never give up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the translations. Yeah, we want to take note that there are a lot of people that is tuned in right around the country, right around the world, to hear what communities have to say today. And we need to remember that there is a lot of injustice has happened. A lot of people were staying right next to the oceans, and we had to make space for other people to come and stay there next to the oceans while we were living there for decades and fishing there from the oceans, and we just had to be removed and needed to go put in location right on top of each other, where we used to have a lot of space. Now we only have a little space, and we didn't even have boats to go out to the ocean anymore because a particular race needed to take the space there. But that is the narrative of the ocean space, and we still are connected to that. And there's, as Soline has alluded to, there's remedies that we take from the ocean. There's connection, there's heritage connections, there's herbs that we get from the ocean side. So that connection is still there, but the evictions has happened. And with that, the oil and gas, you need to see what the impact over the years, the oil and gas industry and that partnership with government has done to communities, and the injustice, the journey of injustice that has happened over this years has happened. Now we will give over to, we will deal with all the inputs from the communities, and then we will go to our question and answer sessions. So we will deal with all the community inputs. Afterwards, we will deal with the questions. So please do keep your questions and for that session, and then you can send it to our chat box that is also available online. Now I'm going to invite Mr. Baron Fredericks from NISNA to come and give also his input for the day. Okay, no. Mr. Baron, after the video, I'll give you an opportunity. We will give a video, watch a video now that's called Ulwandle 2. Please come and tell us. Introduce the video to us.
Hi again, everyone. So I'm just going to give brief introductions of the video that was done by Amphitheater. So we actually collaborated with them so that they could produce a short video for us that they had actually produced before, but we asked for a short version that would be played for communities so that they could get information in terms of their concerns on offshore oil and gas and fishing rights, as well as other problems that they are facing in communities. So the focus on the movie is on marine governance, inclusion and exclusion that sit within the current system. So the people that actually made the movie, I'm not gonna give their roles, I'm just gonna state names. So the editors, writers, directors, and the illustrators, it is Neil Copen. I am sorry if I'm not pronouncing it okay. It's Neil Copen, Omi Mtombeni, Helen Valney, Dinam Shope, Terrin Pereira, Kira Evan, and Dylan McGarry. So those are all the people that contributed in the movie, which is going to be played shortly. You can also access it on YouTube, on our Green Connection social media platforms. It's going to be uploaded if you'd like to watch it on the later stage. Thank you.
All these words they keep using to try and confuse us. GDP, economy, project Pakisa, what? What are these words, eh? They speak all the time about valuing things, about giving the ocean value. But whose values are they talking about here? How can you try put a value on something that sustains life? Do you know what this word Pakisa means? It means hurry up, shesha. But what good, I ask you, ever comes from rushing? No. The sea is telling us the opposite. It's telling us to slow down.
When I read that this exploration was going ahead, I wondered what my old man, Kana Marimutu, would make of the Petroleum Association of South Africa, PASA's Environmental Impact Assessment Report. He'd call their bullshit out straight away. Seriously, my boy, how you can expect to drill, scrape, and explode more than 4,600 kilometers of our coastline, 60 kilometers from the shore, and expect it not to have any detrimental risks? Yeah, and you know what their defense will be. They'll say all this mining will enrich us all. The poorest of the poor will benefit. But tell me something. Since when you actually saw a poor person benefiting from all those hundreds of years of land-based mining, eh? Hey, who are they trying to bluff here? You know these O's. They think you and I was born yesterday.
We came together to show them that the communities that make up this coastline are not a single group or a voice. We all have special relationships with our mother, Unolwandle, different cultural beliefs and concerns. Our stories must be heard.
Back in the day, it was said there were more fish in the sea than there were grains of sand on the Durban beaches. And it frustrated my father to imagine the kind of abundance his parents once enjoyed. Some days it would get all too much and he'd throw down his rod and kick his chair across the beach. Hey, what's the bloody point of me sitting here waiting for my prodigal to bite when everything's been taken already? First it was the trawlers, now every day it's something new. The government selling our coastline for mining, throwing their waste and shit in the water, thinking us fisherfolk don't notice. But the sea remembers, my boy. It doesn't keep secrets, and in the end it throws everything back at us. And it's suffering now. So we can crack coconuts till our heart's content. We can light campfires and send out artists to the sea, but it doesn't make a difference. And it's not like the gods aren't listening. They're not the ones failing us. Yet the bloody people who are the problem. You know the beach we're sitting on, Niren? Huh? It's called the Bay of Plenty, right? Back in my father's day, that might have been the case, but now we should just write it off as the Bay of Empty.
In the final years of Gogo's life, she had begun to suffer from terrible nightmares. The apartheid government arrived and told our grandparents that they would need to be moved away so they could stabilize the sand dunes. And that when they were finished, we would be moved back to the land. But it was all a lie. There was nothing wrong with our sand dunes. Later, we learned that these companies had bribed the chiefs to keep the truth from us. They had known all along. By the time we had all realized what was happening, the mining trucks were already lined up along our beaches. And with them came the curse of Inkosazana. Traditional healers gathering muti in the forests and rock pools were told by these authorities that they now needed permits to abide by their ancestors' wishes. When they, of course, ignored these rules and continued as they always had in the past, many of them were arrested. Next came those fences, rising all over the place. Fences where they had never been before. How could you tell such a thing to my Gogo? Can you imagine? She refused to listen. She kept going to those rock pools at night when no one could see her. But on one of these evenings, she walked into a fence. A fence that cut her off from her pathways to the sea. Now, if Ugogo wanted to get to the shore, she was told she would now have to travel the mining roads like everyone else. How was she to find the time and money for this? One night, Ugogo, guided by her dreams, arrived at her beach, but was forced to shield her eyes against the brightness of those lights. Where before she had been greeted by the whispers of the ocean, now all she could hear and see were machines rattling into the night and swallowing up her bitches. Ugogo could no longer carry out her life's calling. Without her muti to heal them, the people in the village grew sick. And in the end, the voice which guided Ugogo went silent.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for watching a very powerful video. I just want to give a short story of just what happened to me in the community relating to the video a little bit. One day I came to one fisher town and I saw a big boat and it says 100 years celebration of this town. And I just thought, okay, wow, that's good. The town is very old. But when I just went down the street speaking to one fisher lady there, the lady was 79 years old. And she was saying, no, I was born here. My father, them stayed there at the shore, seashores. They're just in front. We were fishermen. I'm a fisherman's child. So I'm thinking, it doesn't make sense. This lady can't be this old, and then the town is this old. So there is a narrative that was there before. There's a people group that lived there before. So this town can't be 100 years old if the lady is 79 years old. So that is a very interesting story in how the injustice happened. Now we will go to our next speaker. Liz, I will just give Liz.
That's very flattering to say next speaker. But so we are wanting to, just by the way, if the program keeps changing, don't worry too much. It's being updated as we go along. And we are going to be breaking for tea. But before we do that, what has happened is that we have had at least 4 research pieces of work which have been ongoing. So as part of addressing and opposing the oil and gas, the important part is to empower communities, but we also need to do some research so that we can have some answers to input into our legal documents, and also to bring down so that we can start talking about some of these international challenges that we face. And so the next PowerPoint that you're going to see is kind of a PowerPoint with sound, is about the results of the research that we have carried out so far. So I'm just going to give you a little overview of what you're going to see. So what I just want to say, we had Gillian Hamilton, who is an economics researcher, and Gillian looked at what had been happening overseas with other countries, and saw what has happened when extractives like the oil and gas arrive. And they come with big promises of a lot of money and a lot of local economic development, but in actual fact, the locals don't get any development, and the economic impacts are such that the elite, if anything, gain, and people are left with empty promises. And then so that was the economics, and so far we have been able to present some of those findings to some government departments, and we've also obviously presented it to the NGOs through a webinar. And what we are trying to do with that is to start changing the narrative that somehow gas is a transition fuel, changing that narrative that when you invest and you attract oil investment to your country, that somehow this is a good thing. And so what we are sitting with now is this piece of research, and the next step for us is to potentially turn it into a movie and different media, and this will be things that our community champions will be able to also take that with them. Then we move to another aspect of research, which has been the social impacts. So what we know is, and we can speak about this, is that when you have a big extractive mine, I mean, I think that's what we need to think about in terms of the social impacts, is that whenever there's a big project, lots of people come from outside. Everyone's looking for jobs, and then there's nowhere to stay. And there's also no jobs, because often these projects are like high tech. And so what we end up is now huge shanty towns come. Often the people that arrive are mostly male workers. So the impact on women, local women, it becomes problematic. And we then end up with major social ills. The other aspect is that we have also looked at is what should we do with our energy futures? So the critical factor is we are moving from fossils to renewables. What should that look like? Our white paper comes from 1998. I think we have to ask someone like Lisa, like how old is she? And therefore we will know how old that paper is. And life has changed. So we should not be relying on something from 1998 in 2021. And we have two young researchers who have been exploring what are the answers that we should be putting forward on the table. And when we ask the government to redo and update our energy policy. So I've been instructed that we are going to change the program a little bit, and we're actually just going to have a tea break because there seems to be slight difficulties with the research PowerPoint. So when we come back after tea, but I've forgotten the fourth one. I knew there was four. Sorry, the fourth focus for research is climate change. There's also in our government has been this idea that gas is somehow a game changer and gas is a transition fuel. And we've heard very strongly why the car power ships are a bad idea. But there are other reasons why car power and other gas is a bad idea. And some of that relates to the climate change emissions. So the fact that there are what is called fugitive emissions associated with gas is the international verdict, as it is that this is not a game changer. It's not a transition fuel. It's as bad as coal. And I think some of you might have seen there was I think it was called an Eye of Fire in the Mexican Bay, where it was a gas pipe that leaked. It was underwater and then caught fire. And on the ocean, you had fire. Now imagine what that does to the marine life. And this is what the west coast town of Saldanha and Langebaan are potentially faced with. So, and St. Helena Bay, where they want to run a pipeline along the bottom of the ocean. So these are the things that we are opposing. And the people who should be deciding on development are people at the local area. So I've covered all of the reports, and we're now going to take a tea break, and we shall return, I think, in about 20 minutes. So for those of you at home or in your home offices or in our satellite venues around the country, maybe it's time to have a coffee and comfort break, and we will be back short. Don't log out, just let it all run, and we will be back shortly.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. My name is Jan Arkett, and I'm going to be talking to you today about why the use of gas is not compatible with our goals in the climate crisis. Methane, or CH4, as it's known by its chemical formula, is a fossil fuel that, when burnt, also emits carbon dioxide. The IPCC has estimated that over a 20-year time frame, methane will trap approximately 86 times more heat than will carbon dioxide, and over a 100-year period has a carbon equivalence of around about 28. Flaring, venting, and fugitive emissions are accidental and purposeful emissions of gas into the atmosphere that is emitted at various oil and gas installations across the planet. Having looked into the subject of gas, let's have a look at what the research tells us. First of all, fugitive emissions vary between 0.5 and 12% around the world at various installations, with an average of 4.1% of production. There's been a significant and very sharp increase of around about 30% in methane emissions over the past 12 years, due partly to super emitters such as that located over Mpumalanga in South Africa. More recently, the CSIR in South Africa concluded that methane leaks of amounted to approximately 3.2% would offset the benefits of using gas over coal. Let us have a look at this concept of the global carbon budget. A carbon budget is the cumulative amount of carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases permitted over a period of time to keep within a certain temperature threshold, and the world has agreed that 1.5 degrees is the temperature threshold that we should attempt to attain. In 2018, the IPCC suggested that for a 66% chance of limiting the warming to 1.5 degrees C, we have a carbon budget, in other words, an amount of carbon that can still be emitted into the atmosphere of 420 gigatons. Currently, in the year 2021, it's estimated that this carbon budget has been reduced to approximately 300 gigatons. That implies that we have in the order of 8 to 20 years remaining before our carbon budget has been expended. That is to minimize our temperature increases to a maximum of 1.5 degrees C. I've presented you with a host of different numbers, but to make some sense out of this, let's place it into context and see how South Africa has performed on the world stage. In 2018, South Africa emitted 478 megatons of carbon dioxide equivalent. These emissions were approximately 1.3% of total global emissions, or a different way of looking at it is that South Africa used up 4.6% of the global carbon budget at that time. When we consider that our population numbers account for 0.7% of the world population, it becomes immediately obvious that South Africa has used more than our fair share of the global carbon budget and have not pulled our weight when it comes to dealing with the global climate crisis. This is even more apparent when we consider, as I do believe we must, the historical and current contributions by the economically privileged communities in South Africa. When one does that, you will notice that we are probably the world's worst polluters. So in conclusion, I just want to say that the continued utilization of gas as a transition fuel, as proposed by the oil and gas industry, as well as the Department of Mineral and Energy Affairs, it is incompatible with climate stability and the goal of rapid decarbonization that is required to achieve the Paris Accord aims of limiting our global climate warming to 1.5 degrees C. Thank you so much for your time.
Hi everyone, my name is Sakina Ali. I'm a young energy researcher at the Green Connection. My research is focused on renewable energy in South Africa. I hold a BSc degree in human biology at the University of Stellenbosch, and I also obtained a postgraduate diploma in mechanical engineering at the University of Stellenbosch. From all the readings and research that I have done, this is the message that I would like to bring forward today. Gas is not the solution South Africa or any other country needs to solve the damage caused by coal. To sustainably and correctly achieve a just energy transition, we need to move away from carbon-intensive energy sources and focus on renewable energy and energy efficiency. Gas should not be a part of South Africa's long-term energy supply strategy. As a young youth living in South Africa and experiencing all the challenges, I just can't understand why gas is being considered to this extent. We have the resources for renewable energy. All we need is the political will to fully achieve a clean, just transition and a focus away from new coal or gas. There is this quote that I think sums up things very nicely, and it goes, "It's clear that by investing in oil and natural gas instead of coal, we are just replacing one emissions problems with another." South Africa needs to start thinking about the long term and not just what may help solve our challenges now. I say no to new oil and gas and believe our future lies in renewable energy and energy efficiency. If those making decisions truly cared about the planet and the people on it, they would not invest so much time and energy, research, money, and resources on energy sources that will only damage the planet and the people who occupy it. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ketapaone Mudise, and I'm a researcher for Green Connection. My research focus briefly is the need for a new white paper on energy policy in South Africa with clear objectives. Since the one that we have currently, we've been using it for the past 23 years. One of the things that we strongly believe in as the Green Connection is the need for a public participation in all the developments that happen in people's communities. That is why I had the privilege of working with the legacy program participants, and they personified the words of Vanessa Nakate that says, "Once upon a time, I conquered," said the climate catastrophe. "Once upon a time, we changed the story," climate activists replied. And this was a group of people that are of like mind, fighting for the planet, fighting for the future for everyone. Because Green Connection is about giving the voice to the people. I don't believe that there are the voiceless. People have a voice. It is just that they're not given the resources and the opportunity to voice their concerns regarding the developments that happen in their areas. So this legacy workshop has given the people a voice, which is something that I strongly believe in, that the people must be allowed to have a say in how they want the developments to operate in their areas. The main focus of most of the legacy workshop participants was that no offshore oil and gas exploration on our shores, because oil and gas are fossil fuels, and we have seen what the research has shown, that fossil fuels are not good for the environment and the well-being of the people. And the Section 24 of South Africa states that everyone has a right to an environment that is not harmful to their health and well-being. If we continue with fossil fuels, we are infringing on the rights of the citizens. I believe that renewable energy is our present and future. Renewable energy is something that is a form of energy that we should be focusing on and that we should be promoting at this point in time, not fossil fuels. Thank you for your time.
Hi, I'm Linda Arkett, and I'm a specialist researcher at the Green Connection. My research focuses on the social impacts of offshore oil and gas extraction. And some of the impacts are as follows. There's usually an influx of a large number of people coming searching for jobs, and this leads to huge pressure on social services, schools, hospitals, and service delivery. There's usually an increase in crime, and levels of prostitution and gender-based violence increases. There's increase in alcohol and drug abuse. Communities are divided, and there's an increase in conflict and xenophobia. Not to mention the pollution that occurs, which can pollute the water and lead to food insecurity. Researchers, we share the information that we have with communities as a way of empowering them. This slide was of our visit to Mossel Bay before the Legacy program actually began, where we were engaging with had a chance to engage with the community. We did return to Mossel Bay when the Legacy team was up and running to support and engage with them at a later date. Recently, we were asked to visit the Legacy team in near Bethesda, where we engaged and shared our research with the community members. And it was really special to encourage their input and their sharing of their knowledge as well. It was a great experience. These are just two of the examples where we have shared our research with communities. We also do webinars about our research, and we write reports, and this is as a means of disseminating our research out there. Thank you so much for listening.
Hello everyone, and thank you for joining us. My role has been to put together research on the economic impacts of the oil and gas industry for South Africa. I spent a lot of time looking at research from all over the world, and what I found is that there is little evidence that the exploitation of oil and gas resources leads to improvements in the lives of those living and working in oil and gas-rich areas. In fact, it normally leads to worse living conditions for the vast majority of citizens who live and work near extractive industries. It is for this reason that we believe to be silent about our findings would be treasonous to current and future generations. Essentially, the research found that the extraction of fossil fuels such as oil and gas resulted in the resource curse in the vast majority of countries all over the world. The lessons learned from other African countries note that in 12 sub-Saharan African countries who had found oil and gas deposits during the period 2001 to June 2020, found that all 12 countries fell short of forecasted expectations. Essentially, they fell victim to the pre-source curse. Economic research found that an increase in crude oil, petroleum and gas production would result in a long-term slight negative impact on South Africa's GDP. That means our economy won't grow and it definitely won't create more jobs. There are a number of other economic pitfalls that could befall South Africa, and these factors should be considered before we invest in more resource extraction. This is because these factors have become increasingly important when analyzing or insuring products and are seen by the world's central banks as one of the biggest threats to global financial stability. For example, there is already too much oil and gas, and at the same time people are needing less oil and gas. Then, if we invest in the oil and gas industry, we'll be wasting our money as South Africans because we have signed on to the Paris Agreement, and this agreement means we have to use fewer fossil fuels, and so we will have to stop using these, which means the infrastructure will be useless. Then, by using more oil and gas in South Africa, it makes our products less competitive, so we won't be able to export much. It is also important to include the costs of decommissioning of offshore oil and gas infrastructure before investments are made, because these costs will be borne by the state and ultimately by South African taxpayers. For example, the total cost of decommissioning offshore oil and gas production in the UK is estimated at $66 billion. Finally, in terms of job creation to date, Operation Phakisa has been a failure. In 2020, it was reported that 40.8 billion rands worth of investment had been made in the oceans economy, which had created 7,385 direct jobs. Of these jobs, the majority of jobs are being created under the aquaculture and tourism work streams. And so there's no clear indication of jobs created under the offshore oil and gas sector in South Africa to date. But in 2020, Minister Mantashe was talking about the gas fund and was quoted as saying, "This drilling campaign has employed 195 South African professionals with a variety of specialized skills." Every rand spent by the oil and gas industry may generate 1 to 5 rands in additional economic activity and creates between 0 and 3.67 jobs. But for every rand spent, both in agriculture, fishing, and recreation, it creates far more jobs than the oil and gas industry does. This is because the oil and gas industry has a history of exaggerating the number of jobs it creates. Automation is reducing the number of people required in the industry, and most oil and gas jobs fall into the skilled or semi-skilled categories, and so the industry requires workers who are trained, usually from other countries, to take up these positions. Our recommendation is that the commodification of the ocean around South Africa as a site for yet more capital accumulation should be rejected in favor of a view of the commons that provides immeasurable social, cultural, and climate benefits to us all. This commons must be protected by a broad coalition of citizens and organizations against the oil and gas industry. And one way we would consider suggesting is using Elinor Ostrom's design principles to manage the commons for current and future generations, while also thinking of the ocean and the living beings within the ocean as sentient beings.
Okay, now we will continue with our community inputs. Going further, we are about to go to Knysna, an area where the small-scale fishers and also indigenous groups are busy working on the ocean there, and they are interacting there with the government, and they're going to just tell us more about their challenges and some of the activities there. I'll invite Baron Fredericks to come and talk to us.
Do I have an interpreter here? Can she come forward, please? She, okay. Oh, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings. Gankwas. I hope you are all well. I represent today the small-scale fishing Bihai community, Knysna, and as well as the executive members of the Garden Route Koi movement and Koi House. Ladies and gentlemen, die vissers het 'n kulturele en selfonderhoudende visbestaanslewe gevoer vir etlike duisende jare in die Knysna omgewing. Hulle het 'n substantiëre vislewe gevoer. Hulle weet hoe om te harvest en fishing breeding spots te kweek. God Almighty guide us to be a sustainable people who were living a healthy, happy, relaxed and spiritual life. The fishing industry flourished very well in Knysna. The Bihai community maak ook verder 'n bestaan om aas soos mossels, oesters, perlemoen van die rotse en in lagoon af te haal of uit te haal en te verkoop of te gebruik vir hulle selflewe. Die eerste inwoners van Knysna, die Khoi of die Kun mense, het 'n spin-off ekonomiese bestaan gemaak met verkoop van skilpvis en vis. Die meeste mense het honderde jare rondom Soutrivier, Gauna rivier gewoon. Hulle het ook vars watervis gevang en so 'n lewensbestaan gemaak. Die Khoi het 'n eenvoudige lewe geleef as hunters en gatherers. Hulle was grotendeels ook vee, bees en skaapboere in gebiede soos Nutsi, Soutrivier, Gaugama en Woodburn, wat vandag dormant lê. En Knysna se inwoners only word eerder toegelaat om op mekaar te plak as om in hulle ancestral land terug te keer, soos Nutsi, wat huidiglik bedreig word deur die koloniale om die indigenous people se grond terug te eien sonder vergoeding. Die vissers was bestendigde vissers, het vir hulle lewe vis gevang, terwyl toeriste en foreigners hengelkompetisies gehou het as 'n sosiale aktiwiteit. Baie van die vissers het later begin belangstel in die boatbuilding industry. Hulle is vandag professionele wêreldklas bootbouers in Knysna. Die seelewe het later begin krimp toe daar totale disturbance op die water deur kragbote gekom het. Die regering van die dag het ook later wette uitgevaardig wat van die vissers kriminele gemaak het, terwyl hulle maar net 'n lewe uit die see wou maak. Kinders so oud so 16 jaar se visgereedskap word gekonfiskeer, hulle bote raak weg van die lagoon af en daar is geen hand te kry oor hulle eiendom nie. Hulle word self so ver, hulle regte word so ver gevioleer dat hulle ook voor die hof gedaag word omdat hulle nie 'n vislisensie gehad het nie. Bigai community, only Knysna, vra dat SANParks met immediate effect 'n learnership sal uitrol wat die gemeenskap se jong mense sal bemagtig en ook vol op hoogte hou van al die wette wat gemaak word wat hulle lewensomstandighede drasties raak. Die ikoniese seehorse is 'n totaal distracted and the oyster cultivation is totally dead. We as the community of Knysna asked the minister, Mr. Creasy, as well as the president, to take notice of the urgent apply from the Bigai community only Knysna to see that the oyster farm be reinstated back into the community because it will give so much work to the unemployed and the unskilled and the semi-skilled people, as we heard in the previous video in the research of that lady. Die wette wat toegemaak is, het die mense heeltemal ontneem om 'n natuurlike bestaan te voer en van hom 'n oortreder later gemaak. Olie en gas boorgate in die oseaan kan beteken dat die kulturele bestaan van vissers tot niet kan gaan. Indien iets sou verkeerd gaan met boerdery in oseaan, soos in ander lande soos Mexico, waar die gaspyplyn geonderbreek was en dat daar olie op die water, op die bodem van die see gedobber het en later vuur veroorsaak het. En u kan weet wat die afnemende gevolge kan wees van water op die see. Die klein vissers se eiertjies gaan dood en dit effek heeltemal ons bestaan langs die lagoon en langs die oseaan en die beach van Knysna. Die nadele van kragpower ships wat krag wil opwek op 3 plekke langs die oseaan, soos in Richards Bay, Ngura en Saldanha Bay, beteken dat ons seelewe heeltemal uitgewis kan geraak en dat daar vir 10 tot 30 jaar 'n herstelling nodig sal wees sodat die mense weer vis kan vang soos wat hulle dit in hulle kulturele lewe doen. Ons vra as die Bigai community dat die oesterfarm weer gereinstateer word as 'n komponent vir die unemployment en die voortbestaan van die visserslewe. Fish markets need to be strategically reinstated for a sustainable income for the community, learnerships and youth unemployment for fishers to get a free license. You have to apply or to attend the training workshop what we are asked for SANParks to reinstate for our people. Boat ships for small boat fishers need to be built for Bihai community so that they can have some more access to the sea and get some more fish to make a living. According to the UNDRIP resolution of 26, it says so clear and sound that indigenous people have the right to lands, territories, and resources which they have originally owned, occupied, or otherwise used or acquired. Daarom vra ons vandag dat u asseblief terug sal gaan op die pad tot by 1994, toe die gemeenskap verder na die wit regering gemarginaliseer was om die gebiede te betree waar hulle vis gevang het. En die volgende aanbeveling is ook, ons vra dat SANParks ook sal toesien dat die areas waar daar geen vis is, dat daai gedeelte afgesonder sal word en dat daar weer vis gekweek kan word, sowel as toegemaak sal raak vir die kwekery en dat die gedeelte waar daar vis is oopgestel word vir die visser om weer sy quota vis te kan vang. Ons vra ook die volgende, dat die pad wat in Nysna of in Nootsie gesny wil word deur die munisipaliteit, dat hulle onmiddellik daardie aksie sal stop, want ons as gemeenskap kan verder daardeur belemmer word. Blykbaar is dit 'n plan om die gemeenskap buite rekening te laat met die public participation prosesse. Nog nooit of baie min was public participation prosesses gevolg om die gemeenskap in te lig van besluite. En daarom vra ons dat u onmiddellik sal stop met enige EIA prosesse om ons gemeenskap se regte verder te violate. Ek sê vir u baie dankie dat u geluister het en mag hierdie woorde hoë belange van die besluitnemers aan ons land raak. Ga se goeie, tot ziens. Tot ziens.
Okay, so I will summarize what Baron Frederick said. So Baron, when you're in Cape Town, you're not Baron anymore, you're Baron. So what Baron said was that the fishers in Nysna, coming from, especially from Only, I think I need to take this off. They've always looked after themselves in Nysna. They've sustained themselves. They've always had a flourishing fishing life in Nysna. He spoke about the fact that the first inhabitants, the Khoi, sustained themselves selling fish in and around Nysna, which unfortunately now is no longer the case. The people of Honley in Nysna are not allowed to take back or to go back to the land of their forefathers, and it's a wish that they all have. Fishers these days, because of what's happening with the ocean, have been forced to become boat builders, and they've become good at that in Nysna. A very unfortunate thing is that certain laws have now turned law-abiding fishers into criminals, involving the youth of Nysna as well. The fishing community of Honley asked for a learnership for the youth to capacitate them in order to improve their lives. And according to Mr. Fredericks, the oyster cultivation in Nysna is dead. And therefore, a plea to the minister Minister Creasy to look into reinstating oyster farming in Knysna, especially for those people who are dependent on the sea. Mr. Fredericks is of the opinion that the cultural existence in Knysna are under threat due to so many things happening in the ocean, so many decisions that are taken without decision makers consulting the community of Knysna, who are directly affected by all these decisions being made. The negative effects of the cow partnership will have devastating consequences for the people of Knysna, especially those dependent on the sea to make a living. There's a recommendation directed at sandparks. Please allow for the cultivation of fish in certain areas again, and then a plea to the local municipality. Please stop violating the rights of the community of Knysna. Please consult us. Thank you.
Thank you for the translations. Now we will hear from Mr. Andy, coming from the Northern Cape, where there is diamond mining and there's a legacy of mining that has just trashed the entire landscape there, and there is still a French company that is licking its lips to go and continue with oil and gas there once again. So he will just come and talk to us about their experience and their what they experience on the ground. We were in a few meetings a few days ago with some consultation company who wants to the 3D, 4D seismic scoping in the ocean. So Andy will come and talk to that a little bit. Mr. Andy.
Baie dankie. Ek wil nie baie van die tyd mors nie, so ek vra asseblief dat u my sal vir 'n paar oomblikke verdra. Ek begin deur te sê, Kynkwas, goeiemôre. My naam is Andy Pienaar van Kommegas in die noordwestelike gedeelte van die Noord-Kaap provinsie. En ek is 'n afstammeling van die Nama volk wat al reeds vir baie honderde jare aan daardie gedeelte van die Suider-Afrikaanse kuslyn woonagtig is en ook bedrywig is, en wie dit graag sou wou hê dat ons nasate vir nog baie generasies hierna onverhinderd hier sal bly. Want dit is aan hierdie generasies dat die erfenis beloof is, en op ons, die hoeders, rus die onus om, behalwe waar om dit te kan bewerk, dit ook te bewaar en te beskerm. Nou, ek staan vandag voor u in alle eerbied en nederigheid en respek, en ook met 'n swaarigheid rondom my hart wanneer ek moet praat oor hierdie vele aanslae op die behoud van nie net ons nie, maar ook die behoud van vele inheemse volkere die hele wêreld oor. Nou, voor ek te aanmatigend raak en op my eie houtjie wil aangaan, wil ek eers net dankie sê. Ek wil sê dankie aan ons hemelse Vader wat ons voor hierdie uitdaging gebring het en ook vir ons sal help om hierdie aanslae te kan teenstaan. Ek wil ook dankie sê aan Green Connection en haar bekkers vir hierdie geleentheid wat ons namevolk van die noordwestelike Suid-Afrika kan kry om gehoor te word. Ek staan vandag voor u omdat ek is, omdat dieselfde oseaan was en moontlik nog vir baie generasies met en vir ons sal wees. Ek spruit uit die daar wees van die oseaan. En dis dieselfde magtige oseaan wat my en miljoene ander gemaak het. Wat ons vandag is en ons erken ons plig daarteenoor. En ons veg vir daardie verwantskap. Ek onthou nog in my kleintyd toe ek bietjie klein was, hoe dat my oorlede vader vroeg soggens op sou staan en see toe gaan om 'n paar nette kreef te gaan vang voordat hy weer 8 uur moet terugkom om in die fabriek te werk, sy dagtaak te kon doen en hoe hy en sy bakkiemaat weer vanaand nadat hulle die dagskof gewerk het, weer uitgaan om daarna by die brekers te gaan werk om sy maandelikse vangste kon aanvul. En ek onthou ook hoe dit my oorlede ma daar dieselfde vangste en natuurlik die van ander by die fabriek sou inwag om dit te kon verwerk. Maar dit is weg. Hulle het gekom, geneem en vir ons net so laat staan. Ek onthou, ek kan net miskien 'n bietjie uitbrei. Toe ons begin het daar by Port Nolloth, toe het die mense gewoonweg eers hier aan die begin van die seebronne benut en toe kom hierdie groot maatskappye, wat is hulle, Owenstone, Hicksons en al daardie groot maatskappye, seehavens later. En hulle kom op groot skaal, kom hulle die bronne van ons oseaan uit, nee, nie ontgin nie, hulle kom wis dit uit, en nadat hulle klaar was, gaan hulle weg uit Port Nolloth en Honoklebaai, en daar is nou nog net die geraamte van 'n eens welvarende visbedryf wat oorgebly het. Dit is oorbodig om te noem dat ons mense lief is vir daardie skepping, wat ons lewe, wysheid en die geleentheid gegee het om in kameraadskap met mekaar en ook daarmee saam te kan lewe. Ons is lief vir daardie stukkie aarde en vir die see, vir haar skoonheid en vir haar autoriteit en vir haar geheimenisse en vir haar oorvloed en die manier waarop sy geleentheid gegee het vir ons om by haar aan te sluit, want ons is immers een met haar, as een skepping, een natuurlike heeltemal, en sy is nie 'n stuk gereedskap net om ons oorlewing te waarborg nie. Hierdie oseaan van ons, ten spyte van haar ongenaakbaarheid, is een van ons primêre onderhouers van lewe op aarde, en ons vind dit grensend aan die ondenkbare, dat mense in industrieë en in posisie van mag so onverskillig daarteenoor, nie net daarteenoor, maar ook teenoor ons as hulle medemens kan optree. En dit is dan daarom dat ons die planne van die Departement Minerale, Hulpbronne en Energie, ons veronderstelde verteenwoordigers, se geneigtheid om planne soos Operation Pakiso en die aansoek om vir olie en gas aan ons kus te boor te ondersteun. Ons beskou dit as 'n nog 'n aanval op die wesentlike bestaansreg van ons mense, wie nooit, maar nooit weer vrywillig sal plek maak vir kapitaliste om in te kom en te eksploiteer, te verwoes en dan onbeskaamd weg te gaan nie. Ons sien hierdie aksie as nadelig vir die volhoubaarheid van ons eie ekonomiese voortbestaan, want nie net sal dit die habitat van ons endemiese visspesies verwoes nie, maar dit sal ook die migrasieroutes van ander spesies wat so kritiek vir ons eie vissermanne is, blokkeer en veroorsaak dat hierdie bron van oorlewing 'n ander roete kies. Ek wil net sê, meneer, 1 minuut is bietjie min, want ek het iets vir die president ook te sê. Ons verwys ook na die impak wat hierdie bedryf en die onverskillige mynbou op ander aspekte van die oseane-ekonomie, soos die toerismebedryf waarop ons mense toenemend moet steun het, as hulle die unieke en kwesbare fauna en flora sonder 'n oogwenk vertrap en vernietig. Ons betreur die feit dat die applikant Tosako, filiaal van Total, wie 'n energiemonopolie in die Noord-Kaap het en skaamteloos weier om sosiaal te investeer in ons gemeenskap. In hierdie geval van hulle aansoek om vir olie en gas te prospekteer, blaatant dit uitdruk dat hulle nie enige voorsienigheid maak vir alternatiewe geleenthede nie en ander direkte ekonomiese investering in die streek nie. Wat beteken dat die industrie met sy direkte of indirekte koneksies in die regering geen duit opgee vir die welstand van ons mense nie. Inteendeel, hierdie aksie verteenwoordig 'n direkte bedreiging op ons kulturele erfenis, want ons sal sien dat die area onder bespreking nooit na behore gekarteer en die potensiaal daarvan onder ons mense uitgespel was nie. Sodat ons ook na die potensiaal wat onder ons sorg geplaas is, kan lewe nie. Ons betreur die feit dat niemand van die aansoeker, sowel as die regering, dit die moeite ag om ons in ons eie taal te wil kom aanspreek nie. Te veel minagting word gedurende die aansoekproses vir die inheemse mense van hierdie area gewys, dat ons nie kan anders as om die aansoek te verwerp en waar dit ook al kop uitsteek, teen te staan nie. So, meneer die president van hierdie land, draai asseblief om en kyk agter jou. Daar's 'n embleem wat sê, ke ekara ike. Draai ook om en luister met jou ore wat kan hoor. Hoor ons pleidooi en ons dilemma en neem ons dilemma ter harte. En moet ons nie as 'n nagedagtenis behandel nie. En wys 'n bietjie respek vir wie ons is. Meneer, ek wil graag as 'n fundamentele vertrekpunt verwys na die Verenigde Nasies se deklarasie oor die regte van inheemse volke wat in 2007 deur leiers van verskeie lande insluitende ons land onderteken was en dat die dringende behoefte wat daar wêreldwyd bestaan om die behoeftes van inheemse mense te respekteer en te promoveer, verwys na artikel 7.1 van daardie deklarasie en ook artikel 7.2, maar ook verwys ek na artikel 18 wat verwys na betekenisvolle deelname van aan enige besluitneming wat ons raak en nie net om die inheemse kennis wat ons besit te kom steel en te annexeer nie. Ons verwys ook na die Verenigde Nasies se spesiale verslaggewer wat in 2004 oor die permanente soewereiniteit van inheemse mense oor natuurlike hulpbronne uitspraak gegee het en ons wil graag dat die erkenning daarin sal gee in die uitvoering van nasionale projekte. Meneer die president, ons weet uit die aard van ons interaksie met die natuur en uit die aard van vele verslae wat aan u voorgehou word, dat die ontginning en die verbranding van fossiel energie nadelige gevolge vir die gesondheid van ons klimaat het. En ons wil dat u ook by die ooreenkoms van lande in Parys in 2004 geteken sal hou en nie toelaat dat die soektog na en die ontginning van olie en gas aan ons kuslyn sal voortgaan nie. Dat is amper klaar. Meneer die president, ons ondersteun ook nie die oprigting van kernkragsentrale in die omgewing nie, nog minder is ons tevrede met die berging van radioaktiewe afval in hierdie gebied, geliefde land van ons. So stuur asseblief die regering weg van hierdie skadelike oefeninge en lei hulle op 'n pad na bekostigbare en hernubare energie waarvan hierdie gedeelte van ons land ryklik geseën is met natuurlike hulpbronne daarvan. Meneer die president, stuur asseblief u besluitnemers na hierdie gedeelte van ons land dat hulle van ons bestaan kan leer, ons leefwyse kan begryp en saam met ons werk om aan u Suid-Afrika waar al ons mense een is en elkeen sy of op haar eie besonderse wyse kan bydra om hierdie land 'n toonbeeld van wederwysige verdraagsaamheid te kan maak in ag en eerbied toe tamme kamsge.
Baie dankie meneer van die Noord-Kaap. Hy man het baie om te sê, loop oor na die president se kant. He's got a lot to say to the president's side, so we must give him ample time to just express himself. Now we will go to the area inland that is also threatened not necessarily by oil and gas, but by shale gas in the Karoo. So we will hear from the community that is in the area of the Karoo, how they have been interacting and what they have been doing there in the Karoo. Now I invite Danny Davidson to come and talk to us. No, yeah. Hier is Danny Davidson.
Goeiemiddag allemaal. Ek is nou Danny Davidson van die Oos-Kaap. Van die klein dorpie met die naam van New Bethesda. Die wat nie weet waar het is nie, is 60 na 60 kilometers buite Graafrenet. Anti-fracking aan die Karoo. Eerste punt waar ek mee wil opkom is politicians lobby met werkskepping vir fracking. 2, die impak op werkskepping is tydelik. Daar is geen decent jobs vir ons mense, local mense nie. En dit is ook nie permanent, met permanente werk nie. 3, nadele van fracking is baie groot. Ons is ook bekommer oor ons water, want soos almal weet, is die Karoo se watersyfer maar bitter laag. Plante groei byvoorbeeld is ook 'n nadeel vir ons. As ons toelaat vir fracking daar. Plante wat byvoorbeeld vir ons gesond maak, wat griep genees. Ons as die Oos-Kaap is ook geken in ons lamb chops, soos ons dit almal weet. Ons boerewors en so aan. Okay. As daar fracking moet plaasvind, word al hierdie dinge vir ons tog te vergeefs. Ons as veeboere, die skaap en bok wat ons eet, moet of gaan van hy besoedelde water drink. En op die einde van die dag word dit 'n gesondheidsrisiko. In ons dorpie, New Bethesda, kry ons water uit 'n fonteintjie, wat nou al loop meer as 100 jaar. Maar hierdie fonteintjie loop nou baie stadig, soos die jare aangaan. En dit is die oorsaak van die climate change. Die sentrale Karoo Beaufort Wes. Die plaaswerkers sit nou huidiglik sonder werk. Plaaseienaars verkoop nou hulle plase aan groot companies en ook die gemeenskappe dra geen kennis van die huidige fracking activity wat plaasvind in Beaufort Wes nie. Ons is bekommer oor die diere wat ook naby die fracking site beweeg. Daar was ook nooit 'n publieke vergadering gehou met ons mense oor fracking activity in die sentrale Karoo nie. Die company wat besig is met die huidige fracking activity is Geoscience. Ons het ook baie geleenthede ook optogte gaan hou en picketings gaan hou by hierdie fracking activity site. Ons as klein boere is ook bekommer oor ons vee. Die vraag aan die president is baie kort en klein. Wat word van ons jare se harde werk? Agriculture sector trek al reeds swaar. So nog met 'n toekenning aan fracking gaan ons nog meer groot verliese kry. En ons sien nie fracking as 'n finansiële en of ekonomiese hulp nie, maar as moord, hongersnood, verwoesting eens. Ons statement in die Karoo wat ons gemaak het, ons sê nee vir fracking. Ons soek nie fracking nie. Foodcheck sel foodcheck. Foodcheck Geoscience foodcheck. Dis die Central Karoo. Erfenismaand. Hoe kan ons as Suid-Afrikaners ons erfenismaand vier? En ons menseregte word so vertrap deur internasionale maatskappye as hard en seer. Ons hoop die exploration van olie en gas word heeltemal weggeneem en fokus op hernubare energie. Victory for one is victory for all. Inquiry for one is inquiry for all. Baie dankie.
Thank you to Mr. Danny Davidson. Victory for one is victory for all. Injury to one is injury to all. It used to be an old statement of the Liberation Party. Now I think they have sold it out. Yes. Now we will move to a question and answer session that I will invite my colleague Nandipa to come and assist me with the question and answer session. I know there's a lot of questions that came through from the local stations where the people are in, so we will deal with that question session now. Nandipa. I will be assisting her in those Afrikaans questions.
Yes, thank you. Yes, thank you, Neville. Good morning, everyone, again. So we do have some questions. One from Naisna. It says, restrictions kill our access to fishing. How can the fishing community survive such strict limitations? So that is one of the questions. I would like to direct that question to Barend.
Do you want us, Barend? Hierdie vraag is vir jou spesifiek.
All right, before Barend answers the question, I do have an announcement. So the event recording is, you can access the event recording by using the link that is sent in our chat box on Zoom. Thanks.
So the restrictions is limiting the fisher, a lot of fishermen in the Naisna area and also the Plettenberg Bay area, where these fishermen are now taxed at the gates of one of the conservation parks there. So you have a security that is asking them to pay 100 Rand to go and fish in an area where they are where they were fishing for many decades. So these restrictions, there need to be a discussion with that conservation bodies, and we have I remember Baron and the other person from Plettenberg Bay, we want to reach out to the conservation bodies to start dialogue around these restrictions so that local fishermen can, access those areas where they have been fishing for decades and not be needed to pay at the gates and all those type of restrictions. That is some of the ways we are dealing with it. Baron, wil jy byvoeg? Do you want to add?
Ladies and gentlemen, we as the indigenous people of South Africa, making use of the customary law. The customary law is around 5,000 years older than the Constitution of South Africa, which violate our rights to enter restricted areas and to catch fish and take out scalp fish from the rocks. This is our customary law. We've got a right. And nobody, no institution, no country, no person can prohibit us to enter the areas where we can get fish to make a livelihood out of it. I thank you.
Stan.
All right, thank you, Barend. We do have another question from Neisner, and it says, access to public land is manipulated by big businesses and rich retired people. What can be done with regards to communities having access to public land?
Yes, if I can just maybe start, we have in our legacy program capacitated our young people with the documents that we have around the ocean economy and around access to the ocean. We have given them that framework so that they can be empowered to say, this is what the legislation is saying for us to have access. Why are the rich people building their high fences up in the local areas and people cannot get access there to go and fish? So there are documents in place for them to be empowered as a community, and this is part of the legacy participants who are taking that to the community so that the community is now aware that there is such legislation and we can follow up and we can deal with our local authority to be able to address this issue of access to our oceans and our beaches. Can you byvoeg?
I want to add to my leader Neville's what he said. Yeah, they're making quite funny laws and regulations to keep us outside. Like number one is a private property. You'll find in Neisner areas where they put up billboards and say that this is a private property. But they ignore the fact that our indigenous people were living there before and they make a living in the area out of the sea and as well out of the fauna and flora. Like there's plants, the plants which is a healthy, which got healthy properties for our people there. So now we can't go anymore into the areas and fish as well. So so we as a community asked the decision makers to seriously take note and of us request to open the areas and make it accessible for us to make a living, and nothing more than a living. We want to live and have food in our stomach and send our children to school, and we need a commercial component to help us with our poor communities. I thank you.
Thank you, Baron. Thank you. All right, we do have another question coming from Norton Dowry's Coastal Links in Langaban. It says, how will environmental issues be balanced with economic development of the ocean? Yes, we do need jobs, However, how can we balance economic development with protecting the environment? I will hand that question over to Neville. Thanks.
Okay, yes. I thought some of our panel will deal with these questions more fully, but I can, it's important for environmental issues to be balanced with economic development, because environmental, the land is there to feed us, and the local community is there to, you know, use whatever the land gives, and they have been doing so sustainably for decades. So when they are making fish, they are supposed to drive that economy, because they are living from the land, they're making their living from the land, and that is an economy in itself that needs to be respected. Baran was speaking about the indigenous knowledge and the indigenous rights. And there's an indigenous economy. There was an indigenous economy before everyone came here. So that economy, it's our plea, it needs to be respected. It needs to be left alone to function the way it needed to function, or it was functioning in the past. That is the economy that we need respected. And we're welcoming other forms of economy, but that one we want respected at all costs.
All right, thank you, Neville. We do have some more questions coming in. One is from Natalie Jane. Yes, it's from Natalie Jane. It says, how will small-scale fishers' voices be heard if we are forced to be in one sector with big fishing companies? Neville, I'd like to hand that over to you.
Okay. Yeah, we play a very important role of making sure that fishermen's voices comes out, and they do have a right to voice out their opinion. There's organizations and partners that we are working with, like Coastal Links, that we are working with to just allow fishers' voices and rights to be amplified, and know what are the local issues for the fishermen, so that those issues can be addressed by those people that is in power. We organize ourselves, and we organize the fishermen, so that that becomes easier for us to take that message forward.
All right, thank you. We have a question from Northern Area Fishers Group. This question is directed to Barend. It says, we have a concern about the treatment of fishers by sandparks officials and law enforcement officials. How can this be addressed? Barend, please, can you assist?
Let me start also by just going into that question. It's important that there needs to be a strong dialogue between the local fishermen and the parks bodies, or sand parks or conservation bodies, so that they don't work against one another. Number one, indigenous people has being conservation people all their lives. They've been protecting the ocean in the area for all their lives. Now they are shoved to the side, and now this conservation is taking the credit for being the only body that's conserving nature or conserving the environment, while the indigenous people has been protecting the environment and nature all along. So we want that to be respected and to be taken into account as well. Darren, you want to add?
Ik zou graag wel in Afrikaans dit
noem,
as iemand dit vir my kan vertaal. Ons gemeenskap Bigai Community Naisna het oor die saak gepraat, en ons het geweldige probleme, soveel so dat ons jong kinders, ons jeugdiges, die passie om vis te vang en 'n lewe te maak uit die see het, en ook net vir ontspanning word van hulle weggeneem. So daai gedeelte word heeltemal uit hulle lewe uitgesny. Dit beteken dat visvang nie meer 'n kultuur gaan wees nie, maar dit gaan wel later net soos wat die colonials gedoen het, gebruik vir ontspanningsaktiwiteite, terwyl dit vir die indigenous people gegaan het oor 'n selfbestaan en sustainable lewe te voer. So wat ons gepraat het oor is dat ons wil 'n agreement, 'n negotiation agreement met SANParks aangaan en sê ons wil nie ons fauna en flora, die ekosisteem belemmer nie, maar ons wil wel in samewerking met julle sien dat ons MPA, Marine Protected Areas, beskerm word, ons vis, die uitwissing van die vis, en mense wat van buite afkom in ons areas gebruik tuingereedskap om aas te maak en ons ekosisteem te verongeluk en te vernietig. So ons wil saam met SANParks werk om te kyk na 'n kollektiewe besluit wat ons kan neem om om ons omgewing te beskerm vir die voortbestaan en naasbestaan van ons generations.
Yeah, Baron was just reiterating that there needs to be a partnership with the SANParks and the local communities to work together into protecting and conservation efforts around our marine protected areas, for example. In the marine protected areas, there's an act. I don't always agree with that act because that act was supposed to have protect the indigenous people that was living there to start with. Now it's now excluded them. So that dialogue is important to happen.
Thank you, Neville and Barend. So we will now go for lunch for the next hour. We will take the questions, the other questions that have been posed later on during the event. So your questions will still be answered. We still have quite a few, but for now we are going to go for lunch and we will resume the event at 1:30. Thank you.
Suid-Afrika het in 1994 'n demokratiese land geword met die grondwet as die land se mees invloedrykste wet. 350 tot 400 parlementslede word gekies deur die mense van Suid-Afrika. Die parlement is geleë in Kaapstad. Die parlement het 2 huise: die nasionale vergadering wat fokus op nasionale sake en die nasionale raad van provinsies bestaande uit provinsiale parlementslede wie kyk na provinsiale sake. Parlement is daar om nuwe wette goed te keur, wette te wysig en toesig te hou oor kabinetsministers en staatsdepartemente. Die parlement ontvang ook petisies of voorleggings van die breër publiek. Alpies is aanboordbaar aan die mense en parlement gee geldelike ondersteuning aan alpies om hulle te help om na plaaslike gemeenskappe te luister. Politici moet beskikbaar wees en gehoor gee aan die uitdagings van die mense. Hoe werk dinge in die parlement en hoe kan ons maak om gehoor te word? Daar is 'n jaarlikse parlementêre siklus van werk wat verstaan moet word. Die begin is die president se staatsrede, 'n beleidsverklaring van wat belangrik is vir die jaar. Wat volg is die minister van Finansies se begrotingsgesprek wat sê hoeveel geld daar is en hoe dit gebruik sal word. Die nasionale vergadering bestaan uit 'n aantal portefeulje komitees, ook bekend as die eenheenkamers van die parlement, waar intensiewe werk gebeur. Portefeulje komitees kyk na die begrotings van hul departemente en besluit om wysigings aan te bring of die begroting goed te keur. Sekere komitees soek openbare kommentaar om hulle te help met hulle besluitneming. In die NCOP word daar deur spesiale komitees gekyk na sake wat provinsies raak. Parlementêre komitees word deurgangs op datum gehou deur regeringsdepartemente en beraadslag oor wette en toesighoudende sake en versoek publieke deelname waar nodig is. In Oktober doen regeringsentiteite en die ouditeur-generaal verslag aan die parlement. Die parlement deur sy komitees beoordeel dan die vordering van die regering en aanbevelings word aan die betrokke ministers gegee. Die aanbevelings sluit in wat die regering moet doen en hoe geld gebruik moet word. Die word die begrotingsoorsig en aanbevelingsverslagproses genoem. Hierdie verslag word aanvaar deur die komitees en word ook gestuur aan die nasionale vergadering waar alle LP's die verslag ook sal goedkeur. Parlement is oop vir die publiek, maar toegang is 'n uitdaging as jy nie in Kaapstad woonagtig is nie. Sedert COVID werk die parlement remotely en sommige vergaderings word via YouTube uitgesaai, maar dit benodig goeie internet en geld om data te bekom. Die parlement se plig is ook om te kyk dat mense betrokke is by hulle kiesers. Om die stem te laat hoor, is u welkom om 'n voorlegging aan 'n komitee in die parlement te doen, wat u dan in staat stel om lede van die komitee te beïnvloed. Elke burger is geregtig om 'n petisie aan die parlement te rig. 'n Petisie is 'n formele versoek of eis vir aksie. Die uiteindelike toets van demokrasie is hoe die parlement verseker dat die regering verantwoordelik bly tot die mense. Dit word gedoen deur aanhoudend te kyk na die regering se doen en late. Dit is alle Suid-Afrikaners se plig om te help kyk dat ons demokrasie lewendig bly en te verseker dat ons parlementslede weet dat hulle aanhoorbaar is aan ons. Vir meer inligting kontak die Green Connection by www.thegreenconnection.org.za.
Ngonyaka ka-1994 uMzantsi Afrika waba yintando yesininzi enomgaqo-siseko ongowona mthetho uphezulu elizweni. Ipalamente inamalungu angama-350 ukuya kuma-400 anyulwe ngabantu baseMzantsi Afrika. Ipalamente izinze kwisixeko saseKapa. Ipalamente inezindlu ezimbini. Indlu yokuqala yindibano yesizwe egxile kwimiba yesizwe. Indlu yesibini ijongene nebhunga lesizwe lamaphondo kwaye ichonga namalungu kwiipalamente zephondo ajolise kwimicimbi echaphazela amaphondo. Indima yepalamente kukupasisa imithetho emitsha, ukutshintsha imithetho kwakunye nokubeka iliso kubaphathiswa bekhabhinethi nakwimibutho yaseburhulumenteni. Ipalamente ingafumana izikhalazo okanye izimvo ezivela kuluntu. Amalungu epalamente anoxanduva lokuphendula ebantwini kwaye ipalamente yabela imali ukuze amalungu epalamente asebenzisane noluntu kwimicimbi echaphazela iingingqi ngeengingqi. Oosopolitiki kufuneka bafikeleleke kwaye bamamele iinkxalabo zabantu. Isebenza njani ipalamente kwaye singathemba njani ukuba liza kuvakala ilizwi lethu apho? Kukho umjikelo womsebenzi wepalamente nyaka ngamnye ekufuneka abantu bawuqonde. Iqala xa umongameli esenza intetho yobume besizwe neyingxelo yomgaqo-nkqubo ebonisa ukuba zeziphi izinto eziphambili ngokubaluleka kulo nyaka lowo. Emva koko umphathiswa wezezimali wenza intetho yohlahlo lwabiwo-mali necacisa ukuba ingakanani imali esinayo kunye nezinto eza kuchithwa kuzo loo mali. Indibano yesizwe ineekomiti zeportfoliyo ezaziwa njengamagumbi enjini yepalamente apho umsebenzi weenkcukacha ezithe vetshe wenzeka khona. Iikomiti zeportfoliyo zivavanya uhlahlo lwabiwo-mali lwamasebe wazo zize zicebise ukuba kwenziwe iinguqulelo okanye zamkelwe. Ezinye iikomiti zixela izimvo zoluntu ukuze zithathe izigqibo. Kwi-NCOP kukhethwa iikomiti ezijonga imiba echaphazela amaphondo. Iikomiti zasepalamente ziyaqhubeka nokuva uhlaziyo kumasebe karhulumente nokuxoxa ngemithetho nemicimbi yokongamela nokubandakanya uluntu apho kufanelekileyo. Ngenyanga yeDwarha onke amaziko karhulumente kunye nomphicoti-zincwadi jikelele anika ingxelo epalamente. Ipalamente isebenzisa iikomiti zayo ukuphonononga umsebenzi karhulumente kwaye yenze izindululo kumphathiswa ofanelekileyo. Oku kwaziwa ngokuba yinkqubo yohlolo lohlahlo lwabiwo-mali kunye nengxelo yenkcomelo. Kulapho kunikwa khona iingcebiso malunga nokuba makenze ntoni urhulumente kwaye kufuneka isetyenziswe njani imali. Ezi ngxelo zamkelwa ziikomiti zize zithunyelwe kwindlu yowiso-mthetho yesizwe apho onke amalungu epalamente ayakuthi azamkele. Ipalamente ivulekile eluntwini kodwa kunzima ukufikelela kuyo ukuba awuhlali eKapa, ingakumbi ngenxa yokufika kukabhubhane owaziwa nge-COVID-19. Ngoku ipalamente isebenza nge-intanethi kwaye ezinye iintlanganiso zisasazwa kwi-YouTube. Kodwa oko kufuna i-intanethi ezinzileyo kunye nemali yedatha. Ipalamente ke kufuneka ijolise kwindlela eqinisekisa ngayo ukuba iyakwazi ukubandakanya abavoti bayo. Ungazivakalisa iimbono zakho kwikomiti esepalamente ukwenza ilizwi lakho livakale kwaye oko kukuvumela ukuba ube nempembelelo kuluvo lwamalungu eekomiti. Wonke ummi wesizwe unelungelo lokufaka uxwebhu lwesikhalazo epalamente. Uxwebhu lwesikhalazo sisicelo esisesisekweni okanye ubango lwesenzo. Olona vavanyo lwenene lwentando yesininzi yindlela ipalamente enokuqinisekisa ngayo ukuba urhulumente uhlala ephendula ebantwini. Oku kwenziwa ngokugcina ukongamela rhoqo, ngamanye amagama ukubeka esweni izenzo zikarhulumente.
In 1994, South Africa became a democracy with a constitution which is the highest law of the land. Parliament consists of 350 to 400 members elected by the people of South Africa and is located in Cape Town. Parliament has two houses, the National Assembly, which focuses on national issues, as well as the National Council of Provinces, which draws members from provincial parliaments and focuses on matters that affect provinces. Parliament's role is to pass new laws, change laws, and maintain oversight over cabinet members and organs of state. Parliament can receive petitions or submissions from the public. Members of Parliament are accountable to the people, and Parliament allocates money to enable members of Parliament to engage with their local communities. Politicians should be accessible and should hear the concerns of the people. How does Parliament work, and how can we make our voices heard there? There's a parliamentary cycle of work each year, which people need to understand. This starts with the President making the State of the Nation speech, which is a policy statement showing what the principles for the year are. Then, the Minister of Finance makes a budget speech explaining how much money we have and what it will be spent on. The National Assembly has a number of portfolio committees, which are known as the engine rooms of Parliament, where detailed work happens. Portfolio committees examine the budget of a particular department and decide to recommend changes or approve the budget. Some committees ask for public comment to help them decide. In the National Council of Provinces, select committees look at issues that affect the various provinces. Parliamentary committees continue to listen to updates from government departments and deliberate on laws as well as oversee matters and involve the public where appropriate. In October, all government entities and the Auditor General report to Parliament. Parliament, through its committees, reviews the performance of the government and makes recommendations to the relevant minister. Their recommendations are about what the government should be doing and how money should be spent. This is known as the budget review and the recommendation report process. These reports are adopted by committees and then also sent to the National Assembly, where all members of Parliament will approve the reports. Parliament is open to public, but it's difficult to access if you don't live in Cape Town. Since the COVID pandemic, Parliament has also been working remotely, and some meetings are broadcast via YouTube, but need stable internet and money for data. Parliament needs to ensure that people are able to engage with its voters. You can make a submission to a committee in Parliament to make sure that your voice is heard, and that allows you to influence the opinions of members of Parliament. Every citizen has the right to petition Parliament, and a petition is a formal request or demand for action. The true test of democracy is the extent to which Parliament can ensure that the government remains answerable to its people. This is done by maintaining constant oversight of government actions. All South Africans should help to keep democracy alive and make sure that our MPs know that they are accountable to us. For more info, contact The Green Connection at www.thegreenconnection.org.za.
Die oseane is krities tot die ekonomiese voortbestaan van miljoene Suid-Afrikaners. Die enorme belangstelling in olie- en gasboor is egter 'n risiko vir die oseane en die gemeenskappe wie afhanklik is van die oseane. Ook is die gemeenskappe wie die meeste geïmpak word deur hierdie projekte nie deel van hierdie gesprekke nie. Kontak was gemaak met professor Merle Souman, die departementele hoof van die omgewings- en geografiese wetenskappe aan UCT en 'n lid van die One Oceans Hub navorsingsspan om te kyk na die tekortkominge van bestaande wette asook hoe dit nie die welstand van kussersgemeenskappe beskerm. Die wet op die nasionale omgewingsbestuur NEMA is duidelik oor die behoefte aan betekenisvolle deelname van alle mense oor besluite wat hulle raak en versoek spesifieke aandag aan minder bevoorregte gemeenskappe en die versekering dat maatreëls in plek gesit sal word vir hulle effektiewe deelname. Daar is talle voorbeelde van plaaslike gemeenskappe wie onbewus was van voorstelle vir 'n sekere aktiwiteit en die onderneming van verskeie tipes ontwikkeling in hul gebiede of van 'n sekere aktiwiteit wie hul voortbestaan kon beïnvloed. Dit kan insluit 'n voorstel vir mynprospektering, olie- en gasontginning, die marikultuur en of toerismeontwikkeling en vele ander. Dikwels is dit NGO's en navorsing wie werksaam is in die omgewing wie die gemeenskappe waarsku oor 'n spesifieke voorstel, maar in meeste gevalle word gemeenskappe eers bewus van hierdie voorstelle wanneer die proses klaar is en of wanneer die konstruksie begin. Goeiedag, ek is die gemeenskapskoördineerder Neville van Rooi van die Green Connection. Ek werk saam met gemeenskappe in die kusdorpe. Mossel Bay was 'n gemeenskap met wie ek mee gepraat het en die plaaslike gemeenskappe was eintlik oningelig of verkeerd ingelig. En die meerderheid van die gemeenskappe was heeltemal oningelig oor hierdie toekomstige ontwikkeling in hul liggende gebiede. Ek het na 'n omgewingsimpakstudie EIA gekyk. Meerderheid mense soek hierdie soort ontwikkeling as gevolg van die werke wat dit sal verskaf. Die grootste probleem is die werkloosheid, veral vir gemeenskappe wat dit benodig. En dit is nie ek wat dit sê nie, maar die assessering van die impak op die omgewing wat sê dat die oorgrote meerderheid werksgeleenthede sal vir mense wees met die vaardighede en kennis van olieboring. Dit moet ook in ag geneem word dat nie die tydelike poste sou wees en dat daar selfs werkverliese in die toerismebedryf kan wees. En eintlik as die nuwe en verliese van werksgeleenthede sou optel, sou meer mense hul werk verloor. Ek dink een van die belangrikste dinge is organisering op gemeenskapsvlakke. As plaaslike gemeenskap georganiseer is en gereeld vergader, is daar 'n voorsitter en 'n komitee wat in plek is. Dit kan 'n waardevolle vorm wees waar hierdie kwessies bespreek kan word. Ek dink dit sou 'n baie belangrike stap wees wat kan lei tot verbeterde inligtingvloei in die gemeenskap aangaande moontlike projekte en planne vir spesifieke gebiede. Vanselfsprekend dat hierdie plaaslike organisasies, byvoorbeeld 'n vissery korporasie of hulpbron komitee of so 'n plaaslike organisasie, 'n behoefte aan hulpbronne en hulle moet moontlik uitreik aan nie-regeringsorganisasies en ander organisasies wie in die omgewing werk om hulle te verskaf aan inligting oor hierdie voorgestelde ontwikkelinge en hoe hulle by die openbare deelnameproses betrokke kan raak. Dit moet natuurlik die taak van die konsultant wees, maar gemeenskappe sal moet proaktief wees om seker te maak dat hulle probleme en bekommernisse deel maak van die prosesse. Waar gemeenskappe wel bewus is van 'n ontwikkelingsvoorstel en betrokke wil wees, maar byvoorbeeld nie die opgestelde vergaderings kan bywoon nie, dalk deur afstand of hulle kan nie fisies teenwoordig wees, maar wel online en hulle kan nie toegang tot die internet kry, het hulle die reg om die konsultant of aansoeker, miskien 'n mynmaatskappy, te kontak om 'n alternatiewe metode van deelname te versoek. Hulle kan ook opsommings van die projekbeskrywing, die EIA-proses en openbare deelnameprosesse en die EIA-bevindings in hul eie taal versoek. Ek dink wat ons moet besef is dat van hierdie plaaslike organisasies opleiding en kapasiteitsontwikkeling benodig om effektief te kan funksioneer. Daarom moet hulle die plaaslike regering of plaaslike NGO's werksaam in die omgewing kontak vir bystand met hulpbronne om hulle hiermee te help. Die EIA-proses beoog nie om gemeenskappe te benadeel voor die wet nie, maar om 'n geleentheid te skep vir besorgde stemme voor 'n projek begin. Die opweeg van die omgewingskoste en voordele help verseker dat niemand buitensporig geraak word deur die voorgestelde aktiwiteite nie. Vir meer inligting kontak die Green Connection by www.greenconnection.org. thegreenconnection.org.za.
Iilwandle ziziseko sempilo yezigidi zabemi boMzantsi Afrika. Nangona kunjalo, ukwanda komdla kwenzulu yokubona ioyile kunye negesi kubeka iilwandle kunye noluntu oluxhomekeke kuzo emngciphekweni. Ngapha koko, olona luntu luchaphazelekayo kakhulu kwezi projekthi lushiywa ngaphandle kwincoko. Sifikelele kwinjingalwazi Meli Souman oyintloko yeSebe lezendalo kunye nezolwazi ngejografi e-UCT, kunye nelungu leqela lophando le-One Oceans Hub, ukuxoxa ngemida yemithetho yangoku kunye nendlela abasilela ngayo ukukhusela intlalo yoluntu lwaselunxwemeni. Umthetho wesizwe wolawulo lokusingqongileyo, i-NEMA ngamafitshane, ucace gca malunga nemfuno yokuqinisekisa ukuthatha inxaxheba okunentsingiselelo kwabo bonke abantu kwizigqibo ezibachaphazelayo, kwaye kufuna ingqalelo ekhethekileyo kuluntu oluhlelelekileyo kunye nokuqinisekisa ukuba amanyathelo ayamisela ukuze bakwazi ukuthatha inxaxheba ngokufanelekileyo. Mininzi imizekelo apho abahlali bengakhange bazi ngezindululo zokwenza umsebenzi kunye neendidi ezahlukeneyo zophuhliso kwiindawo zabo, okanye apho isenzo esithile sinokuba nefuthe kubomi babo. Esi inokuba sisindululo malunga nokukhangela kwemigodi, ukuhlolwa ioyile kunye negesi, inkcubeko kunye okanye uphuhliso lokhenketho kunye nezinto ezininzi. Rhoqo ii-NGOs kunye nabaphandi abasebenza kule ndawo banokwazisa uluntu ngesindululo esithile, kodwa rhoqo uluntu lufunda kuphela ngezi zindululo xa inkqubo igqityiwe okanye xa kuqala ulwakhile. Molweni mininje, ndingumququzeleli woluntu uNeville van Roy ovela kwaGreen Connection. Ndisebenza noluntu olujikeleze idolophu eziselunxwemeni. IMossel Bay lolunye loluntu endithe ndathetha nalo, kwaye abantu abasemhlabeni bebengaxelelwanga okanye bengenalwazi, kwaye uninzi loluntu olusemhlabeni azange luxelelwe ngokupheleleyo ngolu phuhliso luza kwiindawo ezikufitshane nabo. Ndijonge kuvavanyo lwempembelelo kokusingqongileyo, i-EIA ngamafutshane. Uninzi lwabantu lufuna olu hlobo lophuhliso ngenxa yemisebenzi. Eyona ngxaki inkulu yile, kukho imisebenzi embalwa kakhulu ingakumbi kwabo bantu bayifunayo, kwaye ayindim othethayo. Oko luvavanyo lwempembelelo ngokusingqongileyo uluthi uninzi lwemisebenzi luya kubantu abanezakhono eziphezulu abasetyenziselwa ukusebenza kwimigangatho ye-oyile. Ndicinga ukuba enye yezona zinto zibaluleke kakhulu kukuhlela kwenqanaba loluntu. Ukuba abahlali bendawo bahlelekile kwaye badibana rhoqo, kwaye kukho usihlalo kunye nekomiti ekhoyo, oku kunonika iqonga elibalulekileyo apho le micimbi ingaxoxwa khona. Ndicinga ukuba eli liya kuba linyathelo elibaluleke kakhulu ekuphuculeni ukuhamba kolwazi eluntwini malunga neeprojekthi eziza kubakho kunye nezicwangciso zommandla othile. Ewe, le mibutho yenqanaba lendawo, nokuba yeyokusebenzisana ngokuloba okanye ikomiti yezixhobo, okanye umbutho othile wenqanaba lendawo uhlala uswele amandla kwizixhobo, kwaye banokufuna ukufikelela kwii-NGO kunye neminye imibutho esebenza kuloo ndawo ukunceda. Zinxibelelanise nolwazi malunga nolu phuhliso lucetywayo, kunye nendlela abanokuthi bazibandakanye ngayo nenkqubo yokuthatha inxaxheba koluntu. Ewe, oku kufanele ukuba ibe ngumsebenzi wabacebisi, kodwa amaxesha amaninzi uluntu luza kufuneka lusebenze ukuqinisekisa ukuba imiba yabo kunye neenkxalabo zinokudityaniswa kwezi nkqubo. Apho abahlali banolwazi ngesindululo sophuhliso, kwaye banqwenela ukubandakanyeka kodwa umzekelo abakwazi ukuya kwintlanganiso esele zisekiwe, mhlawumbi bakude kakhulu okanye mhlawumbi abajongani buso nobuso okanye banemiceli-mngeni kwi-intanethi, mhlawumbi abakwazi ukufikeleleka kwi-intanethi, banelungelo lokuqhagamshelana nomcebisi okanye umenzi wesicelo. Mhlawumbi iinkampani zegolide bacele enye indlela yokuzibandakanya. Banokucela ishwankathelo senkcazelo yeprojekthi, inkqubo ye-EIA ngamafutshane, kunye nenkqubo yokuthatha inxaxheba koluntu, kwakunye neziphumo ze-EIA ngolwimi lwabo. Ndicinga ukuba kufuneka siyiqonde ngamanye amaxesha le mibutho yenqanaba lendawo inokufuna uqeqesho kunye nophuhliso lwezakhono ukuze isebenze ngokufanelekileyo. Kwaye ke kufuneka bafikelele kurhulumente wasekhaya okanye kwii-NGO zengingqi ezisebenza kuloo ndawo ukubabonelela ngezixhobo zokubanceda oku. Inkqubo ye-EIA ayenzelwanga ukubeka abahlali engxakini phambi komthetho, kodwa kukuvumela amazwi achaphazelekayo ukuba aviwe ngaphambi kokuba iprojekthi iqale, ukulinganisa iindleko zendalo kunye nezibonelelo ukunceda ekuqinisekiseni ukuba akukho mntu uchaphazelekayo ngokungalinganiyo yimisebenzi ecetywayo. Ulwazi oluthe vetshe qhagamshelana nonxibelelwano oluhlaza apha ku www.thegreenconnection.org.za.
The oceans are fundamental to the livelihoods of millions of South Africans. However, increased interest in deep-sea oil and gas drilling puts the oceans and the communities that depend on them at risk. Furthermore, the very communities which are most affected by these projects are often left out of the conversation altogether. We reached out to Professor Mel Soman, the head of Department of Environmental and Geographical Sciences at UCT, and a member of the One Oceans Hub research team, to discuss the limitations of the current laws and how they fail to protect the welfare of coastal communities.
So the National Environmental Management Act is very clear about the requirement to ensure meaningful participation of all people in decisions that affect them, and requires particular attention to disadvantaged communities, and ensure that measures are put in place so that they can participate effectively. There are many examples where local communities have not been aware of proposals to undertake an activity and various kinds of development in their areas, or where a particular activity might have an impact on their livelihoods. This could be a proposal for mine prospecting, oil and gas exploration, mariculture and/or tourism development, and many others. Often NGOs and researchers working in the area may alert communities about a particular proposal, but very often communities only learn about these proposals when the process is completed and/or when construction begins.
Good day, I'm the community coordinator Neville van Rooy from the Green Connection. So I work with communities around the coastal towns. Mossel Bay was one of such communities that I spoke to, and the people on the ground really was not informed or ill-informed, and the majority of the communities on the ground were totally not informed about this development coming into their surrounding areas.
I looked through their environmental impact assessment. Most people want this kind of development because of the jobs. What the biggest problem is that there really are very few jobs, particularly for those communities that really need them. And it's not me saying that, it's the environmental impact assessment itself, which said that most of the jobs would be for highly skilled people who are used to working on oil rigs. That is not even taking into consideration that those jobs would be of a temporary nature, and there may even be job losses within the tourism industry, In fact, if you were to add up the gains and the losses in terms of jobs, people will lose jobs.
I think one of the most important things is community level organization. If local communities are organized and they meet on a regular basis, and there is a chairperson and a committee that's in place, and this can provide a forum where various issues can be discussed, I think that would be an important step towards improving information flow in the community around potential projects and plans for that particular area. Of course, these local level organizations, whether it's a fishing cooperative or a resource committee or some such local level organization, often lack capacity and resources. And they may need to reach out to NGOs or other organizations that work in the area to help link them to information about these proposed developments and how they might engage with the public participation process. Of course, this should be the task of the consultants, but very often communities are going to have to be proactive to make sure that their issues and concerns can be integrated into these processes. Where communities are aware of a development proposal and wish to be involved, but cannot, for example, attend the meetings that have been set up, maybe they're too far away, or maybe they're not face-to-face and they're online and they're not able to get access to the internet, they have every right to contact the consultant or the applicant, perhaps it's the mining company, and request an alternative method of engagement. They can also request summaries of the project description, the EIA process, the public participation process, and the EIA findings in their own language. I think what we need to realize is sometimes these local level organizations may need training and capacity development in order to function effectively, and therefore they need to reach out to local government or to local NGOs working in the area to provide resources to assist them with this.
The EIA process is not meant to put communities at a disadvantage before the law, but rather to allow for concerned voices to be heard before a project can proceed. Weighing up the environmental costs and benefits helps ensure that nobody is disproportionately affected by proposed activities. For more information, contact the Green Connection at www.thegreenconnection.org.za.
In South Africa, we have a constitution that guarantees a right to an environment that is not harmful. We know that the constitution is the highest law in the land, but how do we use it to protect ourselves? When the Green Connection visited communities along the coast, people were saying that they knew nothing about an EIA. So what is an EIA, and how does it link to our constitutional right to an environment that is not harmful? The Green Connection spoke to Professor Merle Soman, renowned expert on environmental management tools and how to ensure that people's rights are protected.
Okay, so when it comes to the issue of EIAs, as an academic, you would know the framework, how it works. Why do you think EIAs are so important? I ask this because if there weren't any, or this process of an EIA wasn't present, what other potential risks would there be to communities?
Well, I think what environmental impact assessment does is it provides these opportunities for the voice of communities, the concerns of communities to be heard. And if you're dealing with consultants who are operating independently and who are recognizing the value of getting that local input, then those voices help shape that final product. And so I believe that if an EIA is done correctly and comprehensively, and if there's proper and adequate and meaningful consultation, that in fact we can end up with sustainable developments, projects that are going to serve and improve human well-being and ensure that we don't damage the environment.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Professor, please could you explain how environmental management is legally supposed to happen in South Africa?
The EIA process starts with what's known as a screening process, and basically the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations has put out some lists which tells us what projects need to be subjected to either a basic assessment or a full assessment. And then the consultant who's driving this process has to then embark on scoping. So the scoping process is the opportunity where the public can be involved. And this is a critical opportunity and moment in the EIA process because local communities, interested and affected parties can share their views about the project. So once we know what issues need to be addressed, then our specialists who get appointed by the consultant go away and do their work. That's the assessment part of it. So they go away, they do their studies, they go on site, they might conduct surveys or whatever scientific work needs to be done. What's important then is that the project and all the environmental impact assessment information gets documented in a draft EIA report, and that is then available for public comment. And this needs to be placed in public libraries or in places where people can gain access to it. Mostly it's put on the consultant's website, but of course in the case of local communities, they need to get hard copies. And because these are often very technical and large documents, communities might need to request a summary in their own language of the salient and the important points. Once the public and communities have commented on that draft report, the consultants are required to take that into account and prepare a final report. That final EIA report then gets submitted to the decision makers. And the decision makers then make a decision either to approve the project, approve it with conditions, or to reject it. So in the case of a positive decision, yes, you can go ahead with the project. Communities or any public person might be aggrieved by that decision and say, no, you have not taken into account key issues of concern. So they have an opportunity to appeal that decision, and they have 60 days within which to appeal it. And then the decision maker makes a decision as to whether to uphold the appeal or to basically say, no, I'm sticking with my original decision. If the decision maker does not uphold the appeal, there is still an opportunity for communities and the general public to challenge that decision. But this is through the legal process. Of course, this involves lawyers, advocates, it's expensive, and many people will not go that route. So very few cases actually end up in court. Yeah, so assuming that we have reached a decision that people are broadly supportive of, the final stage is now you implement the decision. And very often there's an environmental management plan that gets drawn up to guide the people on site to ensure that there's no environmental and social harm or environmental risks during that construction phase and then the operation phase of the project.
What is your advice to communities who find out about an EIA for a project in their area?
Well, I think it would be helpful for them to know when they should voice their concerns and their rights. If communities were more aware of their rights, enshrined in the Constitution, enshrined in the NEMA, and in the Environmental Impact Assessment Regulations, I think that would be very important. And then, of course, being clearer about at what stages of the process they should be consulted. So I think greater awareness is really important. And then, as I've said before, I think being organized is obviously one way of ensuring, that you can, that you're better networked and can get perhaps more resources and more support brought to bear to that particular concern.
We have learned that an EIA is a process which facilitates stakeholder participation to ensure that all issues pertaining to a project can be addressed and that an informed decision is taken about whether a project can take place or not. Communities need to be aware of their rights to fair participation. Express and affirm your rights to communicate in any one of the South African languages. You have the right to be given all the information you need to make an informed decision by the consultants conducting the EIA. For more information about the Who Stole Our Oceans campaign, visit our website on www.thegreenconnection.org.za.
Suid-Afrika se oseane is krities tot die ekonomiese voortbestaan van baie mense, insluitende kleiner vissersgemeenskappe langs die kuslyn. Fossiel brandstowwe soos olie en gas is nou al vir 'n geruime tyd die energieverskaffer aan ons samelewing, maar nou ook kan hernubare energiebronne gebruik word om aan ons elektrisiteit te verskaf. Navorsingsstudies het bewys dat Suid-Afrika se toekomstige energiebehoeftes voorsien kan word deur hernubare energiebronne, maar die industrie blyk steeds vasbeslote om ons oseane uit te put vir fossiel brandstowwe. As gevolg van die regering se Operation Pakisa bestaan die gevaar dat ons oseane verkoop sal word aan internasionale olie- en gasmaatskappye, wie se aktiwiteite verwoestende gevolge kan inhou vir gemeenskappe se daaglikse lewens. Om petroleum onder die oseaanvoer te kry, het oliemaatskappye offshore olieboorplatforms ontwikkel. Hierdie mobiele boorgatte sal ontdekkingsputte boor, en as olie en gas gekry word, sal permanente strukture opgerig word met die doel van voortgesette booraktiwiteite wat dan sal duur vir die daaropvolgende 10 tot 30 jaar. Total E&P Suid-Afrika soek ook toestemming vir die boor van 10 bykomende boorgatte, 40 tot 110 km suid van Knysna en Mosselbaai, en waterdieptes van 600 tot 2000 meters. Ons is wel bekommerd oor 'n aantal omgewingsrisiko's wat hierdie voorgestelde booraktiwiteite inhou. Klimaatsverandering was tot nou nie deur die navorsing aangespreek nie. Tog dra fossiel brandstowwe soos olie en gas grootliks deel tot klimaatsverandering, iets wat ons almal affekteer. Die algehele tekort aan inligting en data oor die impak op seebevolkings en omliggende gemeenskappe is baie kommerwekkend. Ook rede tot kommer is die nadelige impak op spesies geheg aan die seebodem as gevolg van die boor van boorcuttings. Ook die moontlike impak op die kingklip voortplantingshabitat wat dan ook die kommersiële visserye bedryf sal affekteer. Ons is ook bekommerd dat die intense toestande wat heers in die Agala-stroom die risiko van mislukking sal verhoog en dan katastrofiese oliestortings tot gevolg sal hê. 'n Mislukte poging in 2014 was juis weens moeilike see-omstandighede veroorsaak. Dit is ook belangrik om te weet dat klimaatsverandering eintlik die seisonale weertoestande vererger. 'n Oliestorting ongeluk sal miljarde kos en katastrofiese langtermynskade doen aan die seebevolking, maar ook aan die toerisme-industrie en die ekosisteem. En hoekom is dit belangrik vir u om betrokke te word? Hierdie kan verrykende gevolge hê vir die gesondheid van ons oseane. En hoewel dit op die suidkus van Suid-Afrika kan gebeur, is oseane deur strome verbind en hierdie aktiwiteite kan 'n veel wyer impak hê op mense reg oor Suid-Afrika se kuslyne, wie ook afhanklik is van die oseaan vir hulle ekonomiese voortbestaan. Hoe kan u betrokke raak? Ons omgewing word beskerm deur die Suid-Afrikaanse grondwet wat belanghebbendes en geaffekteerde mense die reg gee tot publieke deelname aangaande aktiwiteite wat hulle impak. Die Green Connection en sy vennote glo dat die voorgestelde openbare deelnameproses onvoldoende is en dat die verantwoordelikheid is van die maatskappy wie toestemming soek, sowel as regering om te verseker dat voldoende geleenthede bestaan vir betekenisvolle openbare deelname. Die Green Connection werk om gemeenskappe te help om ons stemme te laat hoor. Kontak ons by greenconnectcpt@gmail.com of op Twitter @thegreenconnect of op ons webwerf www.thegreenconnection.org.za.
Iilwandle zaseMzantsi Afrika zibaluleke kakhulu ekuphuculeni impilo zoluntu, ingakumbi kumashishini amancinci entlanzi. Number 3. Amandla afumaneka kwizixhobo zendalo, kuquka amafutha nerhasi, enza umahluko ngokunikeza amandla kwiindawo ezisingqongileyo. Kodwa ngoku, Number 4. Amandla ahlaziyekileyo angasetyenziswa ukutsala umbane. Number 5. Uphando nezifundo zibonakalisa ukuba ikamva loMzantsi Afrika lungahlaziyeka, kodwa amaqumrhu abucala asaqhubekeka nokuxhaphaza iilwandle, ukufumana izixhobo zendalo okanye izambiwa, ii-fossil fuels ngesiNgesi. Iziphumo kwiqela likarhulumente elibizwa nge-Operation Phakisa lubonakalisa iilwandle zethu zisemngciphekweni zokuthengiselwa iinkampani ezinkulu zerhasi namafutha, kwaye zonke ezi nkampani zezamanye amazwe. Loo nto ingabangela ukutshatyalaliswa kwendlela yokuziphilisa kuluntu oluzamelayo nolungathathi ntweni. Ukuze ezi nkampani zikwazi ukufumana izambiwa, ziye zigxile ekubeni zize nezixhobo zamazwe angaphandle. Ezi zixhobo ziye zisetyenziswe ekuqhekezeni nasekombeni kumazantsi olwandle, ukwenzela kufumaneke irhasi namafutha. Ukufumana kwabo irhasi namafutha, loo nto ithetha ukuba bangahlala ukusuka kwi-10 ukuyotsho kuma-30 eminyaka, 10 to 30 years. Inkampani iTotal E&P South Africa isalinde impepha-mvume yokomba eminye imithombo eli-10 kumgama wama-40 ukuyotsho kwi-110 leekhilomitha, 40 to 110 kilometers, kumazantsi eNiasna nakunye naseMossel Bay, womyinge wama-600 ukuyotsho kuma-2000 eemitha, 600 to 2000 meters. Sixhalabile ngala manani kwaye asemngciphekweni kakhulu kwindalo nokusingqongileyo, ingakumbi kwiziphakamiso zokomba nokugrumba. Utshintsha-tshintsho lwemozulu aluthathelwa ngqalelo. Iyiyo namhlanje ngelo xesha izixhobo zendalo nezambiwa ezifana nerhasi namafutha zinegalelo elibi kwimozulu kwaye ziyachaphazeleka. Number 14. Ukungabikho kolwazi neenkcukacha ngempilo nobuninzi beentlanzi neengingqi ezithile kuyaxhalabisa kakhulu. Kuphinde kuxhalabise ukwazi ukuba izilwane neentlanzi eziphila kumazantsi olwandle ziza kuchaphazeleka lugqobhozo nokombiwa oluninzi. Uluntu oluphila ngoshishino lweentlanzi luzawuchaphazeleka kakhulu. Sinexhala lokuba iimeko zolwandle lwase-Algahas ezigqubayo zingabangela umngcipheko omkhulu wokuchithakala kwamafutha. Ngonyaka ka-2014, ukombiwa kwamafutha nerhasi azange kube yimpumelelo ngenxa yeemeko ezinzima ezazibangelwa yimo yezulu. Kubalulekile ukuba uluntu luyazi ukuba imozulu ihlala itshintsha-tshintsha kwaye ngamanye amaxesha ibambi kakhulu. Ingozi efana nokuchithakala kwamafutha kungaxabisa izigidi ngezigidi zee-billions. Ingaba ngumonakalo omkhulu onobulala kwaye utshabalalise intlanzi, wonakalise ezokhenketho, kuphinde kutshabalaliseke nezinto eziphilayo emhlabeni nasemanzini. Kutheni kumela ukuba uzibandakanye nje? Kubalulekile ukuba uzibandakanye kuba iziphumo zempilo kuquka nekamva lethu lisemngciphekweni. Njengokuba kwenzeka kuMzantsi Afrika weelwandle zoMzantsi Afrika, kumele sikhumbule ukuba iilwandle zethu zinxulumene neempilo zethu. Ungaba yinxalenye kanjani? Umgaqo-siseko waseMzantsi Afrika uyakukhusela okusingqongileyo. Ngokomthetho, abantu abanomdla nabachaphazelekayo banelungelo lokuthetha nokukhalaza ngezinto ezibachaphazelayo. I-Green Connect nabalingane bayo bakholelwa ekubeni kube neziphakamiso zoluntu kwaye luthathe inxaxheba, kodwa imigqaliselo ebekiweyo iyakrokrisa. Luxanduva lwenkampani ukufuna imvume kwakunye norhulumente aqinisekise amathuba oneleyo nafikelelekayo kuluntu ukuze nabo babandakanywe kwaye bathathe inxaxheba. I-Green Connect isebenzela ukuncedisa izikhalo neemvakalelo zoluntu ziviwe. contact us on greenconnectcpt@gmail.com or find us on Twitter at The Green Connect. Visit our website at www.thegreenconnect.org.za.
South Africa's oceans are fundamental to the livelihoods of many people, including small-scale fishing communities all along the coastline. Fossil fuels like oil and gas have provided energy for society, but now renewable energy sources can be used to generate electricity. Studies have shown that South Africa's future can be renewable, yet industry seems set on continuing exploiting our oceans for fossil fuels. As a result of the government's Operation Pakisa, our oceans are under threat of being sold off to big oil and gas companies from other countries whose activities could destroy the way of life of these communities. In order to access the petroleum beneath the oceans, oil companies have developed offshore oil drilling platforms. These mobile drilling rigs, transported by large vessels, will drill exploration wells and, in the event of oil and gas being found, permanent structures are built with the intention for drilling to last from 10 to 30 years. Total E&P South Africa are seeking a permit to drill an additional 10 wells 40 to 110 kilometers south of Knysna and Mossel Bay in water depths of 600 to 2,000 meters. Climate change is not addressed in the studies to date. Yet fossil fuels such as oil and gas contribute to our changing climate, which affects us all. We are concerned about the number of environmental risks of this proposed drilling. A key concern is that the scoping report makes no mention of the long-term impacts on climate change. Drilling failed in 2014 due to difficult conditions. And it is important to note that seasonal weather conditions are likely to worsen as a result of climate change. An accident such as an oil spill will cost billions to address and will be catastrophic, not only causing long-term damage to the fish population, but to the tourism industry and the ecosystem. We are also concerned that species bound to the sea floor will be harmed by drill cuttings. There is also a potential impact on the kingklip spawning habitat, which will also impact commercial fisheries. The overall lack of information and data on the impact on marine populations and communities is very worrying. So why should you get involved? This is a huge deal and could have far-reaching implications for the future health of our oceans. And while this may be happening on the south coast of South Africa, we must remember that our oceans are connected by currents, and these activities could have far wider impacts on people who are dependent on the ocean for their livelihoods all around the coast of South Africa. South Africa's constitution protects our environment. By law, interested and affected people have a right to have a say about activities that affect them. The Green Connection and its partners believe that the proposed public participation process is flawed. It is a responsibility of both the companies seeking permission as well as government to ensure that sufficient opportunities for adequate and meaningful public participation is possible. The Green Connection is working with people to make their voices heard. So contact us on greenconnectcpt@gmail.com or find @thegreenconnect on Twitter. You can also visit us on our website www.thegreenconnection.org.za.
Singapore is running out of space.
There are more developments now. It's harder to find land.
Now the little red dot is being re-engineered for the 21st century.
Nobody has done it before. This is the only job that allows you to work on a smart city project in Singapore.
We are going from about 350 megawatts of solar to 2 gigawatts of solar, and that's a huge jump.
New mega projects using state-of-the-art technologies to dig deep.
I did not believe the space-saving part until I saw it with my own eyes.
This is what engineering is all about.
Harness the power of the sun.
It's kind of new for Singapore to have solar panels on water.
And automate its ports.
I can't imagine we will be developing a 60-plus berth.
All designed to find more space to allow Singapore to flourish.
Tuas Megaport will be a very significant game changer.
This is a journey into Singapore's Tomorrow City. It's 6 a.m. and already the construction site at Singapore's western extremity is abuzz with activity. Today, engineers will tow this massive concrete block from land to sea. It's called a caisson, and it's the most critical part of Singapore's port of the future. It is one of 227 concrete structures that will be installed over the next 8 years to form the largest of 4 wharves or land fingers, with over 8-kilometer-long seawalls each. This is Tuas Megaport. The port construction is a 25-year undertaking across 4 different phases. Phase 1 has already reclaimed 294 hectares of land, and Phase 2 has to reclaim and build 387 hectares. The last 2 phases are under construction, with the entire port expected to be fully open by 2040. Since 2015, different parts have been built and scheduled for staggered openings. Now, in 2021, the very first part of the port is set to open up to container processes. The Tuas Megaport will be fully automated, using drones, key cranes and driverless vehicles to cut down the turnaround time of the world's biggest container ships. In the 21st century, international trade is driven by high-tech logistics. The ultimate goal is for Tuas to be able to handle double the capacity of what all Singapore's current 5 ports can manage.
After this land has been reclaimed, the container terminals infrastructure will be built.
But as Singapore extends its global reach across the world's oceans, the city-state's need for fresh water is rising year on year. Water for its growing population and industries. And that's where the problem of space kicks in. To manage water, Singapore needs space, and that's in short supply. Inland, huge new projects are harvesting the waters of the sea. And here at Tuas, engineers are creating new land on a huge scale. At the new port, planners refer to the building of land fingers that are separated by sea passages to optimize large shipping workflows.
The reclamation of Transport Phase 1 started in 2015, and it takes about 5 to 6 years to complete the reclamation. And Tuas Phase 2 commenced in 2018, and it takes another 6 more years to finish the reclamation.
For Project Director Eugene Koo, this is his favorite place to monitor progress of the huge construction site.
This is the best spot that I like because it gives me a view of the overall progress of the site at one time. I can see all the activities of the site from this angle.
The new port will take 2 decades to complete, covering an area equivalent to over 1,300 stadium fields. The key to reclaiming land is the caisson, a 28-meter-high watertight concrete box that is built on land, then towed out to sea. Caissons are like Lego blocks that are submerged and linked together to build the seawalls of each of the 4 land fingers of the new port. They are crucial to the land reclamation process at Tuas.
Over here, you can look at the installed caissons. We have installed 67 caissons already, and that's close to maybe 2/3 of our length of the Finger 2 reclamation.
Each caisson weighs 15,000 tons. That's equivalent to about 8,000 cars stacked together. Cast from poured concrete, each caisson is 10 stories high. Another 136 of these concrete giants must be cast and towed out to sea before the seawall can be completed. Any disruption of the cycle will have a knock-on effect on the construction schedule. As planners discovered in 2020, when the COVID-19 virus raced through the foreign workers' dormitories, and work at Tuas came to a grinding halt. Since that crisis, the engineer in charge of the caisson construction process, D.W. Kim, has strained every sinew to catch up. Every month, he must deliver 8 completed caissons. So 2,000 workers have been kept busy around the clock for months.
Caisson casting yard is something like a factory.
Inside the caisson factory, 2 of the giant structures are at different stages of production. Number 95 is almost ready to be towed out to sea, where it will be sunk to form part of the quay wall. Work on number 92 is just beginning, with the casting of the base slab. This slab functions as the casting form, so it's vital that the engineers check for weak spots.
We have a monitoring system, so micro-management of each activity. Each step has many activities, so each activities are under supervision and monitoring to check each step progress.
The team soon discovers a problem. There is a defect in the base slab. Defects usually occur when the concrete dries unevenly. It must be repaired, and fast. Defects can only be prevented by making sure the concrete gets poured evenly into the slab. To do this, the workers insert a vibrating rod to stir the concrete constantly as it gets poured into the casting mold of the slip form. All this checking and repairing are essential works. Caissons must be watertight. If seawater, which is highly corrosive, penetrates any cracks in the base, these will widen over time and weaken the entire structure.
I think the vibration is not enough. That's why this kind of effect is coming.
The team uses a probe to check whether the concrete has hardened evenly. Kim and his team are able to repair the base of number 95. The team at number 92 is ready to cast the tower. Caissons are more complicated than they look on the outside. This giant gantry acts as a cast or slip form for the tower. Inside the tower is a concrete box-shaped framework, a clever way of reducing the weight of the structure without compromising its strength. The site workers build up the box structure layer by layer inside the gantry.
Here, level is good. The setting is also good. And the FC gap is also good. So most important thing is we're casting even level, the same level, concrete casting.
At the Tuas site, work on the caissons continues day and night. As each level is poured and checked, the platform moves up another level. One caisson in its slip form is so heavy that the engineers have to use 36 sets of hydraulic jacks to push the platform up as more concrete goes in. Just one of these sets can lift 1,500 tons, around the weight of 11 blue whales.
If this hydraulic jack is not gripping properly, then it may cause slippery issue. Meaning all this slip-form structure can collapse.
Each set of jacks must work in perfect unison. The head operator has to make sure the weight of the caisson is distributed evenly amongst all the jacks.
So every jack operator should understand operating the operation room and the downside, the middle deck working also. Yeah, all understand. Anyway, every hour please monitor, okay?
There's one more step in the construction process for number 92.
That's why we will apply the sealant to the caisson. So this sealant will function like coating the caisson to prevent the corrosion.
Silane will protect the caisson, but it is hazardous to work with because it is a toxic chemical. In the past, spraying was done by workers in cages that ascended the sides of the huge structure. Today, the engineers at Tuas have come up with a safer method, which is to apply the chemical across the full breadth of the caisson.
Okay, so now we're back again and it's after lunch. So everyone's relaxing, but not here. There are many partner organizations that are very keen to actually join us in this space, speaking out to protect the ocean and in opposition to oil and gas. So we're going to start with Masi Fundise, who is a organization who have worked with fishers around the coast for decades and have been instrumental in trying to realize some of the fisher rights. So over to Masi Fundise.
Hello, everybody. Good afternoon. Thank you, Green Connection, for organizing and putting together this whole event. My name is Maya Nangle.
And I'm Jonathan Julius.
And we are here from Masi Fundise Development Trust. Masi Fundise is a civil society organization that has been working with small-scale fishing communities for over 20 years now. And we work towards the empowerment and capacity building of small-scale fishers and their communities to empower them to become agents of change in their own communities, to be able to fight for their own rights and to ensure food and nutrition security in the community and local areas. And all of this is based on the principles of food sovereignty and with a vision of a just society. And small-scale fishing communities across South Africa are faced with a variety of challenges all the time, ranging from policy issues to things such as the oil and gas industry. And John is going to go through some of the impacts that the oil and gas industry has on small-scale fishing communities.
Thank you, Maya. So as Maya was saying, I'll be speaking on the impacts that oil and gas mining has on small-scale fishers. Firstly, oil and gas impacts the traditional fishing grounds, infringes on fishing zones. So when licenses for mining or extracting oil and gas are allocated, a lot of times we find that our traditional fishing grounds or fishers' traditional fishing grounds are impacted by this, which means that fishers cannot enter these places. The effect is that fishers are now turned into criminals because they can't enter places where they used to fish for many years before, or where their parents and grandparents used to fish. So also fishers get harassed by law enforcement agencies because of these places that they can't access anymore. Another issue is that the health of the ecosystems and the water quality gets affected by the mining of oil and gas, and also impacts the species composition and fish stocks. So from research that we have done, we've seen that fish stocks have dropped a lot over the past few years, and especially in the areas where mining is taking place. Another big issue is that, and people have been talking about it for the past few days, is that there's little to no public participation from the department or these organizations. So people just find out that fracking or mining or drilling is taking place without them even being consulted. And a lot of times it impacts the lives of the small-scale fishers. Another issue for us is the language in which consultations are being done. Mainly, the consultations will be done in English, where we find that a lot of our small-scale communities, specifically the ones that are working, are mainly Afrikaans-speaking communities. Then also small-scale fishers are consistently squeezed out of the ocean space, especially by big corporate companies. As I said earlier, fishers don't have rights to the traditional fishing grounds because of this now. Then local communities do not usually benefit from these activities. There are a lot of promises of jobs, a lot of promises of economic development, economic growth, or even provision of power. But we find that a lot of times these communities do not benefit from these. For instance, in a case like of Port Nolloth, where there is a new application for gas mining, the company that are doing the mining or want to do the mining said straight that there will be no benefits for the community of Port Nolloth. And we think that is totally unacceptable. But it's not surprising because that is what happens usually in the communities. Then also another issue for us is that all these developments is hampering our work as a development agency, because now we have to concentrate on oil and gas mining as opposed to doing development work with communities. One of the big issues for us is the risk of leak and spillages that these mining or drilling activities could have on communities, or the impact that it would have on fishing communities.
Yeah, so it's just a constant fight against oil and gas mining and other mining activities as well, when there's so much other work that needs to be done, and that becomes our main focus. Anyway, our call to government is that it is high time for South Africa to focus on renewable energies rather than consistently investing in fossil energy. We are supposedly committed to addressing climate change in South Africa, and in light of the latest IPCC report and with COP26 coming up, it is high time that South Africa shifts focus and engages a just transition to renewable energies. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you to Coastal Links as one of our partners, organizations that we are working with. We will go to our South Durban Community Environmental Alliance, SETSI. I believe Shirley is already online to connect with us. So we will just go over to SETSI. Is she ready? And then we also want to make a request for ECEN to get themselves ready, as well as Kabush is here. Do we have Shirley on?
Yeah, can you hear me? Hi, I'm Shirley Odea from the South Durban Community Environmental Alliance. And we've been working with the whole offshore oil and gas issue, well, since initially in 2014 when ExxonMobil wanted to come down and sink their teeth into our ocean. And since then, in 2018, since 2014 when the initial stages of Operation Pakisa, and then in 2018 when Sasol and Eni applied for specifically Block ER236 in KZN. They want to drill about 6 wells, one in the south coast of KZN and one in the north coast. And from 2018, SETSI has been mobilizing communities because the consultants that they hired, and we see this time and time again with developers and the consultants that they hired to do the whole environmental impact assessment process, they don't do a proper job when it comes to public participation. Their processes are not inclusive of all communities. You know, they just pick specifics and they do the bare minimum when it comes to public participation. And we feel that that's a problem because so many communities and so many people that rely on the ocean for a livelihood or are just, where their homes are there, will be affected by this oil and gas drilling. So that is why it's so important for us to inform people and include people in this process so that they could, have a say and have a voice in what comes in their home. One of the other problems that we're going to have with offshore oil and gas drilling, like Masipandisi mentioned now, was the livelihoods issue. In KZN, we have over 12,000 subsistence fisher folks, people who depend solely on fishing for a living, and their livelihoods will be affected drastically if in the event of an oil spill or pollution, or we don't know what's going to happen in terms of restrictions. The fishers are already marginalized and face so many problems when it comes to restrictions on piers or so. How much more restrictions will they face if we actually find oil and gas here? And when we were doing the EIA process and we kept on asking the question about, will you compensate the fishers if there's an oil spill or so? And, in this whole process, well, before I even have started mentioning the effects of this oil and gas, but the processes that we went through, so it was the scoping phase and the EIA phase, and authorization was granted to Sasol in 2019, but we appealed this decision. So SETSI and 46 other individuals and organizations appealed this authorization. However, in 2020 of December, our appeal was dismissed by the Department of Forestries and Fisheries and the Environment. And in that appeal, that measly appeal that was given to us, it was mentioned about these issues about fishers, and their response was just, no, there won't be any oil spill. But they can't guarantee that because we've seen what happened in the Gulf of Mexico, in the Deepwater Horizon with that oil rig. What's the possibility of that happening here? It could be a possibility. And the oil spill contingency plans was not extensive. It was very basic and something that we can't have. And we've asked them to redo it again. And it's one of the things that we are putting down in our litigation process to them, because the appeal was dismissed, we are now taking them to court. So there is a litigation process on the way with Sasol and ENI. And I've just come now from a youth climate strike. And one of the main problems with oil and gas drilling, whether it be onshore or offshore, is climate change. We should not be investing into more fossil fuels. We've seen the reports from the IPCC. We know that problems of climate change, we experience it. We experience the severe droughts or the catastrophic storms, or in KZN, we have really bad storms and it leaves, there's a lot of flooding and displacement of people, and even lives are lost because of these catastrophic storms. And we need to ask government, and that's what we're asking government to do, is rather invest into renewables that's more sustainable for our future, especially young people, because 20 years from now, 30 years from now, the people who are making decisions for us, they're not going to be here. So that's, a big problem. And SETSIs travel along the coast, and we've got a resistance. And it's one of the things that makes us hopeful as activists in this space, is that a resistance is forming against offshore oil and gas. People who live on the coast, who rely on the ocean for a living, there's also the small businesses, the SMMEs, like the people who sell on the beach, and also the tourism industries, like the B&Bs and the hotels. They are on board, and they don't want this on our coastline. We don't want oil and gas on our coastline. So that's just some of the things we've been doing. We've also been joining other groups in the other applications that are being put on board, like the Total application and the Tasaka application as well. We stand in solidarity with the groups in the Western Cape and the Eastern Cape who are fighting these developments. As one that we know of, that map that PASA has on their website, where it shows that 95% of our ocean is leased out to oil and gas drilling. And we need to really come together as groups, as activists, as community members, as young people, to say no to oil and gas, because it's going to create havoc. Our ocean is not just a big body of water. it is our heritage. It is our heritage for our children's children and for the future of South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that Annabelle from Mozambique is online. Mozambican National Environmental Award-winning activist also for JAR, Justice Ambiental. She will be addressing us now and just give some input also into what is happening in Mozambique. She was also involved in working with a water project, a dam project in the area. So she has been having environmental justice experience for 22 years. So she is quite knowledgeable in this field. Giving over to Annabelle Lemos now. Is she online?
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for, hello, yes, can you hear? Can you hear?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. If you don't mind, I'm going to close the web. Hi, Neville. I'm going to close the camera because of the net, and I'm going to share, and I'm going to be as quickly as possible. Cabo Delgado, gas and grief. Sorry. You know, I start by showing what is happening now in Cabo Delgado, the northeast province of Mozambique. And it's the narrative, it's they are extremists, but that's not the full story. Poverty, socio-economic issues are the main reasons, and there's a link to the extractives, in this specific case, the gas. We should not simplify by naming something without seeing the causes of the problem. It's land grabbing, years of political neglect, abuse, disrespect of local communities, increased inequality, without side gaining the benefits, hopeless, and a history of criminal and illegal networks. It's a few of them. The results of this crisis, it's over 15 refugees just in one village, and still leaving the village that was attacked in March, over 700,000 refugees. Every day at the refugee camps, there's no food, there's malnutrition and many other problems. And families split, they're still looking for families that disappear, no one knows where they are. And just a small comparison here to see the overlaps between the attacks and where all the gas infrastructures are and supposed to be. Those points are attacks until 2019. There's much more now. And in a little dot in a map, there were people that died. In Cabo Delgado, it's one of our most prestigious marine ecosystems. It's Kiribati's Biosphere Reserve. It's a United Nations reserve. In this amazing ecosystem, the communities live there for endless of years, and 80% of the population of the province of Cabo Delgado are peasant, agroecology people, or fisher folks, and their life is in balance with the nature, with the sea, with the land. But the gas came. And when the gas came, they lost everything. And one thing that's very important to raise here, it's that when it is to move from land, you you relocate the communities and you give some compensation. The compensation is never fair, and they lost. Today they lost everything because they're not ever giving everything they promise. But when it comes to the sea, when it comes to a common good, the sea and the rivers are for mankind, there's no compensation. And I remember when this started and we start fighting for the community's rights there, all they ask is a place that they could carry on fishing. That's the only thing they ask, and they didn't give a damn. They just moved 15 kilometers inland. It's what they did to all the communities in Cabo Delgado. They bulldozed their places, their houses and everything. This is the lady that lost everything. And another interesting thing is the gas, the projections of the gas made Mozambique and being the focus of the global economy system, giving Mozambique access to easy loans. What happened? Before even the gas started being explored, a scandal of illegal debt done by the people. They're supposed to protect the country and think about the country. Today, this last month, it's a court case regarding those debts, but it's just a theater. Most people don't believe that anything will come out of it, and the people that made all this will be paid. And another very interesting thing, it's that where the gas reserves are, it's exactly on our most protected ecosystem, marine ecosystem. And those marine ecosystems are very important for the livelihood and for the communities, for even the protection of the coast of Mozambique. Those are the biggest ones. As you know, it's the gas, and it's a gas from Sazol, Pan and Timan blocks, and it's growing. But there's still more reserves. There's a REM society also that they start looking to it. As climate change already affecting, one of the worst places in a planet, it's on the coast of Mozambique. This is without any gas or any exploration. So we having already impacts of climate crisis that are not our fault at all. It was the North Hemisphere processes and way of living. But now we're going to be part of the emissions is going to just a very low projection of Cabo Delgado gas that is equivalent to 7 years of France annual emissions. And the increase of temperature on this area going to be very risky for the life and the Mozambique coastal zone. Even without the gas, as it is, the corals will die and there's a lot of problems. With the gas, going to be the final killing of everything. I'm not dramatic, it's reality. So life in Mozambique changed. We did a study last year with Friends of the Earth France, just to show one of the countries, what the influence that country did to Mozambique because of the gas. The gas is the reasons of the deaths, is the reasons of the war. Okay, I can't say exactly it's only that, it's much more than that, but there's no doubt there's a very strong link between what is happening and the destruction that is happening in Cabo Delgado with the gas. And the situation is as such that no one has access to the sea now, and the sea is controlled by the gas. And there's no control whatsoever by the government of Mozambique because they don't have equipment conditions to see or to monitor what they're doing. This is what you call freeze in English, process that started many years ago, even before many of us knew there were gas in that area, from 2010 until 2017. All the process before the gas, business and agreement starting. Now, from a peaceful village and depending on tourism and depending on the peasant agriculture, the fish, and living a life of peace, now it's fear, oppression, constant risks, aggression by militaries and abuse, threats, kidnappings, and ransom. Journalists and NGOs and civil society at this moment are not allowed there. Since the attack of March 24, we're trying to go back there and no one can. And the only thing there, it's a company and it's the militaries. To make it worse, our government made agreement with the Rwandan government and the Rwandan military area. That's not a very good news, and South Africa also. If you want, if you want any more information, please contact me. I try to be as short as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we see the trades of oil and gas, not just in South Africa, not just in Africa, but in the rest of the world. The oil and gas industry has really give a punch out the commons now creating a commodity out of the oceans that we once so dearly loved and lived alongside with. So now I'm going to give to the Northern Cape organization, Kabush, that will be giving us their perspective and their experience as an organization locally there in the Northern Cape. I'm going to invite Andy Pinar to come again and to give us his input.
Good afternoon again. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak to you about my organization. And you would pardon me if I speak in Afrikaans, because then it's not that they will then know what I'm talking about, but it will be more easy for me to convey what I'm feeling. Firstly, yes, my name is Andy Pinar, and I'm leading a small group, a recently established organization that aims to work towards aims to achieve economic independence for local marginalized community. The name Kabush, I heard some whispering about Kabush when I came up to the podium, but it's nothing to do with the swear word Bushman, but it actually stands for, it's an acronym for the 4 communities in which we work. It is Kommagas, Ko, Bush, and Buffelsrivier, Subertsfontein, and Honneklip Bay. That's the 4 communities that we work in, from where the acronym Kabush. These communities are situated in 2 different municipalities, but are being connected by historical social connection. So which means there was this interaction before the new dispensation came and divided us. Now, in our search for ways and means to create an economical, this economical alternatives, we have unfortunately come up against more challenges than clear-cut opportunities, because most of the economic space has already been taken up by big capital. So we have decided to challenge the challenges, the obstacles, rather than dying with it. Now, some of the obstacles I wanted to highlight today is these big companies. One of these big companies being the beers, the beers. Yeah, the beers. It's their name, and they've been sitting with mining concessions for the past almost 100 years. And they've done very, very little social investment in either of these communities that I've mentioned. So, and now that they actually decided to part ways with us and go away, they do not want to, they rather actually refuse to transfer the land rights back to the communities. So they're coming up with different strategies. They're going like applying for, as they've done now, to actually bury toxic and other chemical wastes in the area that they've been mining. So which means they do not afford us even the crumbs that have fallen from the table. So they'd rather bury those chemicals. They've even applied for a situation where they wanted to bury nuclear waste, high-level nuclear waste in the areas, which also would make it taboo for us to actually work in the area. So, and then there's other big companies. I mean, I'm sorry for the word, and I'm not sorry, but because some of you actually feel aggrieved when we mention the name Stellenbosch. But these Stellenbosch mafia guys, they're working in our areas, and then they actually got this monopoly where they have collaborated with the beers company, where they transferred the mining rights from one to the other. They actually set up a company called West Coast Resources, which is a subsidiary of Transhex. And they actually set it up to actually just live for a 5-year period, and then they will apply for bankruptcy so that they could sidestep the responsibility to rehabilitate the land that they've worked on. So now the 5 years has lapsed, and they've actually applied for the insolvency, and now they're aiming to transfer it to another Stellenbosch company, which is called Kernel Resources. Kernel Resources, West Coast Resources, and those companies are being chaired or owned by a guy called Chris Kimber. And I try to mention the name so that when you come up to him, and then you will know this is the guy that have made this not for the people of Namakwa. So our organization, the Kobush organization, has tried, as we are a startup company, we are trying to work through these challenges to actually bring a better life for our people, or to bring ownership and self-dependency to our communities. And we are very much in search for organizations and institutions that can work with us, who could actually support us in these programs. And but as we said, we are a die-hard community, and we will fight together with any organization that sees their way open to assist us in this regard. So yes, that's more or less who Kobush are. And that we can promise you that we will work with whoever is there to assist in terms of training and to actually do awareness raising, and to actually unmask these challenges that government is posing to us, acting under the guise of job creation. I mean, job creation. Since the days of nuclear power, they've come up with the excuse of there's going to be job creation, and they do it everywhere. But when you give them the permission, there's no job creation, and our people are suffering, and our people, I mean, I call this like genocide. I mean, there's a concerted effort, in my eyes, a concerted effort to actually wipe us from the face of the earth. But we believe, I mean, it's not going to happen with the assistance of whoever will come to our aid. I thank you very much.
We'll invite my colleague Nandipa to come to the podium so we can deal with a few questions. Nandipa, can you come? Because we are waiting for Owen to connect with us. Is Owen Didi here already? Is he not on yet? We will deal with a few questions in the meantime.
All right, great. Thank you, Neville. Hello, everyone again. I'd like to just mention a few comments that have come through to our chat box. From Masi Fundise, comments are conservation bodies should be making distinction between local fisheries who need to access the area for food and tourists that come to the areas for fun and recreation. Another comment from Norton Dowries is hashtag unite and fight for human rights. Pansi Operation Pakisa Pansi. All right, so we have some more questions. And it's the first question is from Northern Area Fishers Group. And it's more of a governance, a system-based question, which is what does government have in place to elevate the poverty-stricken individuals and poverty-stricken fishers? I would like to direct that question to Neville.
What is the question again?
So what does the government have put in place to elevate poverty-stricken communities, poverty-stricken fishers?
Yeah.
What are their plans? Are there any plans?
I'm not the government, so I won't be able to answer that question. So the government must answer that question. But what are we doing as the community, the communities on the ground? So we need to mobilize around these issues that is very important and close to the hearts of communities, to bring those issues up to our authority. We're going into a time of voting now. That is some of the questions and issues we can address to our local politicians and says, what are you doing about these issues?
Thank you, Neville. Let's have a look. We have some more comments. Questions from David from Coastal Link Saldanha. Oh, we have somebody who's calling on our phone and they would like to pose a question. Oh, comments, apologies. Devane, and she says, I hope, I'm not too sure if Okay, we are back, thank you. So the comments from Devane Klate says, I'm worried about this because I take on Sammy and his crew who strike deals with Chinese on the Car Power project in Saldanha. They call them the Black Business Association. They also strike deals with the mining companies. We fight for environmental justice in West Coast. I hope you would join them in our campaign, but protect her too, because she was sued by a mining company. They blocked and lawful harassment and trauma. Maurice Fishman and his crook did break 2 months ago at their annual year function about the car power ship project. Those were the comments from her. Thank you. I would like us to then continue with asking a few questions. All right, we have a question from Norton Dowry's Coastal Links in Langaban. It's in relation to section 22 and section 24 of the Constitution. So with section 22, that would be related to freedom of trade, and section 24, that would be related to freedom, the right to an environment that is not harmful to one's health. And the question is, what does section 22 mean to us? What does section 24 as well mean to us? What about clean and safe? What about a clean and safe environment to work in? I would like to pose that question to Nzindiso. Nzindiso, over to you. Thanks.
Enkosi kakhulu sizawuthetha upon the system. Okay. Ndicinga uba ulentuka usection 22 ngeba uzama ukuncedisana nathi, but indlela ugovernment wethu enza ngayo izinto akancedisani, ingathi akekho usection 22 kwi-constitution, because urhulumente uzigqibela yena yedwa, egqibela abantu. Umzekelo, njengoba siphila ngokuloba, asikwazi ukuzidisayidela thina imarket emasithengise kuyo. Yonke loo nto urhulumente uzisa ii-companies emazithenge kuthi, and zisigqibela ngamaxabiso, zisigqibela ngayo yonke into. Akho nto thina esikwazi ukuyithetha sithi nali ixabiso esilibekayo. Umzekelo, njengoba sinezi fishing rights permit, kuthiwa masingagcini intlanzi zethu kwi-storage, and sele ndiyibambile intlanzi mandingahambi ngaphezu kwe-20 kilometer naloo ntlanzi leyo. Ithi loo nto leyo andikhululekanga oba ndingashishina ngentlanzi endinayo. Yimithetho ke esibethayo yaseSouth Africa. Ithi loo nto leyo urhulumente usection 22 akamhloniphanga. Ziye kule ndawo ka-section 24 woba indalo mayingaphazanyiswa. Urhulumente already sele eyiphazamisa indalo, because njengoba sihlala along the coast, kunendalo ekuthiwa masingayichukumisi thina, kodwa bakhona abantu abakwazi ukuyichukumisa indalo, abakhileyo kweza ndawo ekuthiwa masingakhi kuzo thina. Umzekelo, kunamasebe athi alondoloze indalo, kodwa xa kufika ii-politicians kunye noongxowa, bafike benze noba yintoni abafuna ukuyenza without i-consultation yabantu abazo-affectwa yiloo development izayo. Kune bill esele igazethiwe ngoku ekuthiwa yi-TKLB, ibizwa kamnandi because kuthiwa yi-Traditional and Cohesion Leadership Bill. But laa bill apho inobungozi khona ukuba inikeza iinkosi amalungelo onke oba ingasayinela nayiphi development ezayo without uconsulta i-communities ezo affecteka yilo development. That means urhulumente unendlela zokutwista yonke lento ekwi-constitution nge-bills azenzayo emacaleni ezisapota le nto afuna ukuyenza, efuna ukusebenzisa amandla enkosi to ukubhuldoza abantu. Ithi ke loo nto njengoba kusection 24 ethi makulondoloze indalo okanye masihlale nendalo ngohlobo olusulungekileyo, but urhulumente yena uzama ngandlela zonke zokuba adistroye yonke le nto elilungelo lethu. Enkosi.
Yes, translations. Quick translation goes, Section 22 is being ignored by the government because even though local communities have been granted licenses to fish, they have no say over companies coming to buy their products. The government dictates the companies they must sell to and the markets they must sell to. They dictate the price of the product. They dictate that you cannot sell your produce outside of a 20-kilometer radius. So all of that is putting hardships. It's disempowering communities. And yet the licensing process was marketed as something to enable and empower communities. Section 24, speaking about the need not to degrade the environment, is being disregarded in that local communities are not allowed to build along the beach in their areas. And yet, when you have these people coming from outside with big monies, they collude with politicians to build along the beach, whether be it holiday homes or other forms of built environment. That is something that works against the communities. The traditional and Khoisan bill is also another regressive step that the government is taking, in that in it, there are provisions that empower traditional leaders to sign agreements for exploitation of natural resources in these areas without consulting with the communities. That is dangerous because it excludes communities, and in most cases, the interests that come into the area will be the ones that are interfering with the livelihoods of communities. So the constitutional and legislative rights are ignored by government as it stands, and communities are opposed to that kind of move. Thank you.
Thank you, Nzindiso and Nyembezi. Our next question is in Afrikaans. And Nevo, please, can you come up closer? We have a question from Gerald from Coastal Link Saldanha.
Hoekom wil hulle die kragboot in ons visvangarea sit sonder dat ons 'n sê het? Visvang gaan van generasie tot generasie, en hoe gaan die volgende generasie aangaan as die kragboot ons wegjaag? Van Hendrik Huiseman van Coastal Links. Kamalite, kan jy vir ons kom insaal lewer op hierdie vraag? Yes, we just want to categorically state that even the traditional leaders that wants to sign away with a golden handshake into traditional or indigenous under the name of culture, sign away our rights or land rights or fishing rights is not a good idea for the community.
So dis die ding wat ons beveg mos om te sê dis weg met karpahouship. Ons soek om die vraag wat die visserman nou huidiglik vra is dat ons is nie geken in die beslisnemings nie. Daarom is dit baie interessant en ironies dat ons almal wat in die visbedryf is huidiglik deel moet hê aan maandag se optog sodat hulle 'n meer breë verstand verstande kan kry, want die issue is ons is, dis hoekom ons sê ons vissers is nie geleerd nie en mense het met hulle koppe gespeel. Ek dink daar was van Semi-Klassen was persoonlik by my, hy in Bamba, nee, en wat vir my wind uit die seile uitslaat, hy het gekom met good party by ons aan, om met ons vissers te praat en te wil weet. En binne 2 weke se tyd draai hy na PA toe, so dan wat vertel hy vir ons? Dis meer 'n foemfiespel in die sektor, daarom is dit belangrik, hulle onderkruip ons vissers, en dan gee hulle nie die breë verstande nie, waaroor dit gaan nie so, is nog weer eens huiswerk. Ek stem saam met die vissers, nee, weg met karpahouship, want ons gaan nie deel uit hê nie, definitief nie, want in die vorige ouse komment het ek gehoor, dat hy sê, van die China man wat Semi-Klassen klaar mee ge-interacted. So wat vertel ons is hulle politikus, die vissers se belange op die hart dra, sal hulle eers vir die vissers kom vra. Wat dink julle? Maar hy het hom nou self bewys as 'n politikus. Hulle is net daar vir hulle, en so stem ek saam met die ou om te sê dat, weg met karpahouship, maar ons moet hom saamfight, reg langs die kus af, moet ons die ding saamfight, whether dit is nou in Gadeba, nee? Or, yeah, whether it's there or Richards Bay, when the people need us to fight with them, we must be able to fight the fight with them, because we are facing the same challenges in face. So that's what ek sê, dat weer eens weg met karpahouship. Ek sal sê, voetsek politicus, voetsek karpahouship, because julle is niks vir ons nie. Julle is hier om ons geld weg te vat, saam met die buitelanders. So voetsek Semi-Klassen, spesiaal vir jou.
Yes, I can't translate futsek. I don't know how to translate futsek. Futsek, it means futsek, away with it. It's something you say for a dog. So, yeah, they have dog behavior, so now that word comes out. Futsek karpahouship. So basically, let's go to the next question before people swear more.
I will. Okay. All right, more questions coming from Dawood from Coastal Links in Saldanha. It's a governance related question. And it says, why does the government take Prolomian for themselves and to benefit themselves instead of also investing in coastal communities to also benefit? I would like to pose that question to Neville. All right, it looks like Neville is still a bit occupied from his side. So I'll move on to our last question, which is from Gqeberha. It's in relation to water scarcity within the area. And the question is, what can be done regarding water scarcity in Gqeberha? Is there a way where they can use the water from the oceans to be desalinated for it to be reused?
Yeah, maybe I can just allow us to park that question, or maybe give Owen a time to just do his presentation, and then we can deal with the rest of the questions afterwards. Let's go to Owen DD from ECEN, Eastern Cape Environmental Network, that will be doing his input for us now as an organization, as one of our partners organization, where you will see a lot of our banners is together around the ocean activity, around our oceans where we work. So this is Owen and DD. Over to you.
Molweni nonke. Andazi nokuba ndiyavakala na. I think I've got a notification that the host is supposed to unmute me. Okay, I think I can continue if everybody hears me, because I don't understand this technology now. It's telling me something else, and I'm doing what it's telling me and telling me another thing, you know, and yeah. Can I get an indication that I'm audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Thanks, Neville. Mandisibulisele emva kole mini. Kuba sekutshiwo ke kwathiwa igama lenkobe ndinguSibusiso, kodwa ke lokuthula umnqwazi ndingu-Owen wakwaNdidi. Apho ke inkabi ikhoyo kukulaa nqila yase-Inokugijima, kulaa ndawo kwakuthiwa kwakusakuthiwa yiQueenstown, kodwa ke ngoku kuthiwa kuKomani. Ndingumququzeleli wentlanganisela yemibutho yasekuhlaleni eyakhiwe ngabantu benkonzo, eyakhiwe imibutho engekho seburhulumenteni, ejongene nazo zonke izinto ezithi ziye zichaphazele indalo kakubi. Ngokumafutshane ke, okanye ngelasemlungwini kuthiwa Eastern Cape Environmental Network. Yeah, we are having this webinar in a very critical times of our lives. I think yesterday, DMR has just, in fact, NASA has approved the 3 licenses for the cat power ship. That includes Gqeberha, Mpuga, Saldanha Bay, and Richards Bay as well. I'm sure it gave us some indication of the work that is ahead of us, and what should we prepare, or how can we prepare a way forward in terms of trying to advance the struggle of environmental justice. The Eastern Cape Environmental Network has been working in the Eastern Cape for some years now. And in the last 2 years, we've been working with the communities around the coast. Late last year, we engaged on the Card Powership project. Just recently, everybody would know that the issue of Cape nuclear power station has also resurfaced, and we're part of the public hearings. And I think, colleagues, ours is just to ask some few questions. That during the apartheid regime, the rights of our people were being sabotaged or being oppressed. And what we have done there that make us to be where we are today. I think one of the profounding leaders of the ruling party once said, if the ANC is a ruling party and it begins to do the same thing that the apartheid government was doing to you, you should do the same as what you have done to the national government. Therefore, colleagues, I think it's high time to make a clarion call to every activist around the country, even in this webinar, just to say, let's pull our socks, colleagues. The fight is on. We need to soldier on. We need to coordinate ourselves in the manner in which that will be recognized by whoever who seeks to danger our environment. I think the webinar today, as I was listening to various speakers and the people who were responding to questions, they has also alluded to that fact. We are tired, we are fed up. As we're sitting here today in this webinar, there are people around the country who are also protesting against DMR on a campaign said uproot DMR. I know that in Ngqeberha currently, as we're here, there is also a picket that is undertaking place there. So I think, colleagues, it's important that for us to work together, to find synergy with each other, to combine our programs, just to ensure that we work together to advance the agenda of the environmental justice, and to ensure that communities are also involved, not necessarily that us as community-based organization or NGOs are leading up the front, but the masses of our people should lead the engagements and other protest activities that seeks to address these issues, to challenge these issues. I would know that from the fact of working with Green Connection in Port St. John's, in Mossel Bay, in Ngqeberha, that our founding principle is to ensure that the masses on the ground are leading. And it has worked some wonders, that approach. And I would like us to continue to work in that manner, so to ensure that we begin to engage the process fairly and square. Colleagues, I have a lot to say, but because of time constraints, I would like to pause there for now. But if there are any questions, I'll be taking them. But the barrier will be language, but I trust that I see that some interpretations sithina ngesixhosa zitoliki ezikhoyo, kodwa ke mandithembe uba zawutolika le nto siyithethayo. Nkosi Debule.
Thank you, Owen, for that insight. Now we will want to go give time to our legacy participants who will be doing their inputs. I think we start with Saldana. Tsitsika. Khosa. Okay, there's some technical issues there, but we will start with Tsitsikani. Are we connected with her yet?
Hello, am I audible there? All right, all right. The program director, the panelists, environmental activists, and the Green Connectors, I greet you all. My name is Sasekani Kosa, an environmental activist from Orlando East, Soweto Township, city of Johannesburg, Gauteng Province, the Republic of South Africa. Since we are still celebrating an Arbor Month here in South Africa, allow me to remind or share to you that it takes the whole lot of effort to waste our natural resources on the manufacturing of plastic that turns and end lives. And at the other end, it's only soil and water in plus or minus 5 minutes to plant a tree that support lives. On the legacy program, as I am part of it, it is an advocacy work provided by the Green Connection, which promote environmental justice by fighting against oil and gas or exploitation of fossil fuels in favor of renewables. A clear example on exploitation of oil and gas or fossil fuels can be the manufacturing of plastic, where propane gets cracked into propylene, and then in a plastic plant, polypropylene is produced, which is used to make plastic bottles, and then which then after the use, people feel like they are valueless and tend to throw them away. And that is called littering or pollution, I can say. Thus, through the mentoring and partnership with the Green Connection, I have initiated a program of fighting against illegal dumping, pollution, and degradation in my community. We say since plastic is one of the major pollutants, for an example, the accumulation of plastic objects and particles like plastic bottles, plastic bags, and microbeads in the earth's environment that adversely affect biodiversity, habitat, ecosystems, and human health. Plastic also affects land, waterways, and find their ways into the oceans, where it tends to end lives and cost billions to clean up. Coming to the end, allow me to say that landfilling of waste should be the least desirable option of waste management because it varies resources that can generate economic benefits and create job opportunities. Therefore, people should be too smart to waste and promote reduce, reuse, recycle, and good green deeds. Those in South Africa, I wish you a wonderful Heritage Long Weekend and also wish an awesome weekend to those outside South Africa. I thank you, Green Connection.
Thank you very much for that input. I'm waiting to hear who's next to give an input. Thank you very much, Sesekane from Gauteng. And as we have heard, the input is based on land pollution, recycling in our communities, human settlements. And thank you very much in terms of what you highlight as what you do. So we will move from Gauteng, Soweto, to the West Coast, Western Cape, Saldanha Bay, to welcome Natalie van Wyk to share with us, or together with her colleague, Teitam, to share with us their input. So over to you.
Okay. Ask if they can hear you. Can you let me what? Okay, fine, goed, yes. Okay. Welkom allemaal. Mijn naam is Tatum Limaniel. Ik is de jeugd van Coastal Links Langebaan. En ik is een Green Connection Legacy participant. Die Green Connection Legacy program is een 12 maanden programma wat gebaseerd is op omgewingsbescherming as deel van die uitdagings hoe olie en gas ons omgewing kan benadeel. Een van ons local issues hier in Saldanha Langebaan is om kapauwship te stop, om in te kom in ons havens. Kapauwship was goedgekeerd en afgekeerd en daar weer peels gekom. Ons as kleinskaalse vissers stel nie ophou veg vir ons regte en die veiligheid van ons omgewing nie. Ons het ook gevra vir APSAP, besighede en alle individuele mense om enige befondsing te stop op kapauwship waarvan ons as vissers se lewensbestaan hang daarvan af. Daar is hoop vir die toekoms en dit is renewable energy. Dit kan nie opraak nie, dit is soveel geld besparing en daar is soveel ander gezondheids- en omgewingsbenefits vir ons almal. Die Green Connection Legacy program het my gehelp om te veg vir die beskerming van my omgewing en die veiligheid van my omgewing. Die bou van vennote asook hoe om saam in die media te werk. Coastal Links se visie is om 'n beter en volhoubare lewensomstandighede vir kleinskaalse vissers en vissersgemeenskappe in al 4 kusprovinsies van Suid-Afrika te skep, maar nie die binnelandse kleinskaalse vissers en vissersgemeenskappe uit te sluit nie. Coastal Links werk met jeug in gemeenskappe en albei kus- en inlandvissers om kennis en vaardigheid wat hulle nodig het om kleinskaalse vissers se vissersregte te beskerm en die lewensbestaan te verseker deur die eksplorasie na gas en olie te stop. Vissersgemeenskappe ervaar daagliks maatskaplike en ekonomiese nadele en onthou visvang is vir baie mense die enigste bron van inkomste. Baie dankie.
Are you not in the same room? Are you changing seats, positions? We're waiting for the next presentation from your room.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Okay, thank you. My name is Natalie Jane van Wyk and I'm from Saldanha Bay. Currently in my community, we are facing kapauwship, a gas-powered ship coming to invade our harbors and exploit our ocean, leaving us with a tarnished environment and our local fishermen with scarce and no fish at all to catch and further feed their families and themselves. The Legacy program is a program where we as legacy participants from each of these communities facing a similar situation as mine are being taught advocacy work against oil and gas to voice up and fight for our communities, mainly focusing on fighting environmental justice with the proper tools and support provided by Green Connection. For example, I've achieved so much with the help of Green Connection, learning about EIAs, filling in appeal forms to oppose kapauwships, writing letters to the Department of Forest and Fisheries on behalf of myself, my community, and our fishers and much more. And frankly, my community and I are extremely grateful for Green Connection and the opportunity that they have given us to voice up and show that we also have a voice as fishers and we also matter. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. We had also hoped that Natalie was going to sing for us, but I think that part has been missed. That concludes the inputs from the legacy participants. And thank you very much for the effort that you've made to put all of this together, but also to underline that in the course of these inputs, what came across as a way of advocacy are the constitutional rights that underline all of this. So you've had a mention of Section 22. It comes from the Constitution in relation to freedom of free trade, occupation, and profession, to say that every citizen has a right to choose their trade, occupation, or profession freely. The practice of a trade occupation freely must be regulated by law. So with respect to the people in Port St. John's, their quest to choose how they should engage in the trade of what they harvest from the sea, that is the applicable section. And also in relation to Section 24 that has been spoken about, to say that it's the right to the environment, so far as everyone has got a right to prevent pollution and ecological degradation, the issue about promoting conservation, and to secure ecologically sustainable development and use of natural resources. That becomes the core right that drives the work we do here. Of course, because it's Parliament and the legislatures that make the laws, so Section 57 of the Constitution becomes relevant to say that particularly the National Assembly has to make laws and function in a manner that takes into account accountability, democracy, public participation. And so with all the views that we are canvassing here, Section 57 of the Constitution empowers us to speak to our elected representatives about these issues and not to be bypassed, particularly now that there is local government elections coming finally. With respect to how Parliament works and how we convey these messages, Section 59 of the Constitution becomes relevant because the National Assembly has to provide reasonable measures to ensure that it conducts its business in an open manner by holding sittings to include the public, and also to ensure that the voice of everyone is heard by regulating public access, including access to the media. So we have constitutional rights that guide this kind of work that we do, and we need to lean on them to demand respect, protection, and promotion of our rights. And thank you very much. I now hand over to Liz to take on the next part of the program.
Thank you, and to everyone who's still with us. We are getting closer to the end of the day. I think it's been a very full day, and I hope you've all found it very informative. So now this is, what we're going to do now is the jury panel are going to virtually leave the space for a moment, and we're going to just have a little chat on our own. So for the panelists and for Adrian, if you can, this is your signal to go to the other Zoom room. And Lisa will let you in and I'll join you shortly. For everyone here, there were a number of unanswered questions or outstanding questions. So we will be probably 10, 15 minutes, maybe 20. And in that time, the discussions and comments and question and answer session will continue under the guidance of Nandipa and Neville. So I will now hand over to them, and there you go.
All right, thank you, Liz.
We back.
We back. I'd like us to start with some comments. There are some comments that have come through. One from Natalie Jane says the government must come up with an integrated plan to build capacity in ocean economy and marine spatial planning. Another comment from Kate from Coastal Links in Saldanha. It's in Afrikaans, so I'll hand it over to you.
Ons manne sterf op die see sonder vergoeding en government gee nie om nie. Die minister moet self see toe kom en sien hoe ons manne sukkel om ons kos op die tafel te sit. So the people are dying on the ocean and they want the government to come and intervene, basically. So yes, this is some of the issues that fishers want to address. That's why they want the government not to be a government that is far out there in the offices. They want them to come and interact with them, come here. What is the issues on the ground, the issues that matter for the fisher, for the fishing community, because fishers' lives matter.
That is very true. Fishers' lives matter. I'd like us to then move to some more questions that we stated before. So I'd like to just rephrase and ask them again. One question is from Gqeberha. It's in relation to water scarcity within the area. And it's more aligned with what is the solution, or what can be the solution towards water scarcity within Gqeberha. There is an abundance of seawater that is out there, and can't that water be desalinated for it to be reused? Or you going to take that one?
Yeah, that's when I will invite Nyembezi to come and answer for us.
Thank you very much. I think one of the things we need to understand is that water is a human right protected under the Constitution. So now that we're going for elections, we have an opportunity to ask election candidates as to what is it that they're going to do to secure our right to water, because there is an international standard that applies in relation to access to water, to say every household is entitled to at least 50 kiloliters of water. And also the government must take reasonable steps to reduce the distance from the household to the water source. So that becomes a direct question. What is it that election candidates can do to ensure access to water by reducing distance to the source, and also to make sure that the billing system works in favor of the people? Because in most cases, we find that water is so expensive and the municipality turns off the tap, and the communities have to rely on a dripping tap system where you put a bucket under the tap to collect just because the water has been switched on. So these are the kind of things we can ask our candidates, election candidates, as to what is it that they are going to do. And of course, we then take it from the household level onto other usages like agriculture and industry, as the question in Gqeberha asks about desalination. So the starting point also is to preserve what already exists in our rivers, in our aquifers, in our water meshes, so that we do not even have to rely on the water from the sea. We need to preserve what is on the land as a starting point. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nyembezi. Do we have any questions in this venue?
Yes.
Yes, you do. Ntindi, so please, can you come forward? Thank you. Over to you.
Kulo mcimbi wamanzi ndinqwenela nje just ukongeza into encinane ngexesha ku le local level 1 or local level 5 COVID-19 last year kunabantu abaye babanjwa e-Eastern Cape bebanjwe behleli meeting behlalela bexoxa ngomcimbi wamanzi kwabe ngenamanzi kwi-community yabo kwilali yakuCentane kwaNombanjana apho kwabanjwa abantu abayi-10 umuntu omnye kwathiwa makabhatala ifine ye-10,000 but kuye kwakhona NGOs ke siye sayithumela kuzo le ngxaki samangalela upremier ephondweni. Now lo case leyo iyaqhubeleka ngona simangalele uminister wakwa water and sanitation. Lo case izabe iqhuba eMthatha High Court nge-28. Ithi lonto umcimbi wamanzi uyingxaki kwilizwe lonke. Na kule ndawo engathi amanzi asekhona kuyo kuyacaca uba asazawuthathwa. But ke ngala 28 sizabe siyokwenza imibhikisho siyo supporta la community party nguna seyiquka ilizwe lonke ngokuncediswa yimasifundise. Sinalo challenge ithi lonto abantu ke mabaphakame beme ngenyawo zabo balwela amalungelo abo. If abantu abaphakami akho mntu ozophakamela bona, masiphakameni sivakalise izimvo zethu kuba kulilungelo lethu oko sikwenzayo. Enkosi.
I invite quick summarize of translation.
Thank you very much. We hear about a case in the Eastern Cape coast in a village, in an area of Tsendane, a village of Nombanjana, where community members were arrested by the police for holding a meeting, and it's alleged the arrest was because it was in violation of the COVID-19 regulations that restricts gatherings and the number of people allowed to gather. The community had met to discuss water problem in the area because they have shortage and scarcity of water, and the arrest resulted in fines imposed of large sums, and there is a court case that is now pending. The court case came about because local communities, including the legacy participants, they filed a case against the Premier of the province of the Eastern Cape, and they have made the national minister a joining party to complain against this arrest and also the violation of the local communities insofar as they have no access to clean running water, as well as the freedom of expression because they have been arrested while trying to solve those issues. So there is a court case pending, and the community will be holding public demonstrations outside the court on the date of the court hearing. Communities supported by local NGOs in the area. So the call on everyone is to stand up for your rights, including the rights to water, and also to resist attempts from any quarters to silence you, to take away your freedom of expression, particularly under the pretext of COVID-19 regulations.
Thank you so much, Nzindiso and Nyembezi. Do we have some more questions from the room? All right, we'll move to some more questions posted online. So one is from David from coastal links in Saldanha. It's in relation to governance systems. It's why does the government take Prolomian for themselves and their benefit, and they do not distribute that and invest in also helping fishers. Neville, I would like to hand it over to you. Thanks.
I would actually want to throw it to our colleague Gus. Why do the government take the perlemoen or the abalone for themselves and their benefit, but not take it to investigate or to invest? I think this is to invest into the fisher community, not investigate. Yeah, into the fisher. Yeah, that is some of those issues that's government issues. We really can't answer with that, but those are the issues because abalone poaching is really part of, yes, I'll give you now Kamalita to come and assist with abalone. Abalone is, poaching is around the area and it's happening and it's a problem, but we need to understand where that problem is coming from, how long it's been there, how the government is treating it, and sometimes these fines is unnecessary and it's also disadvantaging some even fisher communities when they just want to go and fish. They are now labeled as abalone poachers and they're not abalone poachers, they're just there to fish their lines, but Kamalita has some of that experience in their area, so she can talk about that.
Ek wil net so kort oorsig gee daaroor dat ons is self besig met government, met daai om op die interim pakket. Ons het die minister gevra in die vorige meeting om ons pakket groter te maak, ons vispakket en ook te kyk wat in ons turf is. En nadat ons elkeen van ons ken ons turf, dat perlemoen is geweldig baie van Houston se mense kom en hulle kom havens hulle perlemoenkwota in Saldanha. Nou ons vissers, ons het as leaders of reps gevra vir die minister, het ons gevra gee dan wat ons in die turf is, aangesien hulle vir ons bly sny, hoekom is daar nie 'n moontlikheid dat hulle vir ons perlemoen kan gee nie? So ons het nog nie die oorsig gekry, ons het wel 'n update gekry van DEF dat hulle saam met ons gaan praat en dan vat ons die storie vorentoe, maar dis daarop wat ons wil klem lê. Hoekom kan ons as die coastal line daar wat Epilon beskikbaar is, hoekom kan hulle dit nie vir ons gee nie? So, daai is nog 'n saak wat aan gewerk word. Soos ek voorheen gesê het, die feit is nog lank al nie klaar nie. Ons gaan fight till ons get ons right. So, ek wil net iemand sê of vir die ou wat nog gevra het, dit is in die proseslyn van gesels, so ons het nog onderhandel, maar die minister weet by haarself dat ons al reeds die goed gevra het. Dankie.
Thank you, Soline. Gus, Kamalita, my apologies. Gus, please can you do translations? All right. It looks like we have tackled all our questions. Do you have any final questions from the venue? All right. I think we're going to now take a 2-minute break just to maybe drink some water. And at home, you can also maybe make some tea quickly. So we'll take a 2-minute break and we will wait for the jury to then give us a bit of results from today's discussions. Thank you.
these words they keep using to try and confuse us. GDP, economy, project pack, isa what? What are these words, eh? They speak all the time about valuing things, about giving the ocean value. But whose values are they talking about here? How can you try put a value on something that sustains life? Do you know what this word Pagisa means? It means hurry up, shesha. But what good, I ask you, ever comes from rushing? No. The sea is telling us the opposite. It's telling us to slow down.
When I read that this exploration was going ahead, I wondered what my old man, Kana Marimutu, would make of the Petroleum Association of South Africa, PASA's Environmental Impact Assessment Report. He'd call their bullshit out straight away. Seriously, my boy, how you can expect to drill, scrape, and explode more than 4,600 kilometers of our coastline, 60 kilometers from the shore, and expect it not to have any detrimental risks? Yeah, and you know what their defense will be. They'll say all this mining will enrich us all. The poorest of the poor will benefit. But tell me something. Since when you actually saw a poor person benefiting from all those hundreds of years of land-based mining, eh? Hey, who are they trying to bluff here? You know these O's. They think you and I was born yesterday.
We came together to show them that the communities that make up this coastline are not a single group or a voice. We all have special relationships with our mother, Unolwandle, different cultural beliefs and concerns. Our stories must be heard.
Back in the day, it was said there were more fish in the sea than there were grains of sand on the Durban beaches. And it frustrated my father to imagine the kind of abundance his parents once enjoyed. Some days it would get all too much and he'd throw down his rod and kick his chair across the beach. Hey, what's the bloody point of me sitting here waiting for my prodigal to bite when everything's been taken already? First it was the trawlers, now every day it's something new. The government selling our coastline for mining, throwing their waste and shit in the water, thinking us fisherfolk don't notice. But the sea remembers, my boy. It doesn't keep secrets, and in the end it throws everything back at us. And it's suffering now. So we can crack coconuts till our heart's content. We can light campfires and send out artists to the sea, but it doesn't make a difference. And it's not like the gods aren't listening. They're not the ones failing us. Yet the bloody people who are the problem. You know this beach we're sitting on, Niren? Huh? It's called the Bay of Plenty, right? Back in my father's day, that might have been the case, but now we should just write it off as the Bay of Empty.
In the final years of Gogo's life, she had begun to suffer from terrible nightmares. The apartheid government arrived and told our grandparents that they would need to be moved away so they could stabilize the sand dunes. And that when they were finished, we would be moved back to the land. But it was all a lie. There was nothing wrong with our sand dunes. Later, we learned that these companies had bribed the chiefs to keep the truth from us. They had known all along. By the time we had all realized what was happening, the mining trucks were already lined up along our beaches. And with them came the curse of Inkosazana. Traditional healers gathering muti in the forests and rock pools were told by these authorities that they now needed permits to abide by their ancestors' wishes. When they, of course, ignored these rules and continued as they always had in the past, many of them were arrested. Next came those fences, rising all over the place. Fences where they had never been before. How could you tell such a thing to my Gogo? Can you imagine? She refused to listen. She kept going to those rock pools at night when no one could see her. But on one of these evenings, she walked into a fence. A fence that cut her off from her pathways to the sea. Now, if Ugogo wanted to get to the shore, she was told she would now have to travel the mining roads like everyone else. How was she to find the time and money for this? One night, Ugogo, guided by her dreams, arrived at her beach, but was forced to shield her eyes against the brightness of those lights. Where before she had been greeted by the whispers of the ocean, now all she could hear and see were machines rattling into the night and swallowing up her beach's Ugogo could no longer carry out her life's calling. Without her Muti to heal them, the people in the village grew sick. And in the end, the voice which guided Ugogo went silent.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're back for the last stretch. So we have just been with the jury panel, and they've just been discussing and sharing their reflections. And what happens now is we're going to give them an opportunity to just share a few reflections they have of the day. And from there, they will, together with our legal team, including Adrian, will come up with a statement which we will share with everybody of how they feel this tribunal has been, the key lessons, the key recommendations, which will then be forwarded to the President and the Presidential Climate Change Commission. Some of the commissioners will also listening today, so that will also be great for them to hear. So I know that everybody's really tired now, and we are just keeping going on, I think at this point, like sugar drinks and coffee. And but it has been a fantastic event. So I know I'm not going to speak anymore after this. So it's been a fantastic event from my side, a real success. And I think we have all the participants to thank for that. But I'm not doing the vote of thanks. I am simply introducing. So I want to suggest, can we have Loretta first? And then Jesu, just to say that Alison had some crisis and connectivity issues, but don't worry, she will get up to speed. And Nemo was having a little bit of connectivity, so I'm hoping Nemo will be available to give some concluding comments, but if not, he's there with us all the way. But I start with Loretta, Resu, and then Nemo if he's available, and then I shall be back with you thereafter.
Thank you, Liz. And once again, just thank you for the opportunity to be part of this process. I want to start by just commending the Green Connection for actually having this process, because throughout the day, I could hear from the many testimonies from the communities, in particular, that this opportunity to actually having your voice heard was actually quite an important one. So this was quite an important moment for people to have their voices heard in a context where it clearly has not happened before. So in terms of my own impression from what I've heard today from both the communities and the members of the panels, the different NGOs that work in this environment, is that I think there are two areas of concern that needs to be put in front of the Presidential Commission. The one is, I want to start with process. We know that in the context of South African laws, we have the right to have processes that are fair and procedurally fair, and processes that are also transparent. And it is clear that these communities, that you as community members feel that you have not had a fair process in the sense of the extent to which there has been licensing processes and permits for gas and oil exploration in particular, but also in respect of the power ships. In respect of consultation, we know that there is a duty to consult, and often government will say that it has consulted, but we also have to look at how that consultation process has taken place, and with whom has it taken place, and in particular, whether that consultation process have involved the people that will actually be affected by this. To what extent has that consultation process involved the fishing community in particular? And to what extent was it a process that actually engaged with whatever comments have come back. So to the point that some communities may have been consulted, was there an actual engagement with the concerns that were raised during that consultation process? And so for me, first of all, it seems that it's not, consultation is not what just a block that you tick, but that you can actually should say, I have really engaged with all stakeholders, and I've done that fairly and I've done that openly. I think a second area of concern is the extent to which this has been a transparent process, and the extent to which there is corruption or perceived corruption or perceived kind of favoritism of certain groups or people. And I think that should be a real concern for the Commission, and a real concern for government, that even if there's perceived corruption, then it means that you simply cannot just give a license or a permit to go ahead. And I think this community feels that the various communities feel that there wasn't sufficient transparency. So that's on the side of process. And then, of course, what I've heard today, and I will just, we will share different impressions, but for me, the kind of substantive areas or the substantive issues that's been placed on the table, I would sort of frame them in four broad areas. The first one is the real and loss of livelihood. That's already there as a result of the impact of multinationals operating in the fishing industry. But second, also what will come once this goes ahead. So there's a real fear that people will they will lose their ability to continue to fish, to continue to make a livelihood from fishing, but also to continue to make a livelihood from associated industries, in other words, industries that relies on fishing, or industries that relies on the ocean, such as tourism. So that's, I think, a real concern that that will need to be engaged with in more depth. A second concern that I heard from almost everybody who spoke today is a concern about environmental impacts, and a concern about the extent to which whether it's the power ships or whether it's oil and gas will lead to such high levels of emissions that is going to impact on climate change, or pollution of the ocean, or warming of the ocean waters, that it will actually have an impact on fish stock, possibly in either in terms of the depletion of fish stock, or other living marine resources, or the fact that there may be migration outwards from areas where communities are fishing. And so, of course, that the environmental impact is very narrowly linked to impact on livelihood, right? Because we know that if there's an impact on the ecosystem, it's going to affect the very nature of what makes a livelihood for the fishing community. I think the third big area of concern that I heard today, and that must be placed in front of government, is the extent to which there is a kind of an erosion or an erasure of traditional fishing rights. And that is already happening, but this process of gas and oil exploration in particular will erode traditional fishing rights even more. And I think there has been many complaints about how, for example, customary rights to fishing has been impacted even by attempts to conserve. Nature conservation attempts, for example, the creation of MPAs have already eroded customary rights to fishing, and what will exacerbate this is that if we have these what is left for people to fish, if that's going to be impacted, even more by exploration, then people's traditional rights will be affected even more. And of course, I think we also heard that fishing rights can be and traditional fishing rights, traditional fishing methods or customary knowledge about the ocean can be a real opportunity to be engaged with, and that should be the way to go instead of simply ignoring it or even worse, eroding it. The final point that I want to make is that I've heard a real sense of connection to the ocean, which is the kind of emotional attachment that people have to the ocean that also comes from having lived next to the ocean traditionally, historically. We call that sense of place. And this is something that needs to be taken into account in legal processes, is place attachment or sense of place, people's connection to the ocean, cultural heritage connection to the ocean. And it's clear that that has not been taken into account. Yet legally speaking, it should be taken into account. So those are the sort of the four major areas that I think, at least that I've heard, and some of my other colleagues will speak to others, that we must put in this document. Thanks. Thank you very much to the Green Connection for giving us this opportunity to contribute.
Can I start? Is that it? Can I start? Yeah, thank you. Thank you for this opportunity. It was a great opportunity to listen to the testimonies and the research reports and also the expert presentations. So from the whole day, what we heard, what I heard, and others heard, I would like to categorize or share a few points. One is the whole thing of the growth model. So now the framework in which the community from the community expressed, there are certain areas of impacts about and one is about few projects and the programs and the policies of the government which is being implemented. So first, listing out the different projects and in the Pakisa, Operation Pakisa, there are four major areas of which is promoted or which is suggested. One is oil and gas exploration. The second one is mariculture. The third one is infrastructure projects, marine transport and other things. And the fourth one is marine security, governance, the name of governance. So these are the major four areas which are being proposed. And also there are the name of GDP, the name of economic development, that is developing that is gaining more economy from the ocean. That is the push. So GDP and economic growth is the push. Ocean is becoming and is seen as more and more a profitable commodity rather than, whereas the people, resource dependent fishers and the people living and the indigenous people see ocean as their source of not only livelihood, they live in harmony with nature, and they are the protectors, and they are own the nation and see that as a mother. But now, whereas this is seen as a more for an economic growth model and the commodity which can be used, which can be sold, which can be exploited. That is the different perspectives in which community looks at it, and in which the capitalist and driven industries and the corporates look at it, and the government pays way to it by more and more relaxing their laws and giving way to through licensing. So this is one area which we have to look into and bring into the report. Always the fishers, they had their own way of system of governance. They never looked into the exploitative, their framework was never exploitative. They had a sustainable method of fishing, and that was their way of life and their governance structures also. They demanded regulation from the beginning, and they followed certain systems of regulation. We can quote here what we have experienced in India. I would like to say that in one of the brackish water Ramsar site, declared site in Pulicat Lake, the second biggest brackish water lake in India, they had a system of fishing that they called it Padu. That is, certain villages will go for fishing in one day, and the next villages will go for fishing in the other day. It's a tiger prawn available area, and so they had their system of governance, how they should fish, what gears they should use. But that being, and they were regulating themselves. But now the entire community perspective is not considered. Their voices are not at all heard. Even they were not called for discussions. They were not part of the discussions when all these systems are getting collapsed, and the governance structure is even collapsing. So this is another area where we have to bring into the report. Then this leads to unregulated growth potential of the industrial of the industries, which are in all industries. Tourism, oil and gas, and industrial fishing, and also mariculture being pushed in a big way. So there is a great shift from catch to culture. This catch to culture that clearly says that fishers have no space in the ocean. They have to go, they need not fish, they need not catch fish, and they are pushed to the verge of saying that they don't have any space in the ocean to fish anymore, and they are pushed for culture fishing. So that is another area where there is a great push. And coming to all these industries and the fourth components, one is mariculture, another is oil and gas. The oil and, when I wanted to say about oil and gas, already there are the impacts are there listed and expressed by the communities itself. All leveling of grounds, all loss of livelihood. So there are many impacts which are listed, which the community really emotionally expressed. I cannot say listed. So they are loss of livelihood loss. That is the main thing. The fishers are a resource dependent community, and they depend on the resources, and they value the resources of the ocean and the fish. And this is now being lost by all the industrial development and dredging and leveling the ground, and all the industry, oil and natural and gas companies and tourism, say all the industries. And even marine, the name of marine protected areas, which are declared as marine protected areas, there is a conflict. When the marine protected areas, the name of protection, they declare, and they don't allow, they exclude, they don't allow fishers to fish. But they allow and release it for license it for oil and natural gas exploration. So this is the name of protection, they declare it, but there is a conflict here, area of conflict and the contradiction. But this is when they don't allow fishers, because the protectors of the area, but they allow the exploiters and the polluters into it. That is the and the habitat loss. Next impact is habitat loss. Habitat loss. They are displaced. They are slowly displaced, or some area directly displaced to another area where they were fishing. They don't have a ground now to live there or for anymore. So livelihood is the coast is their homeland, and that is their livelihood resources also. Ocean is their livelihood. And now moving away from the coast, the displaced, and they are pushed to they are more and more marginalized, and they don't have a space within the fishing sector as well as the coastal land. Next comes the gender impacts. The impacts on women. Now women have the traditional and historical ways of fishing, and the SSF, among SSF, women have a major role in landing centers, post-landing, and landing and pre-landing center activities. But and also in the value chain. Now, when you look at the present model of development, there is the whole shift from is now there is no space for women. The women have been the framework itself that does not speak of women's role. Where women are. So what will be the role of women? That is totally women are sidelined and excluded. So this is another area which we need to really think of and bring it in our report so that it has to be heard as the report is going to be produced before the president and the panel. So that is another area. The existence of here in the fisher women is zero in the whole framework, and that is the primary phase of the apartheid. So here I would like to link to apartheid, and the apartheid is not just an institutional mechanism to manage between black and white. It was an institutional mechanism to control from sexuality to livelihood to the operations and of anger of black women too. So that we have to keep in mind. And now this development model and what the testimony speaks of have clearly expressed that it is anti-indigenous. The indigenous rights and the indigenous people's governance structure, culture, everything is not tradition, and the knowledge base what they had is not at all considered. So yeah, yes. So now I will finish it in next few minutes. So they are not accommodated and not considered in this development and this operation model. It's merely a techno-managerial knowledge that was used for exploitation of land. Now it is used for the exploitation of ocean. So that is another area. So it is being now the ocean is seen as a commodity. So it is used. That model is used here also. And then the militarization, all that is thing. So I can cut short my thing. Only thing is 3 major points. One, we have to demand and request and work towards recognition of our rights as fishers. We are fishers, and we have a traditional and customary knowledge, and that has to be recognized, and that has to be accommodated. One, then it is representation. Many testimonies spoke of that we were not considered, we were not discussed. State plans for us, and our plans are not at all considered, and our voices are not. So there should be representation, demand for representation. Next is redistribution. Now the oceans and other resources are taken away, and we had our governance structures, we had our resource base. That has to be these policies have to be revisited and relooked as to what the communities tries to. So these are 3 areas which I would like to stress. and about redistribution, recognition, and representation. And so now with this, we have to place our demands and frame our demands. We will work towards it. And thank you for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's been a very brilliant day, and I've thoroughly enjoyed listening to the reports, the research, and also the cases that have come up. And coming from the Niger Delta, an area that sits on the Atlantic coast and has been thoroughly polluted by transnational oil companies, I'm always very attentive when I hear issues concerning the ocean, concerning extractive sector, concerning whether it's activities that takes away people's livelihoods, takes away people's access to clean ecosystems, and generally cause a lot of problems. So the cases that came up today brings about, it consolidates confidence that suffering people are resilient and they're standing up against these massive oppressive forces. So the issues of conflict, of pollution, of displacement, of partitioning, of parceling off of the ocean for corporate interests, political interests, these are things that have come up very clearly and require to be addressed. Especially with regard to pollution, we see that the way politicians and corporate interests look at the ocean and look at communities that depend on the oceans, they simply look at this as sacrificial and disposable communities. And in terms of displacement, what I've heard today is that displacement is and pollution are heightening inequalities. The displacement is both physical and political, and displacement of livelihoods and economical also. So in every realm of life, and we could also say spiritual, every realm of life, we are seeing very heavy contamination and heavy displacement of our peoples and communities. And I'm very happy to see this tribunal as a pushback against these forces. And I look forward to being a part of the team that would deliver the final verdict against these forces. Thank you so much for all you do, and solidarity forever.
Thank you so much. I think it's just so wonderful to have this eminent panel of jurists that have listened carefully and are drawing through their conclusions, which we will see once they've all been written up. Without taking any time, I just want to say thank you once again. And I'm now handing over to Lisa to do the vote of thanks. So, and remember, Lisa,
hello everyone again. Oh, okay. Hello everyone. Hoping that you're still good. So I'll just be doing vote of thanks. So I'll start with the communities. The communities. I'd like to thank the communities for listening to me when I was asking them to organize on my behalf, and the technical support. We know we had technical glitches yesterday, apologies, but we were still trying to figure everything out. But I'm glad that today everything went smoothly. And then to our translators as well, I'd like to say thank you. I'm sure it has been a tough ride, especially translating everything from English to communities. I'm sure you have tried your best not to miss some of the important points that were stated here. And the recording is going to be available, and it's going to be uploaded on our YouTube so that you can be able to access it for those that have missed the conference. And I would like also to thank partner organizations, which is Masifundise, Eastern, SETC, as well as Kobush and Coastal Links, for coming through and giving their insights in terms of how oil and gas and power ships affects their work and affects the community livelihoods. I would also like to thank the jury for hands for that. I'm not sure, is it what is this? Is it what do you call it, Mr. Nyembezi? What do you call it? Popcorns, yes, the name, popcorns. Popcorns to that. So I would like to thank the jury for coming and listening to communities and giving their insights on the problems that communities are facing. It's been an emotional journey, and I believe that their voices definitely need to be heard. And to the team for pulling through and being there, ensuring that everything is going okay. The media team for amplifying. Okay, that's my team. And as well as the community outreach coordinator who helped in terms of identifying our facilitators, communicating with them, because I wouldn't have known them on my side if I didn't liaise with him. And everyone from the board to our operations head, thank you very much. And the legacy coordinator for also facilitating and ensuring that our day is going okay. Of course, I haven't forgotten our tech team. I did mention that, Peter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Without them, this day was not going to happen. And lastly, but not least, the communities. Let's not forget about them. Thank you very much for pulling through. Sis Vuisega from Eastern, Butsindiso, Sis Pumza, Kamalita, Celine, Mr. Andy, Danny, Barent. I thank you guys for listening and coming through and just amplifying voices of the communities as well as your concerns. I am done on my side. Thank you very much. Oh, oh my God. I am gonna be charged for this. How can I forget? We're gonna have a board member coming up to do the closing remarks. Thank you. Gus Pickett, our board member, is gonna be coming to make closing remarks. So he's gonna further introduce himself and yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. I'm not Barack Obama. Hello, everyone. My name is Lisa Sidis Gus Pickard, and I come from a fruit farm just outside the Sidis fruit farm, just outside a town called Piketberg, or Piketberg if you want to call it that. And I'm currently a Green Connection board member. So I was tasked with doing the closing remarks, and I tested it with the strategic lead because it's 11 pages long. And she said to me, just go ahead. You have the floor. So ladies and gentlemen, it appears that that there are countries all over the world that function on a depletion economy that simply leaves damage as it goes along. We shall discover, and it might be too late for all of us, that we cannot eat money when the last tree is cut, the last fish is captured, the final river is contaminated, and when it is unbearable to breathe the air. The Green Connection believes that the destruction of the marine ecology due to offshore oil and gas exploration will undermine and destroy the livelihoods of many coastal communities. Those of you who come from these communities will know that your voices have been marginalized in many of the issues that affect you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now you have a partner in the Green Connection who will stand side by side with you to fight for and to promote social and environmental justice. Both social and environmental justice are enshrined in our country's constitution. But why then, if all of these are enshrined in our constitution, do we have to spend so much energy on having to fight with government in certain corporates? The word greed has been thrown around so many times the last 2 days. In our opening statement yesterday, Liz McDade, the strategic lead for Green Connection, said the following: we need to reclaim our ocean in the interest of our country. We cannot allow greed to threaten our future existence. So when I was tasked to do this, the closing remarks, I thought about what we're busy with. And I thought about the Green Connection, and the letter C stuck with me. And so I identified 6 C's. The first one is the word connected, or the term connected, because it's Green Connection, yeah? So the Green Connection has successfully connected people from different backgrounds, fighting the same cause. People from poor communities without a proper education have joined forces with people who hold degrees dealing with environmental issues, and together they have managed to merge their capabilities to fight this cause. Patrick Bond spoke about the blue economy yesterday, and he said those capitalists who take our ocean has very weak morals and ethics. That should never be said of us. Wilmeen Wickham, who spoke on local fishing knowledge and rights, said we will have to keep pushing in order for these customary rights to be respected by government. We also have the blue economy in India. And we had Mr. Vijayan yesterday, I hope I pronounced it correctly, who said, well, you're not so special in South Africa. We also have the blue economy in India. And the blue economy, also called Operation Pakisa, is aimed to exploit the ocean's natural resources in a way that is unsustainable in terms of its impacts on the ecology, the people, and long-term livelihood survival. He spoke how this blue economy has actually now become what is called the blue apartheid. Now, racial segregation, ladies and gents, or apartheid as we called it, was bad enough as it was. Now we have to deal with blue colonialism and blue imperialism. Why is this happening to us? But like Mr. Vijayan said yesterday, we have a chance to win this as long as we speak openly about it. We heard from Bernadette, who spoke about women in decision-making. And then she asked the question, so who is benefiting when we prefer to buy expensive ferries from somewhere else, from overseas, rather than having these built on our doorstep? And by doing so, we actually do something about the 34% unemployment rate. No one knows the ocean better than those who see it and hear it on a daily basis. In some instances, coastal communities were told that they won't benefit from any of the mining or drilling that will happen in their communities. Masi Fundise asked, please government, please focus on renewable energy rather than fossil fuel. The second C is the term concerned. And there's the one denominator that we all share, and that's the fact that everyone involved have the same concern: to stop the depletion of the ocean's resources, stopping gas from becoming a long-term energy source. Research has found that gas should not be considered a long-term energy source. Point. The third C deals with the term coastal communities. And these days, the Green Connections footprint is spread over a number of provinces, being the Western Cape, the Eastern Cape, the Northern Cape, and their partners in KwaZulu-Natal. It is clear that the speakers coming from these different communities are, like we say in Afrikaans, the sout van die aarde people, who have the interests of their communities at heart. And we saw that when we listened to, I think it was the lady from Langebaan or Saldanha, who was so emotional. So from Saldanha Bay, we heard that Saldanha Bay, a small fishing town, was turned into an industrial hub. Government has no idea how the ocean works. We have informed them so many times, or we have informed the government officials so many times of the workings of the ocean over many years. But it seems that they've learned nothing. From Langebaan, we heard that Heritage Day is around the corner on the 24th, coming Friday, but our heritage has been stolen from us. We have nothing to show. From Kuberga, we heard unemployment is a huge challenge in our communities. Promising our communities jobs when projects are approved, while government knows that scarce skills are needed to perform those jobs, does not benefit us at all. Mr. President, please listen to the voices of your voters. Please consult us before your government take any decisions on our behalf. From Hornley in Nyasnaw, we heard that the people of Nyasnaw would like to go back to their ancestral land to sustain themselves again, like their forefathers have done so successfully. From Kommergas in the Northern Cape, we heard that big corporates came to Port Nolloth and Honeycliffe Bay, and they took from the ocean as much as they could, and they left us with only a skeleton. The fourth C deals with the term compassion. So if anyone ever wondered as to why people are, or whether people are actually still bothered by what is happening to our ocean, well, then now you have the answer. That the Green Connection is brought together a variety of people sharing the same degree of compassion for the earth. Looking after the well-being of the earth lies close to everyone's heart. And interestingly enough, when the letters of the word earth is shuffled, one possible word is the word heart. The fifth C is the term challenge. So no one is involved in all of this just because of a free t-shirt or free lunch. You are involved because you've decided to join those who want to keep on challenging the government and whoever is involved in depleting the ocean's resources. The last C deals with change. All our efforts have one aim: change the level of knowledge of people on the ground regarding environmental issues, and especially via the Green Connections Legacy Project. Change the mindsets of everyone involved: local communities, local government, provincial government, business, and national government. Change the sad face emoji, currently representing Earth, into a smiling face emoji. Change the narrative, ladies and gents. Put sustainability first and then profits. If so many of these approved projects promise lots of jobs, why then do we still have a 34% unemployment rate in our country? In conclusion then, well done to the Green Connection, all the role players and all the partners. While the pandemic distracted everyone to keep, you kept your eye on the ball and especially watching processes around EIAs. There were instances where communities were not consulted and therefore the proper procedures were not followed, but you were there. We do not have a planet B, and therefore we need a clean and just transition with regards to providing sources of energy. Thomas Friedman said the following: the thing we have to remember is oil and gas are commodities. And the more we use them, the more the price goes up. Like any commodity. Solar, wind, they are technologies. So the more you and I use them, the more the price goes down. To everyone involved and to our decision makers, truth is like surgery. It hurts, but it cures. Lies are like painkillers. They give instant relief, but have side effects that last forever. We must choose wisely. On behalf of the rest of the Green Connection Board, Thank you to all.